This year saw the return of the Pro Chess League. And thank goodness, chat, so good to have you back, PCL.
The St. Louis Archbishops returning to the Pro Chess League playoffs.
Let's go! With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The quarterfinals of the Pro Chess League playoffs have finally arrived.
The Muslim wins it, we win, oh my god.
The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion?
Yes! And
Yes!
Buddy game that he
We're
won
going to the
and in the game
playoffs.
that he had and a tiebreaker.
Hello everyone and welcome. We are back after a long wait with the Pro Chess League playoffs to crown the best team of season 2023. We saw immense amazing action in the first 5 weeks and I can't wait, Daniel, for all that's coming up. By the way, I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev with the Prophet, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, how excited are you for this fun week of chess?
I was getting scared there, Tanya. Didn't know how to refer to you. Well, Tanya, it's an honor to be covering the PCL. I can't believe we're here again. It's playoff time. There are no mistakes allowed. One strike and you are out. Seatbelts fastened and mandatory. Cannot wait to jump in.
Oh my god, every match, so much on the line, single elimination brackets, and we started with 16 teams in the Pro Chess League. We are down to 8. It has been the end of the road for 8 teams after the 5-week regular season action that we saw. We saw ups and downs, twists and turns. There were brilliancies, there were big upsets, and finally 8 teams were eliminated. Now in the playoffs, there is a big prize fund of $100,000 that the players are fighting for. But apart from the money, it is about the glory. It is about the bragging rights of becoming the Pro Chess League champion, of winning the most entertaining, the most competitive online chess league, Daniel.
It most certainly is, Tanya. Obviously, the prizes are generous, and that matters. But I think that the honor and the willingness to not disappoint the top guys on your team, so many Super Grandmasters competing in the PCL this season to lend it that magic quality. I think that really is what takes this to the next level. In terms of the way that each and every team player is treating, particularly these playoffs, Tanya, it's no different from a very serious over-the-board tournament. Everybody wants to win, and everybody wants to win really badly.
Absolutely. That's exactly the kind of fighting chess that we've been seeing and that we love to see. We will also be revealing the most valued players on the teams on Sunday, and they will be winning a prize of $5,000. So definitely a lot on the line here. And these are our 8 teams, the brackets for the quarterfinals. We will be starting today with the Shanghai Tigers taking on the Norway Gnomes. And later on, we've got the age-old debate with the Knights versus Bishop. Well, at least it will be settled today for the Pro Chess League. Are the Knights stronger or the Bishops?
Man, 2 incredible matches today, Tanya. And what's awesome, you'll delve into this momentarily, the fact that each team has taken a distinct road to the playoffs. But that's the great thing about the playoffs in any sport. The slate is wiped clean. So you can forget about the matches you've already played. It's 0-0. The game starts anew. And man, these matches today, whoa. You don't want to do anything productive. You won't be doing anything productive because you'll be pegged to the screen.
Speaking of the road to the playoffs, Indian Yogis there who will be playing their quarterfinals against Blitz. The Yogis had a phenomenal performance in the regular season. They won all their 3 matches back-to-back, were the first team to punch their tickets into the playoffs. But they've got a tough task ahead of them. They're playing against Blitz, which features 2 former world champions, Ambriel and Grishuk.
Is there anybody good playing, Tanya? Can you name the actual interesting players that we'll be watching today? No, I mean, the Yogis were a machine in the regular season. Obviously, the Archbishops, that could not have been an opposite road to the playoffs. They were 0-2. They were staring down the barrel of elimination. But when you've got people like Fabi on your team, you can be sure that they are not going to go gentle into that good night. But it's the playoffs. You cannot lose a single match because you are out. The atmosphere in the air, it's just a little bit different.
We do have that big matchup coming out later today with the Bishops taking on the Knights. We will see Fabiano Caruana heading his team and Hikaru heading his. That's going to be a big one. But we've got another big one that we start with the Shanghai Tigers and the Norway Gnomes. Now, these two teams, they won 3 matches. They lost 1 in the regular season to punch their tickets in week 4 for the playoffs. And this is the squad. Now, with a single elimination match, there is so much pressure on the teams to really put their best players on to bring in those points. The first team to score 8 points will go into this 8.5 points will go into the semifinals. And look at that, Daniel. We've got Wei Yi, one of the biggest prodigies in the history of chess, heading the team. And of course, a big pillar for Norway Gnomes, Pavel Elyanov.
Man, we've got some amazing players. Obviously, the women's world champion, Ju and June. And we've got a mixture of youth and experience, particularly on the right side, on the Norway side. We've got Pavel Elyanov, who has decades-long experience at the very top level, a peak FIDE rating over 2760, and incredibly exciting young players. Pranav needs absolutely no introduction to anybody who's watched online chess or Twitch streams, really for more than a week. And obviously, Elham Abdul Rauf, ignore that I am in front of his name, because he is more than Grandmaster strength. Man, oh man. We have some exciting lineups.
It's going to be super fun. And Pranav is the 75th Grandmaster from India. He is just 16 years old. And as you mentioned in online during the pandemic, he just really took to blitz. I was seeing, Daniel, that Pranav has actually played over 3,000 games against Aman Hambleton alone. And he is such a bullet beast. He loves this format. He's a speed chess specialist. Super excited about that one. But the one thing that stands out to me is this big risk, this big gamble that Norway Gnomes has taken. Now, you mentioned international master Elham Abdul Rauf. He makes his season debut today. He hasn't played in the Pro Chess League this season at all. Is that too much risk with all on the line?
I don't think so. I think it's an incredibly bold decision by Ludwig Hammer and the Norway Gnomes leadership team. Yes, Elham will feel those jitters, but everybody feels those jitters. They know that there are thousands of players watching, fans across the world. No matter how many PCL matches you've played, you're going to feel those butterflies in your stomach to start the match. But Elham is such an exciting player to watch. I've played hundreds of Blitz games with him. I've watched him seemingly get better, Tanya, by the day. He also has some incredibly exciting opening preparation to bring to the table, and he's going to be hungry. He's going to be hungry to prove that, yes, it might be my first match, but I am here to stay, and I'm here for a very good reason. Only time will tell. We're about to find out in the next couple of hours, but preliminarily, I like that decision.
Wow, super exciting stuff there by Norway Gnomes. Elham Abdul Rauf is definitely an exciting emerging talent from Norway. And even though he's an international master, he's got a grandmaster rating there, crossing over 2,500. And this is our round 1 pairing. Now, this is the most uneven round of the day. It starts with board 1 taking on board 4. We see Wei Yi will be playing Nino Batsishvili, while Pavel Elyanov will be playing board 4 of the Shanghai Tigers. Daniel, this is also the round where we've traditionally seen so many upsets. What are you expecting from this one?
And you're not just saying that either. We actually have seen board 4s defeat board 1. For some reason, this reminds me of round 1 of the Qatar Masters, I think in 2016, when Nino Batsiashvili made a draw against an obscure chess player known as Magnus Carlsen. She's got the white pieces against Wei Yi, and she's a very solid player. So this is by no means, Tanya, a walkover for Pavel Elyanov and for Wei Yi. And boards 2 and 3, they're actually pretty evenly matched. So it's impossible to predict how round 1 is going to kick off, but it's so important to get off to a good start, particularly if you are Wei Yi and Pavel Elyanov and you lead your teams.
100%, Daniel. And we've seen the women players, they matter so much on the team. But now this player, he is an absolute phenom in the chess world. He crossed the 2,700 barrier when he was only 15 years old. Wei Yi from China. He broke Magnus Carlsen's record as the youngest player to ever get to 2,700. Became a grandmaster at 13. He needs to deliver today for his team. Starting from the top, at the top table, board number 1, Wei Yi for the Shanghai Tigers. And we see they're ready to go. Nino Batsiashvili, she's a multiple-time Georgian woman champion, has won so many medals for her team at the Olympiad. It's going to be a difficult fight, and we've seen big upsets. Daniel, what are you expecting from this one?
Man, I mean, we've got two very solid teams. I think this is going to be a close one. But the first round, it doesn't necessarily decide the match. We've also seen teams get off to a very sluggish start, 3-1, even 3.5, but you need 8.5 points to advance. It's not enough to put in one strong round. And I think we're going to see solid play, Tanya, by Wei Yi and Nino Batsiashvili. I think they're going to get into long games. They're going to bring their A game in terms of their opening preparation. So that's been a very exciting phenomenon in the Pro Chess League as well. Most of these players, like I said, they treat this like a serious opening, like a serious tournament. They bring serious openings to the table.
You say we're going to see a solid game. I'm going to push back on this. I think this is going to be a wild one. Wei Yi is one of the best attackers in the business. We've seen the kind of creativity and the tactical sharpness that came against Dominguez from the earlier season, where he bought his rook with the black pieces all the way to H1. His immortal against Bruzon Batista. I think this is going to be fire on the board, Daniel.
I remember that game when I was actually thinking about that game as you were talking. But right now we're going to be thinking about this game that's in front of you right now with Nino Batsiashvili, the Grandmaster from Georgia, handling the white pieces. Wei Yi, top board from Shanghai with black, d4, g6. All right, Tony, you're right. My comments already have not aged very well. Wei Yi very clearly showing that he ain't in it for a Queen's Gambit declined or something solid. He wants a nice little King's Indian.
Yeah, and you say that because when black plays g6, bishop g7, you know that they are going for blood. They want a fight in the middle game. And Daniel, this is an opening that I know you love seeing on the board with the black pieces.
Absolutely. Now, Wei is not developing the knight, the king's knight just yet, Tanya, which could mean absolutely nothing. He could play knight f6 and transpose to a classic King's Indian here, but no, he's playing a slightly more obscure version. I would still call this a King's Indian type opening, immediately attacking the d4 pawn, and oftentimes this is followed up with e7, e5, when the King's Knight can actually develop, Tanya, to e7, and you can quickly try to push f7, f5. It's a dubious setup, and you still can play a King's Indian right now with knight f6, but I think Wei Yi is trying to get something relatively non-theoretical to start the game.
They call you a prophet for a reason. As you pointed out, the knight doesn't come out to f6. He does strike in the center with e5. And now the big question is that will black head with that knight on c6 all the way to d4? Is he going to take that big decision and plant the knight there? Or will he retreat? And of course, f5 is always in the air for Wei Yi. He has made his intentions clear from the very start in this one. He wants to keep the pieces on the board. After knight d4, perhaps Nino could have offered knight exchanges, developing her own knight. But with knight e7, we know that move f5 is going to arrive before the other knight develops to f6.
This is definitely a dubious setup from an objective standpoint, but the engine often over-evaluates white's position in most King's Indian structures. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a King's Indian fan, but I love the way that Nino has responded. An early c4, c5, this is exactly what white wants to do. You don't want to wait around, Tanya, for black to start attacking on the king side. You want to take it to black on the other side of the board. And Nino, very accurate to start this game. c5 is on the board.
Oh my God, I love it. And she barely took a minute to make this big decision, and Wei Yi now slows down. I don't know who's playing for an advantage. Look at what we've got. We've got 4 pawns at the center of the board. That pawn structure you don't get to see so early on. White is targeting black's d6 pawn. Black is targeting white's center on e4. This is already a mess. Told you, Daniel, no solid play in this one.
Oh, man. And now the ball back in Nino's court. She can solidify the e4 pawn with f3. She can do it now as well. But she starts by delivering a check on b5. And because the center is relatively closed, generally in King's Indian structures, you want to preserve the light squared bishop. So I would not be surprised if Wei Yi shifts the king over to f8. This would be congruent with the type of play that he's been displaying thus far in this game. Of course, you could also cover with the bishop. But then later on in the game, Tanya, it will be much harder for black to attack on the king side. Still, I like the way that Nino's handling the opening. I think white is better.
Yeah, there is so much going on here. As you mentioned, the bishop will block, but Wei Yi, he's on fire. He just moves his king to f7. I can imagine white's knight arriving on g5 with a check. Now, king f7 would feel like it's a mouse slip kind of a move. What is going on in this opening? Immediately, Nino does target the g5 square. h6 had to be played, Daniel. A very important call there. You can't allow white's knight to step in with the check on g5 and then potentially onto e6.
That would be a devastating idea, and newer King's Indian players often allow this and lose the game on the spot. Again, you want to preserve your light squared bishop. Now, Wei Yi's next move is very obvious. He will finally develop the king's knight. Knight f6 will be on the board, and Nino has to figure out how she's going to support the e4 pawn. That was the downside of developing the knight to f3, Tanya, and it's very easy to blunder and drop the knight back to d2. Let's support this pawn a little bit. How about let's lose the bishop after f4? So White has to avoid stepping on some minefields here as well, and you also don't normally want to play e takes f5 and give up a further share of the center.
It's absolutely insane what we're seeing in this game right now. And while Nino, well, I was going to say Nino is about to think, she immediately takes a decision to trade on f5. We will come back and dive deeper into this action because it's definitely fire on the board. But let's zoom out for a moment because action is on all the other games. And at the Pro Chess League, every game matters. Every board matters. It is a team event. And Daniel, I look across, it's clear that is the top left board where all the fire, all the action is. But even Vengeance against Elham, there's a lot going on there as well. White's queen on f4, a centralized knight being under pressure right now.
Let's go to that game. That's the top right of your screen. The other two games, Tanya, pretty much calm. They're both in a Scotch game. So definitely second in terms of fire on board is Elham's game. I also mentioned his opening preparation, which is so dangerous, particularly in shorter time control. So let's take a somewhat deeper dive. The Women's World Champion, she has the bishop pair as she chases Elham's knight out of the center with f7, f6. I think the position is probably balanced. There's a high probability of heavy piece trades on the e-file, but if you're Ju and June, okay, maybe you do want to take on e1, but you don't want to give up the e-file unless you figure out a very clear follow-up. Maybe takes, and then the bishop could come out to d6 at the end. But there's some calculating to do here for black.
And then you always have to take these decisions, right? If you trade on c4, you allow white to have a better pawn structure in the center. That pawn from the side of the board will go further on to control central squares. You kind of don't want to do that. But if not, what is your waiting move? White, meanwhile, seems to have an easier play here, even though the position is pretty level. White can trade once on e8 and bring the other rook open to the e-file. But Wenjin takes the decision to allow that herself. Rook e1 traded, and she falls back with the knight to f7. And I'm just wondering why, what is going on here? Because it's not very clear. What is the future of that knight? She wants to go d5, but that would block her own bishop on b7.
Yeah, the knight on f7 is not ideal. I do think she wants to play d7, d5, chase this knight out of c4, and then bring her dark squared bishop out to d6. And if all of that happens, she can then support the d-pawn with c7, c6. Now, if this happens, White's knight on c3 is also going to struggle to find decent accommodation. So Elham can't sleepwalk through this moment. One very interesting way to unbalance the game is to actually push his own pawn to d5, to beat black to the punch, Tanya. And one might say, well, isn't the d5 pawn a weakness in that position? Well, it's both a weakness and a strength. Ju and-jun can bring her dark squared bishop to b4. Elham decides not to go for it. I think he might regret that decision after Ju and-jun pushes d5 and then brings her queen out to d7 and her rook on e8. She's got the bishop pair. She's got the better pawn structure. So positionally, I think black is in really good shape here.
Oh, and the prophet strikes again. d5 on the board. Knight falls back. What Elham wants is perhaps to put the knight on g4. Also watch out for threats on f6. There is the g7 pin. So knight g4 ideas are in the air. It would be a dream for white to plant that knight on f5. But currently not that easy to get with the queen on d7 defending that square. So lots of good dynamics here. And as you mentioned, for Wenjin, the plan is clear. You want to put that knight on d6. You want to try to get it to e4. You want to place your rook on e8 on that open file. This game is pretty level. Let's zoom out for a moment and take a look at the other action, because look at that bottom left board. I do see a lot has happened there. What is black's knight doing on g4? Ideas of queen h4, threatening a mate in one on h2 comes in. And I see that the eval bar says that Zhu Yi is in driving seat. It's clear. It's because of more space, more central control.
And I definitely want to take a deeper dive. I'll quickly mention that top left, Nino and Wei Yi are still in that approximately same structure where we left them, with the pawns on e5 and F5 looks like a pretty good position for Shanghai's board one. So Wei's opening choice has worked out well. But let's look at Buddy Pranav, as he is amicably known in certain Twitch chess circles. He has the black pieces, a very dynamic opening repertoire. This started out as a 4 knights scotch, and Pranav kind of unbalancing the game, not playing d5 as is more standard, but rather keeping the pawn on d6, Tanya. And I do think that he is regretting his decision as he tries to put more pressure on white's center. He shifts the rook over to e8. Zhu Yi could knock the knight off with h3. I think it's also important not to dismiss the value of this knight on a4. Knights on the rim are grim, yeah, but only sometimes, because it's completely restricting the mobility of this bishop, taking the sting out of what would have been a very strong check on b6. But now, how is white going to protect the pawn, Tanya?
That's the big question. Black puts pressure on the central pawn. You want to take out your pieces. I was going to say bring that queen to f3, and Zhu Yi does it, does defend that e4 pawn, and really nicely pointed out that that knight on a4, which initially looks like an eyesore, is actually doing a brilliant job of dominating that bishop on a5, making sure that it doesn't come onto that strong diagonal. Black can continue targeting the central pawns with doubling up on the e file. First guards the c6 pawn, also eyeing the move c5. We've been talking about that knight on a4. You know what, Daniel? It doesn't have too many squares to retreat to. c5 is a threat on the board.
It most certainly is, and you definitely don't want to play b3 in that position. Then c3 is weak, and I think Zhu Yi has to get going on the queen side and play b2, b4, kick the bishop away forcibly to b6, trade knight for bishop, get the bishop pair. And the other benefit of b4, Tanya, while it may appear to weaken the c-pawn, it also creates a fianchetto post for the dark squared bishop. So the ideal setup for white would be to bring the bishop to b2, then push the c-pawn up to c4 when the bishops are both going to be staring at the king side. Eventually, I think he wants to push e5 and just shatter black's king side, open up the f-file. His pieces are in very good attacking position, but it's important not to miss this moment. If you're Zhu Yi, maybe in response to b4, black could still play c5 and counterattack the knight. So I think that might be one thing that Zhu Yi is calculating here.
That's a big mess. b4, c5. We might see that on the board. Right now, Zhu Yi has slowed down. So we're going to take this moment to go to the messiest position that we have in this round, because that action is absolutely insane. Daniel, it is the top right board. Now we see the eval bar says that on all boards, it is pretty level, but the positions are anything but equal. And I think we have to jump into Wei against Nino and look at those central pawns marching down the board. Unstoppable. A pawn has arrived on f3. Black is threatening to come in with that knight on h4 to really put the pressure on the g2 pawn. How dangerous is this for Nino?
Very dangerous. This game could not be in more stark contrast to the board one of the Norway Gnomes Pavel Yanov, who has a completely normal, equal position, and we'll get to it eventually, but this is the place to be right now. Wei's opening strategy, Tanya, has worked to perfection. Nino really hasn't gotten off the ground. On the queen side, I liked her early decision to play c5, but she hasn't managed to assemble any pieces to exploit that open C file. She just hasn't had the time to play rook AC1 and knight B5. Wei most certainly has had the time to start shattering white's kingside. Right now, the e-pawn is hanging. Wei defends it with rook A to E8. He's also got a big time advantage. He's threatening knight F5 to H4, and it's so easy to get checkmated here for white. And the other problem, Tanya, is that black isn't even down material. So Wei very well could trade queens here and continue attacking. Even with the ladies off the board, he could chase the knight away with a6. Knight f5 to h4 could appear anyway, and it could be just as dangerous with the queens off as with them on.
And it's such a human move, right? To play queen b5, you feel the pressure on the king side. You want the queens traded off. But we see Wei Yi, he's just blitzing out the moves, keeps his advantage. As you said, it is a queenless position, but black keeps all the trump. If white actually recaptures on g2, that will be great news for black. You can start with the activity on the g file. Bring in that rook to g8. The knight from f6, once that starts hopping around, knight d7, knight c5. The b2 pawn is weak. The bishop on g7 will be an absolute monster. The black knight jumping onto h4. Daniel, it feels like a position where we're seeing all the trumps for black, but white's play is hard to see. Also, I want to point out one more threat, the d5 pawn. The rook can come into e5, hitting that pawn, and Wei immediately captures it with knight d5. And that's an extra pawn, a healthy extra pawn.
he captures it straight away, and white just has no answer to that move. The knight on f5 cannot be chased away. That would be the only tactical flaw in black's position, right? The possibility of a fork. That's a pipe dream. At this point, you don't have a g-pawn to push to g4. It's been captured. Now, capturing on a7, Tanya, I don't even want to analyze that. There's no way in a million years that white would get away with that move. Nino Batsiashvili is not dead lost here. She's got some active pieces, and I really like her last move. Rook a to d1, maintaining her composure, trying to set up some sort of discovery with bishop takes h6 perhaps, but with that extra time on his clock, I think Wei Yi is going to drive this point home. He could bring his rook up to e6 and reinforce the d6 pawn so that when his knight moves out of d5, white would not be able to gang up on that pawn with her knight and rook. So a lot of options here for Wei Yi. He starts with rook h8, great call by you, and he keeps the attack going on the king side. Nino has to bring her king back to h1 now, and perhaps Wei Yi could also centralize his bishop on e5, although he has to be careful not to blunder away the c4 pawn.
And king h1 on the board. Now white's knight can get to g4 and start activating, so I won't be surprised if Wei Yi also decides to slow down a little bit, push that h-pawn, taking away the activity, and then your ideas of putting pressure on that h2 knight at a good moment, the move bishop e5, b2 pawn is hanging. Everything becomes very difficult for white here. And we see a6, a very natural human move there by Wei Yi, just pushing the knight, but the eval bar doesn't approve of it.
So, of course, white isn't obliged to move this knight. Nina realizes this. That's why she's taking almost all of her remaining time. She could still move this bishop, and she plays bishop c1, the best move, and she has a new lease on life, because if black takes, Tanya, white recaptures on d5, and those weaknesses that we were talking about, they were shielded by this knight. When this knight disappears, knight on f5 hangs, pawn on b5 hangs, pawn on e4 potentially hangs, and Nino is still very much in this game. Fantastic defense by Batsiashvili with bishop c1. That was clearly overlooked by Wei Yi.
This is an amazing move. And as you were pointing out weaknesses, let's point out one more weakness, the d6 pawn. If black actually steps back with that knight anywhere, white can simply swap up that pawn on d6. Knight d6, the rook gets super active. And it does look like Nino indeed is back in the game. And we see she's got a minute and a half on the clock. But the first time in the position, she's the one who's putting the threats on black. Wei Yi, he slows down. A backward moves, they're the hardest to find, and it was definitely missed. What a great find by Nino this was, bishop to c1. And it looks like Wei Yi, he's not feeling as under control as he was earlier.
Well, because he can't just make a random move and flag white, right? If he moves this knight, white takes on d6. That endgame is very easy to play with a wide open center. As you indicated, white could deploy the other knight with g4. This might be something that Wei Yi missed. He might have relied on rook e8 to e5 here, but then white drops in to g4 with the knight and actually wins material, because then not only does the rook hang, but the knight will hang after that. So Wei Yi doing the right thing, slowing down, and I don't think he should catastrophize. I think he should take on b5, meet rook takes d5 with something like rook e5. He might have to sacrifice his pawn back, but I think his superior piece activity is still going to give him a fair share of winning chances in the endgame, but serious strong chances here for the Georgian Grandmaster. What a big result that would be, Tanya, because the other boards seem to be holding it up rather well for the Gnomes as well.
It's going to be super important for her to keep her clock under control, though, because the game will go on. And even though the worst is over, you can trade on e5. You can pick up that e4 pawn as well. Rook takes e4. That was the other weakness that we were looking at. Rook e5 played. She is considering the move knight g4 as well, because you want to get that knight into the game before you start swapping up the e4 pawn. Knight g4 is super tempting.
Yeah, it is. And white is going to continue fighting here for a draw. Her clock might be a big problem, but we've got some action on the other boards. In particular, we have interesting stuff going on the Norway Gnomes board. One, Pavel Ulyanov locked in a very, very tense battle. Tanya, what catches your eye here?
Look at the top right. The eval bar on the top right in Vengeance versus Elham catches my eye. We've been talking about Wei Yi. He was in driving seat, and it looks like Vengeance on that top right board is in driving seat with a bishop pair in the position. A long-term advantage. That endgame, she's going to push for a win. In the bottom left board, it is again the Shanghai Tigers who are in the driving seat against Pranav. Zhu Yi with a big advantage. Where is black's play? White's the one again with the bishop pair pushing for in that central space, but that bottom right board is where Pavel needs to strike for the Norway Gnomes.
He does indeed, and you're absolutely right. This looks like a technically winning position for the women's world champion. She's playing this very confidently. Pavel Ulyanov, he has to strike. We're going to go to his game and see how he's doing. I thought that he was better a little bit earlier, Tanya, because I looked at this pawn. It's a protected passer. Guess what? The knight is considered the best blockader. It is completely immobilizing that pawn. It's also immobilizing black's queen, which does not have access to E1, and visually, look at the activity of white's piece tandem, the queen on A8, locking up black's minor pieces. The bishop can drop back to B5. Black has weaknesses on the queen side. This is tough for Pavel, who's also down 2 minutes on the clock.
Super tough, and you need time for that bishop to get active. You first need to sidestep the pin with a move like king h7, then you've got to move the knight away, and only then can you start getting the bishop into play. We've been talking about this being the board where Norway Gnomes needs to strike, but I think Pavel right now, given the position, will be happy if he survives with a draw here.
Yeah, and in order to survive with the draw, he might have to solve his problems tactically by sliding his queen up to E2. That leads to some very interesting tactical play. If we could bring a quick analysis board up after queen e2. This is undoubtedly what Pavel is calculating. White could respond with bishop to b5, counterattacking the knight. Now, if you take the knight on d3, white wins with bishop takes d7, and you lose the bishop. So in that position, after bishop b5, black has to play the calm knight f6, which leads potentially to some sort of a perpetual. I think people can follow and understand something like queen e1 and queen e5 with a move repetition is not unlikely and would be a great result for the Shanghai Tigers. And queen e2 is on the board as we go back to the live board. Plenty of time here for white to figure out bishop b5. And he's played
this
it.
result absolutely doesn't help the Norway Gnomes, because there's been a big turnaround on the top board. Wei versus Nino. If we just get our bird's eye view, we left that game thinking that Nino solved all her problems and will be fighting for a draw here. But a lot has happened. And Daniel, once again, look at those pieces on the top left there. We see a pawn on e3, a solid passed pawn. The king is just marching down the board.
It's over.
This is just game over.
We can go to that game and watch the last couple of moves because this is about to be 0-1. And Nino with a Herculean defensive effort, but she just had too little time, right? There was still a lot of problems left to solve. Wei just has to make a couple more accurate moves. His time management is incredible. He always seems to have the right amount of time to figure out those moves. Okay, knight h4. He's got mate threats galore with knight f3. So I would probably go king d3. Nino's last hope is to keep delivering those back checks to the king, but the king can seek shelter on the h-file, which, well, but Tanya, king g3, maybe bishop can drop back to e1 and you can force a rook endgame. So still a little bit of, a few T's left to cross for Wei here. Okay, but now it's over.
Yeah, he's just going to pick up the h3 pawn. The king is absolutely safe there. e2 coming in, knight f3 check coming in, which is going to be checkmate if white isn't careful. And that is it. With seconds on the clock, Nino resigns. This is game over. It is 1 point to the Shanghai Tigers. Let's bring up our bird's eye view because it doesn't look like it's going to be the only point for the Shanghai Tigers. Top right board, Chu Vengeance still in a dominating endgame. The king is more advanced, a bishop pair. That d4 pawn is already a passed pawn. White's pawn structure is the weak one. Is that going to be a point for Shanghai Tigers?
I think it is. 5 seconds also for Elham, and Jun declining a draw a little bit earlier. Let's go to that game because the Norway Gnomes need a miracle. They're not going to get one. Elham is unfortunately going to lose his first PCL game. He's dropping all of his pieces here. King takes f4 just happened, and when the smoke clears, after something like bishop e5, white can simply resign, Tanya, because yes, material is technically equal, but it's not going to be for very long. It's all about the king activity here. Black's king is just going to mop up all of white's pawns. This is like target practice. All you can eat buffet here in this bishop endgame.
Absolutely. Look at that black king. That's an absolute monster. The king is the most active piece here. It's the strongest piece here, going to snap up all those white pawns. As you're pointing out, now you've got the A passer that can march down the board at the right time. King d4. Once the pawn goes to c5, you can start targeting the bishop on b4. Step with the king to c4. This looks like it's going to be a tough one. You can see Elham on the screen. He's almost giving up right now, playing on seconds, but it's not about the clock. The position is busted for white.
Yeah, he's got the Michaela Moroni not impressed phase. Jun is going to follow up with bishop d4 check, pick off the c5 pawn. There's nothing left to play for. And Elham lets his clock run out. Yet another victory for Shanghai with the black pieces. Huge result for Jun. We go back to the bird's eye view. Now it's more important than ever for Pavel Ulyanov to strike. This could be a disaster, Tanya, for Norway, because Pranav is locked in a time scramble. He has managed to turn things around, though. So a little piece of good news for the Norway Gnomes. I think Pranav has serious winning chances in his game as he stands a pawn up and White's attack has completely evaporated. Pranav is the one with the time advantage as well. So let's see if Pranav can pull out a much needed point for Norway.
Norway Gnomes needs to win on both these boards to keep the match equal. This is the big fight with just seconds on the clock. Zhuyi Pranav can start targeting White's clock as well. A very solid position. It's clear you compare the bishops. It is Pranav's bishop on d3. That's the stronger bishop. The pawn on e4 really ties down the White queen. But is it going to be enough? He's going to start putting pressure on the clock. The only thing is I don't see a break for Black. How does Black break into White's position here?
I don't see one either, and that's why the eval bar is so modestly positioned. Pavel, by the way, is also worse. So Pranav, he really needs to win this game. Now, Black has to be careful, right? If you play f5 to solidify this pawn, Tanya, the bishop could drop back to d4. And we talk about this often. Opposite-colored bishop middle games, very different from end games. The side that has the attacking chances has the advantage because you've got an uncontested set of squares. The bishop on d3 looks very pretty, but what exactly is it doing? It's not really participating in the attack. Pranav trying to trade off the rooks, and if White can trade the queens, that should be a drawable position. Also, Pranav down a minute himself.
But a draw will just not cut it for the Norway Gnomes. That would mean a round one victory. 2 points lead there. And we see Pavel Ulyanov, if we just zoom out for a moment and get our bird's eye view on, we see the white bar is all the way up. How many pawns is that? The answer is actually one, but it looks like a lot.
It's about to be more, though. We got to go to that game. Pavel is in mortal danger. He is dead lost in this endgame against Yiping Liu. He's just played knight d7 to f6, trying to engineer some counterplay. White is playing this perfectly. Queen e5, queen trade, Tanya, is game over with this pawn sitting on a5. Pavel, he's got to go queen b7, but then you start dropping more pawns. I don't want to say this is over. Pavel is a very resilient defender. I don't see a move for him.
Look at the clock situation. Pavel is down to 10 seconds on the clock. Yiping has enough time to try to convert this game. He's in driving seat. He's going to pick up another pawn. The endgame is a disaster, keeping the queens on the board. Knight c5. Also, let's point out the knight on f6 is in an eternal pin. We see that Pavel, he's shaking his head. He knows it's gone terribly wrong. And can White start targeting the f6 knight with knight d7? Is that just game over? On the board.
Resigns. Pavel can resign here, and he will resign. He'll let his clock run out. That's it. It's 3-0, and Shanghai's board 4 has defeated Norway's board 1. A shock defeat suffered by Pavel Ulyanov. Now, Pranav has to win his game, and he will win his game. So 1 point will be scored by the Norway Gnomes. Pranav keeping them in the match. It would have been 4-0 potentially, or 3.5 as we go to that game and watch the last couple of moves. Man, oh man, is this a big result for Shanghai nonetheless.
Absolutely. That was a blowout game, that match round that we just saw. 3-1, and it could have been different on this board as well, but Pranav still keeping the spirits alive, keeping hope alive. Yiping with the big upset of round 1, defeating the top board of the Norway Gnomes. And that means that the Shanghai Tigers lead with 3-1. And Daniel, Wei, starting with that opening, getting the king to f7, that was some phenomenal play by the Tigers.
Yeah, great opening play, really all around. Jun had a good position out of the opening. Even Zhuyi, who lost his game against Pranav, he was much better at one point. So this easily could have been 4-0, Tanya. Pranav, as always, carrying things for the Norway Gnomes and keeping them in the match. But 3-1, that's a big early score. But as I pointed out beforehand, you need 8.5 points. So this is not nothing, right? This is a big lead given how solid they are. But Norway needs to avoid getting down on themselves. They've got 3 more rounds to erase this deficit and get back in this match.
The first team to 8.5 wins the match, will go through to the semifinals. The other team, it will be the end of the road. What Norway Gnomes has to make sure is that this deficit, the 2-point deficit, the Shanghai Tigers do not break away with a bigger margin. It's already a huge margin going into round 2. Norway Gnomes has to strike. And these were the results that we saw. Now for Elham against Vengeance. Vengeance was in driving seat. Wei Yi as well. Some great play there with the black pieces. Very ambitious from the start. But it was Yi Ping who was the star of the round. The MVP of round 1 for the Shanghai Tigers, defeating the top board of the Norway Gnomes.
And defeating him in positional style, in Pavel Ulyanov's own style. This wasn't some fluke tactic, some blunder by Pavel. He got outplayed soundly from the opening until the end game. Better time management by his opponent. And for Elham Abdul Rauf, it's going to be so important not to get too disappointed. This was your first PCL game, right? Got to calm down, got to tip your hat to your opponent and play the next game as well as you can. I think that's going to be the big X factors for Norway. Pavel Ulyanov, can he start to play in the style that we're familiar with, and can Elham score his first PCL victory, Tanya? But it's clear that Norway's hands are full and they need a big round 2.
Big responsibility on Pavel Ulyanov's shoulders so far in the Pro Chess. He scored a solid 5 out of 8 on the top board for the Norway Gnomes. He's had a disastrous start today, losing round 1 to the 4th board of the Shanghai Tigers. But he needs to keep that behind him. He needs to start picking up the points, or this could end super badly for Norway Gnomes. We've got a big round 2 coming up. We'll be back after the short break.
We first thought that we had experienced the chess boom that had washed over us in 2019. At the end of 2018, kind of going into 2019, we kind of looked at, oh, well, that was the chess boom, and oh, we're at a new level. It was kind of then, but then literally COVID happened. We were ramping up so quickly in each country that locked down. Italy, India, you could see the registrations flying through as each country locked down. And it was all happening so fast. There was no oh, this is so cool. This was oh my gosh, we're going to, we literally couldn't keep up. And so there was no positive coolness out of this. It wasn't until we were into the, pandemic, and then several months, and we're oh wow, okay, well, during the pandemic, more people are gonna play chess. It will die back down. Nope, then came PogChamps. And what Dean talked about. And we're oh my gosh, then, okay, after that, nope, okay. And then came Queen's Gambit. We're all right, well, that was definitely the peak. And then the media started writing about chess. And then, okay, where is it going to stop? We have been...
PogChamps 3.
You're just getting hit wave after wave after wave. And then there's the stuff in the media now, which is wave. And we almost can't even come up breath fast enough to recognize this before there's another wave coming. From this point on, we just don't know what to expect. Is there another wave coming? Probably.
Tanya, what just happened? She takes it all. Oh my gosh, Xu Yi is a magician.
What a devious move. Knight takes F6, loses. Oh my gosh. This is just crazy level of tactical vision.
Wei Yi is unstoppable in the Pro Chess League. It's checkmate. She walked right into it. Oh, wow, what a find by Wei Yi. Oh, because E3 Knight F2 check, and you win the game by, oh my, this is amazing. I mean, he had a plus day on board 4 for the Shanghai Tigers.
The all-Chinese team of the Shanghai Tigers has had a phenomenal performance in round 1, and this could end up being a one-sided match if Norway Gnomes doesn't pick up the pace in round 2. Look at the roster that Shanghai Tigers has. It is the strongest in this season of the Pro Chess League, an average rating of over 2600, which has been capped with the rules at 2550, with Wei Yi leading the Phenom, who broke the 2700 barrier when he was just 15, became a grandmaster at 13. 3 times women world champion Zhu Wenjin on board 2. And of course, exciting young talents in Zhu Yi and Liu Yiping. Ni Hua, who's actually the trainer of Zhu Wenjin, is also in the roster. So many grandmasters. It's tough to pick up a squad. And right now, it looks like they've made all the right decisions coming into this quarterfinals with these 4 players. They have played in the first stage of the Pro Chess League. They've had the experience in this format, picked up, each one of them has picked up several points for the Shanghai Tigers. And Daniel, today in round 1, that experience really showed.
It absolutely did. They've got such a well-built roster, Tanya. And, you know, these players and these rosters, I think what's amazing about the PCL is how the requirements so nicely make the teams evenly matched. So we've had a lot of teams with similar average ratings, but that doesn't mean that they perform the same. And the Shanghai Tigers, they've got no weaknesses. They've got a great board 4, as we just saw. They've got an amazing board 1. They've got a little bit of everything.
And that's what this is about, right? Having each of your board bring in the point. You need to break in a point or 2 on the bottom boards. You need the top boards to perform. And of course, for the Norway Gnomes, it is time to shine and bring on the fairy dust now. Elham Abdulrauf, who's making his debut in the Pro Chess League, has a tough start, and it doesn't get easier for him. He will be playing against Wei Yi in round 2. That's not an opponent you want to face when you're feeling shaky at all. Wei Yi with the white pieces. We saw what he did against Nino with the black pieces. Are we expecting another firefight on that one?
We are. And Tanya, what a story that would be if Elham loses round 1 with white, and then at the very least pulls out a draw with the black pieces against Shanghai's top board. But it's so easy to get tilted, to get down on yourself. I've got no chance. Elham certainly has a chance. Huge X Factor game. And the second one, as I pointed out before round 2, is Pavel Elyanov. Can he strike back for the Norway Gnomes? You need over 50%. I think that's been the biggest rule thus far in the PCL. Your board 1 needs to score 2.5 out of 4 or more if you want to have a serious chance against a good team.
Pavel Elyanov, a super grandmaster. His peak rating has been 2765. That is just absolutely insane. He's been in the world top 10, peak ranking of world number 6, but it has been a tough start for him in round 1 of the Pro Chess League. And that's what makes this format so fun and so exciting, that ratings are just a number on the paper, and absolutely no result can be guaranteed. We've seen big upsets with a format of just the short time control, with a one game format. Anything can happen, and that's exactly what we saw in round 1. But Pavel needs to come back. He needs to leave that behind him, because he's definitely the one who has to score points for the Norway Gnomes. And also for Elham, it's time to show why the team decided to debut him today.
And for Pranav, he's got to keep his positive streak going, build on the momentum that he acquired with his excellent first round victory with black. But all of that will be addressed in due time. First of all, we've got a game underway. It is Wei Yi with the white pieces against Elham Abdulrauf. And Wei Yi, not mincing his words, a sharp opening in round 1. And he starts round 2 with 1 e4, his main opening, and a Taimanov by the Norwegian phenom.
I love it. It doesn't matter if Wei Yi is white or black. We know we're going to have an attacking, tactical, entertaining battle, an open Sicilian here. And as you mentioned, the move A6, it controls the B5 square, stops any knight jumps, and eventually black wants to take out the bishop on C8 on B7. That's what Elham wants. He wants to try to create counterplay on the queen side. You want to go B5. You want to put that bishop on B7. And as you're pointing out, if Wei Yi makes his intentions clear with a potential queenside castle, move that queen to D2 or to F3, free up the way, long side castle, then we'll know that this is going to be an absolutely fun fight. Because let's just face it, Daniel, when a 2700 plus player like Wei Yi, he goes long side castle, you know that you're up for an attack.
Absolutely. And this is one of the sharpest lines within one of the sharpest openings in chess. And look at how quickly they're blitzing out their moves. Queen F3, Tanya, got popular about 10 years ago. It's been all the rage ever since. And the reputation of this line has shifted back and forth. White introduced the novelty. Taimana was kind of buried. Then Black found a response to that. Right now, I still think Queen F3 is not considered to be a refutation of the Taimana, but it is still a very dangerous line. And Knight E5 to G6 apparently caught Wei Yi by surprise. Don't be too surprised by the movement of the H-pawn. That's not tilt. That is standard Taimana fare to slow down the progress of White's kingside pawns. Wei Yi has a vast choice here. He can make a simple move like bishop d3 or king b1, but oftentimes you see White sacrificing a pawn with something like f2, f4. Even a knight sacrifice with knight f5 or knight d5 is not too uncommon. But good news thus far, Tanya, for the Norway Gnomes. Elham already has a 90-second time advantage, and he's still well within his preparation.
And when you're in a 2-point deficit, this is exactly what you need, right? Whether you're playing white or black, you want a game on the board. You want to create a mess and a chaos to try to pick up the points. Now that Elham has decided to march down the board with the H-pawn, a thematic idea. One thing's clear though, Daniel, that black's king will not find safety on the king side. And very often will just end up spending a lot of time on the center of the board. Meanwhile, once again, for Elham, it is going to be about advancing that B-pawn down with B5, developing the bishop to b7, trying to create play on the queen side. It's going to be a race to each other's king, and this is going to get fun. The move bishop d3, a developing move. White wants to get the h1 rook to e1, and then a potential sacrifice, knight d5 in the air always.
Absolutely. This is going to escalate in intensity, but the match as a whole will escalate because the other games are getting underway. So let's go to the bird's eye view and catch the start of Elyanov against Zhu Yi. Can Norway Gnomes board one? The experienced Ukrainian Grandmaster strike back in a big way. He's got the white pieces. Let's not mince words. He really, really needs to win this game. And Pavel with the white pieces is very, very dangerous. He is an opening expert. Let's see what Zhu Yi brings to the table. We have a... I don't even want to say the name of this opening, Tanya. I'll let you do that.
Honestly, after the World Championship, I think now this is an absolutely legit way to play. We see a London, and this is going to be not your traditional London. I can see, Daniel, you're enjoying this now.
Oh, yeah, and this is a well-known line. This queen takes b2 variation. It's been known for several decades now. Rook b1 sacks the pawn on a2. Black doesn't want to get his queen trapped, though, so the queen steps back to a3. If I remember correctly, the best move here is bishop f1. To b5, you sacrifice the c5 pawn as well, and this is more like a Taimanov Sicilian than like a London system. White often strikes with c4, but okay, Tanya, I think queen c3 is more popular, so maybe this move caught Pavel by surprise.
Yeah, this is an absolutely crazy opening, and it's clear that Zhu Yi had this in mind because you don't snap up that b2 pawn if you don't know what you're doing, and Pavel now slowing down. He is down a pawn, but of course, a lot of compensation, but it's all about timing here. White has to keep the momentum going. Bishop b5 makes a lot of sense. You want to go short castle, but then again, are you willing to give up another pawn? We will come back to this while Pavel thinks about how he wants to proceed. Let's go back. Let's just zoom out for a moment, get our bird's eye view, because we have a big matchup on that top right board as well. At the Pro Chess League, every board counts. It is Chu Wenjin taking on Nino Batsiashvili, and we see there, Wenjin has got reasons to be pleased with the opening outcome. A knight on e5, a bishop on g2. She loves these Catalan positions.
She does indeed. Let's take a closer look at the opening phase of that game. Knight e5 was indeed the last move of the game. A Catalan with the bishop coming out to a6. Not uncommon. I call this the hyper-fianchetto. The bishop here more active than it is on b7. We rewind a couple of moves. Nino playing a very solid line Tanya, of the Catalans. C7, playing this almost like a semi-Slav, then playing B6, deploying the bishop to A6, and it also is very common for white to sacrifice the C4 pawn. If you take it, you have to yield complete control of the center. These positions are very, very dangerous, particularly in rapid time control. So Nino playing this more modestly, but right now, Black has to be very careful. It's so easy to make a blunder, Tanya. Knight BD7, whoops, gave up the C6 pawn. Another very common tactic, if you play knight FD7, oftentimes, after the trade on D5, white has tactics related to knight takes D5, sometimes even knight F7. There are some crazy lines
Daniel.
here. Knight FD7 on the board.
FD7.
Okay.
We might be seeing this. We've got to take a closer look at this because knight d7 is such a thematic way of getting rid of that central knight because you can't move that b8 knight. If you take on d5 and you take on d5, knight d5, and now you don't have time to pick up the e5 knight because knight e7 is a nice little intermezzo, and then you just end up with an extra pawn. And the rook is hanging on it.
You have to take on d5 for that reason, and I think if white takes on d5, then this works out for black. Knight takes e5. You take the rook, and when the smoke clears after queen takes d4, black has 2 pieces for a rook, and white doesn't really have anything all that impressive. But there is another intermezzo. You can take on f7 here, then take on d5. You're currently 2 pieces down, but black has no way to defend the rook on a8. I have no idea how to evaluate this position. The eval bar is giving approximate equality, and Jun, she's taken on d5, and she took quite a bit of time. This is going to get really, really exciting. But, of course, white does not have to engage in this. Jun can also make a solid move like bishop f4. And I think Nino might be smelling a rat here.
It might be time for Nino to actually first put an intermezzo, an intermediate move of picking up that knight on e5. Allowing all these tactics on d5 just looks super scary for black. Could end up down a whole piece or a pawn really soon. Knight e5, I feel, is a move that keeps things more under control, and Nino's slowing down. I think she's going to pick up the knight before she picks up the d5 pawn, just so that the queen also defends the d5 pawn.
I think that's a great call, and you can sense the wheels turning in the Georgian Grandmaster's head. She knows this idea. This is standard fare in the Catalan. She's trying to work out the complications. In response to knight takes e5, white can make an intermezzo in response to an intermezzo and shove this pawn up to d6. That is a positional pawn sacrifice to clear up the d file. But no, Nino, she says game on. C takes d5 on the board. This is the moment of truth. Boo. But I can't really blame Jun. She wants some more calm position. She just says, listen, I've got the kind of position I know, perhaps better than my opponent. Let's just keep the tension. She plays rook d1. Very reasonable choice.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And always the tactics of knight d5 are in the air. If black was to capture an e5, it looks like you're doubling up white's pawn. But after knight e5, d takes e5, the rook on d1 is nicely placed, and white can advance the e2 pawn to e4 and really start targeting black's central d5. So knight e5 is a trade that you're not too happy making. But meanwhile, still, Nino is struggling to develop the pieces on the queen side. It's not going to be an easy decision. And even though you might not be happy grabbing that knight on e5, it might be the way to go because there's so much pressure on the center. We'll wait and see what Nino decides here. Let's zoom out for a moment. We've got action on all the other boards. Let's get our bird's eye view up. And the board that catches my attention is that bottom right board. Liu Yiping versus Pranavi. This is the clash of the youngsters, the young generation, and they both had first round victories. So they're definitely high on that, and it is a position that's super fun. There are going to be sacrifices at some point on f6.
And by the way, big blunder by Nino Batsishvili. We don't have to go back to that game. She has forgotten about knight takes d5, so that's going to be an extra pawn or Jun, who's just captured on d5. Already some bad news for the Norway Gnomes. And so it is all the more important for V. Pranav to cash in this sharp Sicilian position. But he's got a big time deficit contrasted to the previous round where he had a big time advantage. So Liu Yiping showing good knowledge of the Sicilian. Let's take a quick look and see if Pranav has serious chances to develop attack on the king side. He's gone bishop to g5, so there are sacrifices in the air, but the more I look at this, Tanya, I was excited at the semi-open f-file and at the queen on g3, but after something calm like bishop d8 to e7 and then rook a d8, I really am not that sure that Pranav has anything tangible on the king side. Knight g8, great defensive move, saying, I want to take some pieces off the board. Looks solid for the Chinese international master.
Yeah, you want to try and get rid of those dark squad bishop. White's the one with the more active bishop, and that's why Pranav decides to fall back. No trades there. Are we going to see a repetition? And I would be very surprised with that, given the 2-point deficit. Pranav with the white pieces, I think he's going to play on. We're not going to see the move bishop g5 right now. He has to find a way to keep the game going. But Yiping showing very resourceful play and making his intentions clear. That, well, if this ends in a draw with the black pieces, that's an absolutely fine result in a game.
Absolutely is. Rook c8, comfortable position for Lu Yipeng. But we have a breaking news alert, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not that the Golden State Warriors are still in the NBA playoffs. It is that Wei Yi has sacrificed a knight on the top board against Elham Abdul-Rauf. Let's take the bird's eye view here for just a moment. By a terrible position for Nino Batsishvili, she is very likely going to lose her game within a couple of moves. But Wei Yi, Tanya, what on earth is going on? The open e-file, I'm calling a complete bluff here. I think Elham can get away with this extra piece and consolidate. I don't know if Wei Yi has done this out of desperation. I think he has. Let's take a closer look. I think Elham can just get the heck out of the center. If he castles queenside here, tell me where White's compensation is. What am I missing?
Now, where is the attack? It's a full piece sacrifice, and it happened with the knight moving to f5 to open up the e line. And I don't know, Daniel, if we can just back up. Yes, this is the point where he decided to go for this, opening up that e central line, knight f5, just voluntarily giving up a knight. Definitely something that Wei Yi thought was interesting. As we were mentioning, he's one of the most creative players, one of the most attacking players in the business. He goes for this, but it looks like it's not enough. But practically, it's still a lot of chances for White. I see the eval bar, but that can be so deceptive in this format. Black still has to be careful.
Absolutely. And Wei Yi was getting outplayed there, so he tries to change the course of the game. Now, his idea is this. If Black just takes on e4, that plays right into White's hands. Knight takes e4, hits the f6 pawn. Black's pawn structure is really bad. Right now, White only has a pawn for the minor piece. But if you get that second pawn, then you can kind of play casually. You don't need to checkmate Black in order to justify this sacrifice. But Elham correctly castling queenside. Now, bishop b7 already on the board. And if Wei Yi plays knight e4 here, this is just not that impressive with Black's king in relative safety. Elham, for example, could claim some of the center with d5. And if White takes on f6, not only is the knight very loose, but Black could pick up the pawn on f2, drop the bishop back, chase the knight away. There's no question in my mind that Elham is borderline winning objectively, but he has to be feeling really nervous. He knows that he has a big chance for redemption, and it's so important to keep your composure. We know how good every super grandmaster is at making something out of nothing. d5 knight f6 is on the board.
Great call there, Daniel. You literally just called out the whole game as we were seeing it's being played at. Knight f6 played. Everything is under control. Black has an extra piece, but when you're playing a player like Wei Yi, you know he's going to try and make it messy. He will create his chances. But of course, right now, it looks like Elham, who's making his debut today, is almost about to beat the top seed, the top board of the Shanghai Tigers, but there's work to be done. The good news for Elham right now is that he also has about 4 minutes on the clock, but he's struggling a little bit to find the next move. Knight f6 played. If you give White one more move, you want to go queen to f3, you want to start targeting the d5 pawn and build some play on it. He doesn't immediately pick up the f2 pawn because that does leave a few pieces a bit loose. And that's kind of understandable. I like the move rook d6 that you're pointing out, just hitting that knight, kicking it out of f6.
But this happens so often when you're playing top players. I've had this experience against Hikaru. You know you're winning. And then you start overthinking. You're like, I really want to find the accurate move. I don't want to give my opponent chances. Before you know it, you've got 1 minute on the clock. But Elham, his blitz skill is going to come in handy. He takes on f2. This is flawless play right now by Elham, but he has a lot of work to do. The good news for Wei Yi, the one minor piece of good news, that Black's king is going to be weak and loose for really the rest of the game. So as long as Wei Yi can keep some pieces on the board, I like your suggestion of queen f3, he's going to have some tactical chances. The knight can repurpose itself. It can go back to g4 and then toward e5. So let's not pretend that this game is over. This game is in many ways just getting started. Elham has to show some excellent technique to take Wei Yi down, but what a huge result, Tanya, this would be.
Just amazing stuff. And Elham looking super confident. I don't know if you saw, but he did a little dance there, a little bobbing of his head. He knows that this is so close. And this would be a massive result for the Norway Gnomes and for Elham Abdul Rauf playing against Wei Yi. Queen f3 on the board. Now, the one move that comes to my mind for black is you want to block out that diagonal, the move queen to c6. You defend the d5 pawn, you hit that knight on f6, you keep things under control, and you block this h1 to a8 threats that the queen on f3 is creating. But Elham has slowed down a little bit. The one thing, Daniel, he needs to be careful about is to keep the clock under control. He goes rook h6, also a nice move. The Evalbar approves as long as you're hitting the knight. Knight takes d5, I think, is a bad idea because of all the pins. Queen c6 would be a deadly move. Rook d1,
has
watch
to go
out.
knight g4. I agree completely. Knight g4 is going to happen. This game is going to go on. It's stabilized. Let's go back to the bird's eye view there because we're about to have a result. As we expected, Ju and June is smoothly converting her extra pawn against Nino Bitsiashvili. We don't even have to go to that game because it's totally decided that pawn on e6 is going to end the game momentarily. She's going to take on f7, the eval bar all the way up. So an early point going to be scored here by the Shanghai Tigers. But given Elham's position, it's really not the end of the world. I'm also looking at Pavel Ulyanov's position against Zhu Yi. This might end up being the X Factor game in this round, and the Ukrainian GM, the top board for the Gnomes, is once again in a good deal of trouble. This is just a flat-out bad position. He's got nothing going on the queen side other than a ruined pawn structure.
This is absolutely surprising. I'm still trying to take this position in. So if we just do a quick count, because it's kind of hard to do that when you've got this kind of a pawn structure. It's not as easy as it looks, but actually it's even material. The material is absolutely even, but as you pointed out, it is the pawn structure on the queen side destroyed right now. That rook on b6 is shaky, can be attacked with a fallback of the bishop to d8. You can just kick it out of there. Black's got a long-term advantage of not just the weakness in white's camp with the pawns, but also a double bishop pair, which will count for something. And it looks like Pavel Ulyanov is once again in trouble in this one. Comes back, he's inviting a repetition here.
Ooh, a little psychological trickery by the Chinese Grandmaster. In an OTB classical game, I think he would play bishop d8 to c7 without thinking. But why is he repeating moves? First of all, he might not engage in the repetition. We're about to find out.
Oh my God.
What do you think, Tanya? Is he going to repeat? Because Pavel really doesn't have much of a choice. For Pavel to play for a win here would be brazen. He has to play this objectively. And
that's it.
Zhu Yi decides, hey, listen, we're up 2 points. This is the top board we're talking about. I'm going to take a draw. It depends on how the other games go, but I think it's a pretty reasonable decision, actually.
Yeah, it's a great result for the Shanghai Tigers. They're board 4 and they're board 3 with a 1.5 out of 2 against the board 1 of the Norway Gnomes. Definitely something with the black pieces that Zhu Yi can be happy about. But the action is strong and on, especially if you see the top half. Now, Wei Yi is he's actually just losing. He's down a piece, and Elham needs to win that. Meanwhile, top right board, Ju Wenjun, the women world champion, she's on fire. That pawn on f7, it looks like, well, you're up in exchange. You've got all the compensation on the board. That's over. So that's going to be a 1-1 to these team. It comes down to Pranav's board. It comes down to Pranav against Yiping. And I think that's the one that we need to do a deep dive into because this will be the decider.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep a side eye on the Wei Yi game, but right now, that game is very close to being over. It's a full extra piece for Elham. If something changes on that board, we will take you to it. But you're absolutely right, Tanya. This is going to be the deciding game. This game is going to decide whether Zhu Yi's decision to repeat was, in fact, good. If Pranav wins, then it wasn't a good decision at all because Norway would have made up a point off of their deficit. But that decision is looking pretty good given Liu Yiping's position, which is rock solid. He's got that bishop ensconced on d4. The other bishop is holding Pranav's rooks at bay, which are just staring at this f7 pawn. The exchange tech yields absolutely nothing because the queen can shuttle over to the king side at a moment's notice. This is trouble for Pranav, who has to get something going on the king side. I would play queen h4, maybe try for some bishop h6, some brazen sacrifice. But with 2 minutes, Tanya, he's got to figure this out really fast.
And he goes queen h4. He's trying to build that attack on the king side right now. Not so easy to find, but this rook landing on f6, there are all these tactical ideas. Pranav looks pretty relaxed though about his position. He knows he's got a game, and we know that he is tactically super sharp. So it looks like the kind of position he enjoys playing, and once it becomes a time scramble, it's going to be anyone's game. Queen h4, I like it, creating threats like rook f6.
And I think b takes a5, that decision to snap up a pawn, might have given white the tempo that Pranav needed to actually get things going. Yeah, rook f6, bishop h6, don't be surprised at these moves because black's king is pretty wide open. I mentioned that the queen is a good defensive piece. Well, that's not entirely true. That only becomes true if this bishop moves out of e6. It has nowhere to go. I suppose you could play bishop b3. In fact, he might play that move, but then rook f6 might come with a tempo. Pranav he thrives in these kinds of tactical positions. Practically, Tanya, I'm starting to reconsider. I think he's got pretty good chances. As Yiping says, I need to bring some more beef to the king side. Excellent defensive move there, bishop back to c5.
Yeah, not an easy one to find. A bishop retreat, making an attacking piece, a defensive one, but a strong one. But let's zoom out for a moment because we might be having results very soon. Let's bring up our bird's eye view. Now look at that top left board where he has actually made some progress. It's gone into an endgame and he's playing on seconds. It's not going to be super easy for Elham to convert this one. Meanwhile, the top right board, Vengean in driving seat, up in exchange. That's a 1 point for Shanghai Tigers. Is Wei Yi back? Is this difficult for Elham now?
Elham is starting to mess up. The nerves are starting to show. Let's go to that game because Ju Wenjun is literally going to win within a couple of moves. That's a guaranteed result. Elham is making zero progress. Now, he is up a bishop, but Wei Yi has secured a second pawn for that extra piece. I think a draw is now, well, given his time, it's hard to say. But Wei Yi's so good. I'm playing with increment. But Tanya, I mean, it's a pretty easy position to defend for white. Rook f2, you bring the king up to defend the pawn. Your goal is just to push these pawns, trade off the f-pawn, and those positions with pawns only on one side of the board are often theoretically drawn. Wei Yi is very close to pulling out a magical save here.
And the more pawns that get traded, the closer white gets to that draw. Rook f2, hit that pawn on c2, but the f6 pawn will still be pinned. White can bring up the king to b3 and try to defend it, but then some mating ideas with a5. What is happening is where you're going to start getting ambitious with the move g6 if allowed, and Elham stops it. Rook g3 on the board, and now comes back, and we see the eval bar. Definitely, with such few pawns on the board, it looks like it's getting closer to the draw.
This is fantastic defense by Wei Yi. Bishop f6, rook f7, I think. He gives a check on e6, and now he's going to push that h-pawn, and he might be getting ambitious. You can blunder this away with black. Bishop g7 would be a nervous move that blunders the bishop. Now Wei Yi, rook g6. He's playing all of the top engine moves. He still has 8.5 seconds on the clock, so just enough time to figure things out. This is insane. I think it's now basically a dead draw, Tanya. h6, rook g7, and h7 is basically going to prevent black from making any progress in this position. And with Elham's clock dwindling down, I mean, for Elham has to be a little bit careful not to blunder this game away.
He can feel it. He's feeling the heat. He's down to 30 seconds. He knows he needs to win, but it's not easy in this position anymore. Meanwhile, Ju Wenjun has delivered for the Shanghai Tigers. She wins her second game in a row, taking down Nino Batsiashvili. So currently, the Shanghai Tigers are up by a point, and it looks like Wei Yi will survive this disaster that was with the white pieces checked. The pawn advances to h7. And now the problem with Black's king is going to be once it finds its way all the way to the queen side to pick up the h7 pawn, the queen side pawns for black will get weak, and white can start targeting those.
That's exactly right. And Wei Yi trying to achieve the ideal pawn setup on the queen side. Elham, maybe we'll try something like a4, maybe try for some tactics related to bishop b5 takes c3. I mean, there's still chess left to be played, but the biggest problem, Tanya, is that this pawn is on a light square, so it can't be targeted by the bishop. It's an obvious point, but it's the most important factor here, and Wei Yi right now has nothing to worry about. a4 by Elham, and he just shuttles his rook back and forth.
Bishop e5.
And then you have to move your king back. And then maybe the king can get in.
All right, Elham still trying to pick up some seconds on the clock. He just makes a simple move. And I saw in chat that white is holding. Well, white might be holding, but with just seconds on the clock, any result is possible. One bad move with black. Actually, Elham can be the one in trouble. But right now, he does block off white's king on a2. He's struggling to find a way to improve this position. Daniel, black needs to find a way to start pushing his king to d5, to c4, to b3.
He's trying. I think he might go for it right now. King d5 is on the board, and Wei Yi still has work left to do. Bishop e3 threatening Bishop c1. He's so tricky. Is Elham, but Wei Yi keeps forcing the king back.
And Bishop
Tanya.
c1 is coming.
Oh, Bishop c1.
Bishop c1
King
is...
b2. King b1. King b1. Holds.
Nice. King
Bishop
b1,
takes
and if
b2,
black
there's
takes the
queen.
pawn, then white just queens and wins the bishop. So that would be a draw. And this is clear. Elham is still trying to win. He falls back with the bishop, not falling for that sneaky trap.
Oh, that was so close, Tanya. And Wei Yi is just ironclad in his determination to not give up half a point here. King back to b1. He's not about to fall asleep. One more attempt by Elham. Here comes his king. But where does he put his bishop? White's rook is such a pest.
Maybe at some point, black has to put the bishop all the way back to h8 to be able to come forward with the king. So that if white does attack on e8, then black can pick up the h7 pawn. A check right now would drive black's king back. He attacks. Maybe bishop h8 now. The bishop is safe there.
It is safe because rook e8 would blunder the pawn. Elham with 1.5 seconds as he made his move. It is so easy to get nervous and lose on time. He's an experienced blitzball. He's made zero progress. This is going to be a 50 move rule eventually. Tanya, I think they've made probably about 30 moves in this position. And at some point, Elham might just say, listen, I'm not making progress. This is a draw. You could also get mated with the king on b3 and white's rook on b4. So there are ways to lose this game by getting over ambitious.
Yeah, with no pawn moves or 50 moves, the clocks would automatically stop. Well, right now, it has been no progress. We have another game that's going on. Let's just zoom out for this because once again, it will come down to this bird's eye view, what we see on the bottom right. Pranav against Liu Yiping. All the pieces on the board, all the heavy pieces on the board, everything to play for. Liu Yiping, the eval bar says black is slightly better here, but this is far from over. But there is a lot of activity for the Shanghai Tiger player with the C file under control.
This has gone south for the Norway Gnomes again. Let's go to that game because Wei Yi's game with a 95% certainty will be a draw. Ju Wenjun has indeed won her game. Pranav has to deliver here, but his position does not look appetizing in the least. His attempts at a kingside attack have been repelled, but both sides under 30 seconds. No question, Tanya, that Pranav is the much better blitz player, but black's position is really watertight. Queen can come to d4. You've got the extra pawn on the queen side. Liu Yiping can basically tread water here if he wants.
D3 is a weakness, B2 is a weakness, and Liu Yiping targets that. The queen can also come to B6, start hitting that B2 pawn. Any heavy piece trade with the light squared bishop will favor black right now. Look at that move, rook B4. I love it. You block the attack on A5, placing your rook on such an active square. And now after queen C3, the E5 pawn is hanging. It's still a little tricky because the A5 pawn needs to be defended. Where do you put your queen? He offers a queen trade with queen d4, but this does allow rook takes a5.
Yeah, and I think Liu Yiping trying to play this without risk, but as a result, he's messed it up. Why did he take on c3? There's no need to do that. He corrects white's pawn structure, and I think his lack of blitz experience showing a little bit. He's trying to get a repetition here. White can't play c4. Pranav now playing for a win, but black using the pawn to deflect white's rook. I think this is going to be a draw, and Liu Yiping, it makes sense. He knows the match score. He's just trying to force this game into a draw. Now, Pranav has to be careful, too, because he still has this weakness on d3. I think black should play h5 here, just get the optimal pawn structure and basically just sit. Don't lose on time and don't blunder a fork. Don't collect $200.
Meanwhile, Wei Yi has survived that big scare, down a piece. He managed to fight, be resourceful against these top guys. Daniel, is just so hard to win. Getting a winning position means absolutely nothing against them.
Nope, absolutely nothing. And right now, this is a dead draw, Tanya. But Pranav, he might try, but you don't want to catastrophize, right? You're still going to be 2 points down with a draw, but the match would be far from over. If you lose with white, then you're in even bigger trouble. So Pranav, I think he just needs to accept the inevitable. I don't see a single winning attempt here for white.
You want to try and get your knight into an activity, but look at where it is on f2. Every square was controlled. You want to try that to get that knight to a square like g5 or d5, but it's such a hard way en route to that position with the bishop and the rook controlling all squares. Rook f1, pinning that knight. Hard to imagine white getting active with the knight here.
You hit the nail on the head. Just impossible to figure out a route to e3. Pranav is trying, though. He keeps declining repetitions. He knows that he's the better blitz player, but there's just no attempts. He can't even get the knight to e3, Tanya, but you called it. The bishop would still be restricting the knight from reaching one of these squares.
He goes c3 another way, but where is the knight headed? The d5 square is under control, and that's the problem. Rook h2 was a threat, doesn't want to trade. Pranav is ambitious, but that ambition doesn't have foundation here. It's so hard to make progress for white.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost like the Wei Yi game in that we've had this exact position for the last 25 moves. This could be a 50-move roll, but I think Pranav should just repeat. He's got 5 seconds here trying to figure out. He's thinking about maybe going d4, but that only asks for trouble. It weakens the e4 pawn. Black could go bishop h3 here and trade. Oh, he mouse slip! No way!
Whoa! Oh my god.
He mouse slipped. He meant to take the bishop, and he accidentally stepped on h2.
Unbelievable. Liu Yiping cannot believe it either. Wow, this is heartbreak. And Pranav. Oh my god, you have to feel for him right now. He was the one who was pushing. He was the one who was trying, and then a mouse slip costs not just him, but the Norway Gnomes. The round 2. This is just unreal what we just saw.
Grabbing his head in all of my blitz games with Pranav, I've almost never seen him mouse slip, but your hands are shaking. You've got the butterflies in your stomach. That's what that does to you, and a very costly loss for the Gnomes, who somehow lose this round. They were completely in charge, Tanya. At one point, Elham was winning, Pranav was attacking. At the end, Elham fails to win. Pranav actually loses, and an absolute heartbreak as they go down 3 points.
The perils of online chess. A mouse slip costs Pranav the game. And that was an absolute disaster for Norway Gnomes once again. It is the Shanghai Tigers who win with a 2-point margin with 3-1 in round 2, increasing their lead by 4 points. The Shanghai Tigers are at 6, the Norway Gnomes are at 2. Daniel, this is a one-sided affair.
So far it is, and correction, I thought they were down 3 points. No, they're down 4 points both rounds with a score of 3-1. And the Shanghai Tigers could win this in the very next round with a score of 2.5. But we have seen crazy comebacks in the PCL. And the Norway Gnomes, they did have some good positions, but right now they've got to throw all caution to the wind. Elham has to win his game. It was still a good result when all is said and done, a draw with the black pieces. But when you look at the game, I mean, if you're the manager of the Norway Gnomes, if you're Jon Ludvig or you're one of the fans, you are praying right now.
Well, the Norway Gnomes have made a comeback earlier, even after being down after 2 rounds. They have done it in the regular season, earlier stage of the Pro Chess League. But now they just have to throw everything at their opponent, and they need to score big. They need to do it fast because the Shanghai Tigers just need 2.5 points to win this match, to make it through to the semifinals. They are currently leading 6-2. That is a big ask from Norway Gnomes to score heavy. I mean, this entire match could be over in the next round with the Tigers just needing 2.5 points.
Yeah, and right now the Norway Gnomes, they need to have one goal in mind. Get this to round 4, right? Get this to round 4. Give yourself a chance to tie it. And if you're the Shanghai Tigers, you don't have to get 2.5 here. A score of 2-2 would be just as good. You would need only half a point in the final round, Tanya. So you don't need to go crazy. It doesn't matter how many rounds are played. The only thing that's recorded is the final result of the match. So more solid play coming for the what seem to be unbeatable Shanghai Tigers right now.
And anything but solid play coming from the Norway Gnomes, as we will be bringing Game 3 action right now. Norway Gnomes down with 6-2. They need to win big. Can they make a comeback? We'll find out after this break.
This year saw the return of the Pro Chess League. And thank goodness, chat. So good to have you back, PCL.
The St. Louis Archbishops returning to the Pro Chess League playoffs.
Let's go. With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The quarterfinals of the Pro Chess League playoffs have finally arrived.
The Muslim wins it. We win. Oh my God.
The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion?
Yes! And
Yes!
Buddy, game that he
We're
won,
going to the
and in the game
playoffs!
that he had, and a tiebreaker.
The Shanghai Tigers have been burying their fangs against the Norway Gnomes. We are heading into a big round 3, but the chess action will continue even after this match as the Gotham Knights take on the 3 times Pro Chess League champion, the St. Louis Archbishop. That's going to be a big match that's coming up. And then tomorrow on Friday, the quarterfinals continue with MGD1 taking on the Wizards and the Yogi against Blitz. It's so hard, Daniel, to pick a favorite in any of these matches.
Oh, it is. And the next match is going to be amazing as well. I mean, the St. Louis Archbishops, they're just happy to be here because they lost the first 2 matches. They were 1 match away from elimination, and now here they are, but facing off against a formidable foe. Each and every one of these matches, Tanya, is so unpredictable. And honestly, that's what makes the PCL so amazing. We want evenly matched lineups. We want matches where you literally cannot predict the result of a single game. Who could have predicted that this was going to be a blowout after 2 rounds?
It's been too much fun on the board and with the teams, the kind of lineups that they've been bringing in. And today it looks like Shanghai Tigers has been doing everything right. And if they continue doing that, well, this match could be over in this round 3 that is coming up. The Tigers need only 2.5 points. They need to win this match with the smallest of margins. Meanwhile, Gnomes needs to win. They need to win big because even if they are able to level this round 3 with a 2-2 score, a half point going into the last round needed by the Tigers, that's only delaying the inevitable for the Norway Gnomes. Daniel, in my eyes, this is a do or die situation for the Gnomes. They need to win this one and they need to win big.
Absolutely, they do. And looking at it board by board, obviously Pranav has the white pieces against a Wei Yi who has shown some weakness. Pranav has to show, his Sunday best opening preparation, 1e4, go for mate. Pavel Ulyanov, he's got to make his presence known. He has had a rough go of it so far. As I always say, Tanya, one of the biggest X factors for every team is their board 1. If the board 1 scores under 50%, you are in huge trouble just by definition. And Pavel is half a point out of 2 right now. Everything has to go right. Let's not mince words. Everything has to go right. The Norway Gnomes have to get lucky, and they have to be incredibly good. Everybody has to play their best. This will take a miracle, but we have seen our share of miracles in the PCL thus far.
And Pranav also needs to show a lot of mental fortitude after what happened in round 2. He was so in control. He was trying to get ambitious in the endgame, but a really moment with an unfortunate mouse slip saw everything fall apart for the 75th Indian Grandmaster, the 16-year-old Pranav. He needs to keep that behind him because right now it really is a now or never moment for the Gnomes and for the Tigers. We've been speaking about the X Factor. Ju Wenjun, the women world champion, has been such a power player. And of course, that top board Wei Yi, who will be taking on Pranav in this very critical round 3. Pranav's got to leave what has happened behind him with the white pieces. He has to go all out, but he's playing against Wei Yi. That's a big ask from Pranav, Daniel.
And Wei Yi is obviously going to play for a win. That's just the way he plays. But the Shanghai Tigers, they don't need to roar quite as loudly as they did the previous 2 rounds. They can afford to play solidly, but you have to avoid relying too much on your neighbors, on your teammates, and just say, listen, I'm going to take care of business myself. I'm not going to rely on board 2 and 3 and 4 to play well. That's what Wei Yi, I think, is telling himself. If he wins his game with the black pieces, then the match is essentially over because the Chinese players who have white are just so solid. They're hard to beat, and the top board, I think, is going to try to prove his own fortitude and really put Pranav down. Pranav, though, you're absolutely right. Forget what just happened. Forget King H2. Play the new game, and we are off with E4, E5 on the board.
We are off, and it is a Spanish. Well, no Berlin, so Wei still keeps all the chances on the board. Pranav needs to find his chances with the white pieces. As you mentioned, 6-2 for the Tigers. They don't need to roar. They just need a little growl in this one, and they will be through. But Pranav looking chill, at least body language wise, it's clear that he is still feeling confident. Bishop c5, but he slows down, and that's an early slowdown because usually Black plays this move after playing the move b5. You kick that bishop on a4, and then bishop c5 are those normal, usual, standard Archangel setups. But this move order, it did take Pranav a little by surprise.
And Pranav is not super theoretical. He plays sharp openings, but he likes to play sidelines within those openings. The same goes for the Sicilian. And, you know, he does play, I wouldn't even call this a sideline. D3 has been such a popular way to play the Ruy Lopez in the last few years. We saw it, of course, heavily in the Nepo Ding World Championship match. So D3 and C3, standard Ruy Lopez fare. And I think Wei will play B5 at some point. He can play it now, but he's not exactly afraid of bishop takes knight. That's not a dangerous move. It hands over the bishop pair, and that resulting pawn structure is nothing to write home about. So I think he's going to castle. And then he's going to have to decide where to position his own light squared bishop. Do you bring it out to g4, or do you play b5 and bishop b7? So hard to make any conclusions thus far. I think a lot is going to be decided really by the next 5 to 7 moves.
Right now, everything's solid. And the reason Pranav has slowed down is because he's trying to understand his own approach in the middle game. At some point, White wants to try to push the d pawn, wants to make the move d4, but you have to watch out for the e4 pawn. So he first continues with development, plays the move knight d2. The rook can slide over to e1. The knight can come back to f1, find its way over to the king side. But you always want to make a little move like h3 with White at some point, just taking away the jumps on g4. You don't want to allow Black the counterplay with the move knight g4, because watch out for that bishop that's just moved back, a seemingly defensive move. That is a key piece in Black's position, that bishop on a7 eyeing that f2 pawn. It would be a dream to get knight g4 and f5 in, but not happening anymore, Daniel.
And Wei to could have played knight f6 to h5 with f5, but again, right, given the match situation, no need to try to be a hero. Instead, he maneuvers his own knight over to g6. So now the position looking a lot more like an Italian than a Ruy Lopez. In fact, this could be a direct transposition into a certain line of the Italian if Black plays b5 and the bishop drops back, for example, to c2, which is not unlikely. Wei could also rely on the d6, d5 pawn break. A very flexible positioning here of Black's pieces, and ultimately he's going to have to make a decision in the center. So I think he's deciding between b5, d5, and maybe some sort of slower move like h6 or bishop to d7.
And meanwhile, for White, it is all about trying to get that central break d4 in to create your own piece activity, get that knight from f1 to the g3 square. The bishop usually falls back and create some sort of a complex tensed position in the center. Let's zoom out while this one develops. It's going to be a slow fight in this one. It's going to take its time. All pieces and pawns are still on the board. And this is our bird's eye view. Action is on all the boards. And I know one board that, Daniel, you're not going to be too happy to see, that top right. Guess what? We have another London. Is London becoming a mainstream opening now?
Listen, it's a beautiful city. I love the city of London. I don't love the opening that's named after it, unless there's a Jabava report affixed before it. So Pavel, he's being solid. It is definitely a mainstream opening, especially after the World Championships, Tanya. And for the longest time, it's had this reputation as a very popular opening amongst beginners and intermediate players, but it couldn't be called mainstream at the top level. I think that is changing, and the opening has gotten very theoretical, right? You don't play it anymore to avoid theory. There's a lot of stuff to know for both sides. So let's have a look and see if Pavel Ulyanov is showing anything here in the opening. I really don't think he is. It's not because I bear a grudge against the London, I promise. I'm evaluating the position objectively. I think the women's world champion is handling things very well, challenging the knight on e5. And if Pavel has to take on t7, then there's going to be a mass trade and total equality. He has to try knight df3 here.
That has to be the move for White. The more pieces that get traded off with a vengeance pawn already on c5, the nice central control that she's gotten, Black is going to be absolutely fine after knight f3. There are ideas that you need to watch out for. Well, knight h5, can there be a potential sacrifice on h7? Can there be moves like knight g5? And things could get super duper messy with that kind of play. Knight f3 is what we are expecting, and it is on the board.
And I think we're going to see knight e4, but we could bring up an elsewhere. I think you brought up a very instructive line. Knight h5 is a very common mistake for newer players. It's a common idea. Let's go after this bishop, right? Well, there's bishop takes h7. A Greek gift is standard fare in the London system, and it's a Greek gift on steroids because you don't actually sacrifice anything. King h6 runs into a discovery. King g8 runs into queen takes h5, and white has an extra pawn and a devastating attack. So Jun, obviously not touching this with a 12-foot pole. As we refresh the live board, she has decided to expand on the queen side. And I think Pavel might be doing the same thing on the other side of the board. Let's go.
We might be seeing that. Well, Wenjin on the queen side, Pavel with h4 will make his intentions very clear. Get that h-pawn, the g-pawn rolling. And who knows, we could have a messy London. We keep referring to the World Championship because Ding Liren won a fantastic game with the white pieces after shocking us all, employing, in fact, the London system for the first time ever in the World Championship. And we've been seeing the London so many times in these faster speed formats. But I have to say, Wenjin, it's pretty clear that she's showing a lot of confidence in the way she's handling this against the top board of the Norway Gnomes. Now, Pavel slowing down. He's taking a think. Let's just zoom out for a moment because action is on all the boards in the Pro Chess League. Every player counts. Every board matters. And let's just do a bird's eye view. Well, the top left, again, lots to play for. The position is even, but such an asymmetrical pawn structure. And once again, it's a game for all three results. The other game that catches my eye is the bottom left board with Nino against Zhu Yi. And this also feels like Nino should be happy out of the opening with the black pieces. It is quite a thematic standard line that she's played and pretty much gotten everything that you want with black.
Yeah, we've got a mainline 4-knight Scotch. We have had quite a few 4-knight Scotches thus far. We haven't looked as carefully at those games because they tend to be on the quieter side, but this one has some promise, and I think Zhu Yi isn't really playing this opening to draw the game necessarily, right? You can play the 4-knight Scotch for a win, but he's definitely erring on the side of being solid. He's just played knight to d4. Objectively, I think the position is equal, but Nino has to be very careful about how she defends c6. Don't go c5 and walk into the fork. I wouldn't go queen c7 because of the prospect of bishop f4. Even though black can play bishop d6, I wouldn't set that potential tactic up. Don't take on b2. That is not a fair trade. I think the only move here that keeps all of black's trumps alive is rook b8 to b6, but it's not an easy move to play. And practically, Tanya, I really like white's position. I think white's got the initiative in the center. Rook can come to e1, knight can come to f5, but Nino staying on top and finding rook b6.
Wow. Nino has been playing some very accurate moves, and I think the results of her game haven't been reflective of the quality that she's been bringing in. That move bishop c1 against Wei Yi in the first game, such a difficult defensive move to find, and she does it again with rook to b6. But Daniel, in this format, in the regular season earlier in Pro Chess League, we have seen Nino struggle a bit. She's played 4 games so far for her team, and she scored half a point. Elham has making his debut today for the Norway Gnomes. Now, it's so important for these players to score simply because it's single elimination. There's no margin for error. And right now, with a 6-2 score, Nino has to make sure that she holds this game with the black pieces. Rook b6 is the first move in the right direction.
In terms of match strategy, Nino I think should be okay with a draw, so she shouldn't force things if the game is headed in that direction. Obviously, if you have a choice between an equal endgame and a complex position, given the match situation, there's really no decision here. So rook a to e1 played, and I think this is a great example of that. Nino could make a nondescript developing move like bishop d7, or she could try to expand in the center with c5 and orchestrate some tension in the position, maybe even grab the pawn on b2 later on. I would go c5, and I would make that decision pretty quickly to put some heat on white's clock here, Tanya.
This is amazing. C5 definitely asks a lot of questions. Well, you're speaking of decisions, and some big decisions have been taken on the other boards. So, Daniel, we'll zoom out for this for a moment because this one is still heating up. And take a look on that top right fire that we have on with Wenjin against Pavel. We were talking about the H-pawn marching down the board. Pavel chooses the G-pawn. Gary, the G-pawn, has arrived on G5. Wenjin still with the space on the queen side. But this looks like white h4, h5, breaking into g6. Who would have thought that the London could get so exciting?
Crazy. And Pavel doing exactly what he has to do. But another game I want to visit briefly, a tactical blunder, unfortunately, committed by Elham Abdul Rauf, who has just simply blundered a pawn to a very... So if we could take a quick look at that game, and then perhaps we can go back to Pavel's game and watch that double-edged battle unfold. Elham, bad Queen's Gambit decline. They got a common pawn structure with these pawns on e3, f4, and e5. And Elham carries out the typical plan. Bishop f3 meets with f6. Looks like a great move, Tanya, because f6 runs into queen takes e3 check. But no, bishop takes d5 check.
Wow.
And right out of the clear blue sky, after cd knight takes d5, the queen cannot maintain contact with the c5 knight, and black actually loses 2 pawns there. Elham is forced to move his king here. Bad news for black. He's got to be careful not to get blown out here.
That was such a cool tactic, because once the knight would have arrived to d5 and we can just mark the squares, it also controls the queen coming on to c7. So no contact with the knight. That would have meant 2 pawns up. But this looks like big oversight by Elham, and it's so difficult. This tightrope of playing fast and trying to be as accurate. That's why we see these big misses happen. It's such a grueling, demanding format. Requires speed and accuracy. Bishop e6 played, so Elham now in the back foot here. He's going to try and find play against these central e5 and e3 pawns. That's the big compensation in the position. Shaking his head. He's definitely not happy with how things have turned out. Liu Yiping once more in driving seat.
He's in the driver's seat, although I'm a little bit surprised at bishop c4. I thought he could have taken on f6 there and used tactics to correct his pawn structure. Stands, I think Elham is still very solid. He's down a pawn. Well, I was going to say we're going to see bishop takes c6 and knight e4. Bishop e2, what a strange move, allowing queen g5 here, which Elham misses. And a lot of sloppy moves here for both sides. Queen g5 there, Tanya, would have forked the e-pawn and the h-pawn. Elham's move is okay. He's going to win the pawn back. Bishop e2 was a terrible move by white. He should have just traded everything and maybe even just made the draw. Now, suddenly, I think the table is because once he loses e5, e3 might be next.
Yeah. It is about these 2 pawns, right? And I don't for white to actually defend the e5 pawn. The knight on c5 controls the e4 square, so there's no queen e4. You played the move knight e4. That makes a lot of sense. You can't pick up the e5 pawn now because the c5 knight is hanging. Well, at least for the time being, white keeps the central pawns safe. So knight e4, the only way to keep the central pawns alive.
Yeah, that's a great move. And Liu Yiping realizing that he's got to be precise here. Likeliest draw, high probability of a lot of trades here. Rooks can knight, and Elham, again, just like Nino, he shouldn't try to force it. Obviously, when you're in a deficit like this, the players of the white pieces are ultimately the ones who are expected to deliver. But Elham trying to keep the tension with knight d7. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, though, because Pavel's game continues to heat up. Sharper and sharper the position gets. Man, Tanya, mouth-watering display here on all boards.
On all boards. I mean, look at that bottom left board as well. There's so much action. And the top right, as you're pointing out. And oh my God, knight g2 on the top left. What we have got to run to that board. We've got to see Wei Yi against Pranav. Wei Yi coming in with knight g2. The eval bar hates it, but we love it because this is such a practical decision.
What's stressful for the players is the best for the commentators and the fans. We already know there's an inverse relationship. In that sense, knight takes g2. The knight sacrificing itself to shatter white's king position. Pranav has nothing to think about. Take that knight, man. You've got nothing else to do. I think he's trying to figure out Wei Yi's follow-up. I think that follow-up is f5, f4, Tanya, opening up the bishop. The queen has direct access to the king side. Take that eval bar and toss it in the trash can, because practically white's position is going to be very, very hard to play.
This is amazing stuff. We saw Wei Yi sacrificing his knight in the previous game, knight to f5 to open up the king. Now he once again sacrifices the knight on g2 to open up white's king. The queen will land on h4, hitting that pawn on f2. The f pawn will start marching down the board. And notice that bishop on c8 suddenly opening up, assisting that queen on h4 to hit that h3 pawns. So many threats on the board. And like you say, the eval bar absolutely deceptive here. This is a nightmare to play with the white pieces. And you can see it on Pranav's face. Wei Yi, how does he play like this, Daniel? He is an absolute beast at creating these ideas.
He wants to end the match. But if we examine why the eval bar gives such a good assessment for white, it's because of one move. It's literally a nightmare. You've got to bring your knight from e2 up to g3. And it's a natural move on the surface, but it looks like it fails to f4. If we could bring up an analysis board very quickly, because we are going to see a move here shortly. After knight g3, f4, it looks like you're getting mated, but it turns out knight takes e4. Black will deliver the check on h3. The king calmly drops back to h1. The line continues, takes the knight. Now, for some reason, white has to take on e4 with the rook. I have no idea why. And after queen takes f2, still looks like you're getting mated. But queen f3 somehow holds all of the key mating squares together. And in the resulting position, white finally starts to consolidate the extra piece. So this is what stands, Tanya, between Pranav and a defense of the attack. He also has less than 3 minutes on the clock. This is going to be massive if he finds these moves.
Well, he might through the process of elimination, right? Queen f2 is a big threat on the board. It's either knight g3 or rook f1, the only two moves that actually stop the threat physically. But then after rook f1, you would be terrified of the move f4 coming in. It just looks like with that bishop h3 and f3 ideas, this will look like game over. And I think even though the line that you pointed out is hard to find, through this process of eliminating rook f1, Pranav will be able to play the move knight g3. He has to make sure that he takes that decision in time. He's down to just 2 minutes on the clock, and the critical decisions are just starting, and rook f1 on the board. And that is a mistake. Daniel, f4.
F4. He got in his own head. I think Pranav is just in that negative mindset where you already trust your opponent. F4 is on the board. Knight g1 is his idea, but oh, what a tactic. Bishop h3 and f3 ends the game. This is insane.
Oh my god.
Wow.
And that's a two-piece sacrifice by Wei Yi.
Incredible.
Is this one of the best games of the Pro Chess League?
This is absolutely gorgeous. He's giving everything away. And the bishop doesn't even need to participate in the attack. All you need is the knight and the queen, Tanya. What's the idea? As Pranav is realizing after knight h3, the idea is to play f3 check. Deflection. What are you deflecting? You're deflecting the knight from the h2 square. Why are you doing that? To be able to deliver the check on g2, separating the king and the other knight, Tanya. King h2, rook takes f3 is game over. It's checkmate 7 ways to Sunday. 7 ways to Friday, I guess. No, it's Thursday.
Or 7 ways to the semifinals, it might be. This is just amazing stuff by Wei Yi. Bishop h3 on the board. What a shocker. And as you're pointing at, Daniel, your attacking skills with f3, immediately spotting this idea. This is insane stuff. You're playing out all the mates that are happening on the board, and you can see it on both these players. Wei Yi is realizing it. He's on the brink to victory in this one. For Pranav with the white pieces, the position has fallen apart in 20 moves.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Knight g2, bishop h3, a double piece sacrifice, taking the victory. I'm telling you, that game against Bruzon Batista in 2015, that's when we knew what Wei Yi is capable of.
It's crazy how quickly he played bishop h3. That was out of a cannonball. It's like he was playing a hyperbolic game. That is how confident he is at his attacking skills. This game is over. Pranav is sort of in this process of accepting the inevitable with 30 seconds on the clock. Even if he did have a defense here, it would be virtually impossible to find. You really cannot blame him for failing to consolidate there, particularly given the previous round and how upset he was to start the game. This one's over in just a couple of moves. Knight h3, f3 is on the board. Dropping the king back does not help. You get lobster pincer mated on g2 or f2. So Wei Yi playing out the line. Rook takes f3. And I think knight g1, rook f2 might in fact be the end of the game. Okay, that's basically resignation.
Gives up the queen.
That's it.
Yes. It's just delaying the inevitable. Gives up the queen, but there isn't much. Knight f2, knight g4 is coming in next. The rook will come to f8. The attack still continues. White has got no development, no compensation. Black doesn't even need that bishop on a7. And just 10 seconds on the clock. Knight g4 is a big threat with a mate coming in on h2, queen g3, queen h2.
That's it. 1 second, Pranav, I think. We'll let his time run out.
It's mate knight g4, queen g3. That's game over.
Call.
That's checkmate.
That's it. And that's a point for the Shanghai Tigers. 1 step closer to winning this match in blowout fashion.
Unbelievable. So far, it really has been a one-sided match. You can see the pain on Pranav right now. It all started with that mouse slip, and now Wei Yi with a brilliancy in this one. 2 minor piece sacrifices gets the point for the Norway Gnomes. But the good news gets the point for the Shanghai Tigers. The good news for Norway Gnomes is that top right board. Pavel Elyanov has found his rhythm in this one against the Women World Champion Zhu Wenchin. He's dominating. Compare that white knight on e5. E5. If anyone can push this position, it's got to be the Norway Gnomes. It's got to be Pavel Elyanov and that bottom right board. For Elham, it looks like he's stabilized.
He's stabilized, but given the result in Wei Yi's game, that's a great result for Liu Yiping. He just has to hold things together, make sure he doesn't blunder the E pawn or the B pawn. Elham very tricky in the end game, so that's likely to end in a draw. Nino is slightly worse. So Pavel, I mean, at this point, he literally has to win, but it's actually not a simple conversion. As beautiful as the knight looks, let's zoom into that game. It's actually hard to make progress here, and with 1 minute on the clock, Pavel has a weakness on g5, which means the queen is kind of stuck in place. The b file is hard to get a hold of. I'm actually not convinced that, from a practical perspective, this is even close to winning.
Yeah, and you're talking about these points, and I just want to get my queen on e5 so I can start threatening the mate on g7 at some point. But where do you move that knight from e5? You can't fall back to g4, you can't fall back to f3, you can't fall back to d3. Black does control all the squares, and it's really a beautiful looking piece, but it kind of comes in the way of White's attack. You're pointing out, how does White actually continue the momentum? Everything looks beautiful, but where is the finish here? Rook b8 is a move that you're mentioning, and I'm trying to figure out, where do you break? You never want to play f3. You might have to trade on b7. How do you continue with this position? How do you land that queen on e5? That's the dream.
And I'm not sure why Ju Yinjun took as much time as she did. Every second is golden here. And right now, she just has to tread water. Queen e8, queen e7, queen e8. And look up at your opponent and say, hey, how are you going to make progress? That's what you're talking about. Pavel might have to play f3 just out of necessity. You cannot draw this game. The match might be over then and there because Liu Yiping isn't losing, and Nino Batsiashvili is actually on the defensive side. So Pavel going to try to gain some time. The last thing you want to do if you're Ju Yinjun is burn all of your clock on waiting moves. Just go back and forth. Force yourself to play fast, and she's not doing it. She's taking a lot of time. That might make it difficult, Tanya, to handle the situation when things get tactical, and they will.
100%, but the move f3, right? It is so scary to play because you're literally lighting the matchstick there, and there's no way home from there. Bringing on the fuel, you open up that bishop on d5, and you know that it can go either way. Queen c7, a nice move. Look at the amount of pieces on that b8 h2 diagonal. So really lining up everything, but black needs to be careful to keep that queen on c7 defended. Otherwise, a tactic like knight g6 could come on the board. A move like rook b8 or rook b3 would be so irresponsible by black in these positions. So you still need to be careful about knight jumps.
Great point, Tanya. So keep this rook on b7. I would shuttle the other rook around between b3 and b2. I don't see a single idea here. Pavel has to try something. And literally the only pawn move available legally is f3. The question is, when do you play it? I would play it now. And he does.
Oh my God.
It's a great practical attempt. We might get an endgame, Tanya. Knight f3, and the king can actually make its way along the dark squares to e5. This could get dangerous for black if Ju Yinjun fails to keep her composure. The knight can later come back on e5. There's some sacks on g6, so still a little bit of juice left to be squeezed in this position.
100%, and you don't want to trade that bishop for the knight because then the e6 pawn is a super weakness. Rook a2, not an accurate move. Now white can start fighting for the b5, and perhaps Ju Yinjun will have to come back with the rook, or do you start marching with your king to e5?
I think she might have missed it after rook b1. There's a trade, and black plays rook f2. White could sack the knight and checkmate on f6. Pavel misses it, though. Knight e5 is a good practical move. This is still very much playable. I don't like rook a2 at all.
So rook a4, you're sacrificing the pawn so you can get control of the b line, because then rook b1 and you can't fight for this. And that's it, rook b1. Your rook comes to b8. That will be absolute disaster. What is going on after rook b1?
Rook b3. She wants rook b3, but she missed rook a1 there, which was winning the game. This is also great. Ju Yinjun losing her mind here a little bit. And now rook a1 gets control of the a file. Black is suddenly collapsing on all fronts.
Now we see the Evalbar is doing a little bit of a dance, but Pavel keeping it precise. He does play the move rook to a1, a check. The king has to be tied down to h8 because you can't give up the h7 pawn. And now look at this move, king e5. That is amazing.
And
you
suddenly,
don't even care about a discovered check anymore.
And the other boards are looking good as well. Elham is actually taken over in his game. He might win as well. Pavel is going to win now, almost for sure. This is over. Elham has an extra pawn in a knight endgame. The only piece of bad news, Nino failed to win that position, so that's a draw. It's currently 1.5-1/2, but both remaining boards look like surefire wins for the Shanghai Tigers. It's official. Nino Batsiashvili is drawn. Let's go to Liu Yiping's game against Elham, who is about to strike and give the Norway Gnomes a serious chance at a miracle comeback.
That would be one, right? Because if they win 2.5, 1.5, they do keep their hopes alive then. They will go into the final game with needing a big victory, but not by an unachievable margin. And as you mentioned, both boards are almost there. Let's jump into the Elham board. It looks like it is getting closer to victory there. Meanwhile, Pavel Alyanov. Whoa!
What did he just do?
What just happened? Did he
gave
just
up his
blunder
queenside
before?
pawns. He's still probably winning, though. I think practically this is still winning. White apparently has to find king c3. You can't take this pawn. That would be suicidal because you give up e3 and g2, and then h3 falls. So apparently White can draw this with some sort of sequence of engine moves. Now he's got to find g4 to fix Black's pawns, but he's got the time to do it, and he's finding it.
And he does it. So precise. Well, that was, I think king c3 was a brilliant move. g4, you make it because you need to defend the g2 pawn. And eventually your king will, if king f3, then you can start giving a check with knight e5, knight f7, start targeting those kingside pawns with the white knight. And this means that Yiping is back in the game. After g4, it's not easy for Black to convert this, and he's down to 12 seconds.
There was no need to give up the queenside pawns. Knight f6 and knight g8 is going to chop off the h-pawn. Then the game is a draw immediately. Elham, don't flag here because you lose the match. 1 second.
Make a move.
Oh,
Oof.
close. Knight f6 now.
And you, knight f6, king g3, knight g8. You go after the kingside pawns, and they'll all be traded. And eventually, White will get the move king d4, hitting that knight on e3 and winning that c4 pawn.
It's a dead
We're
draw.
seeing this being played out. Just after knight g4, do not trade the knights. You simply go knight f7.
Or you can start with king d4, king f4, knight f7. The one thing you want to avoid is...
And Elham, look at, he's so mad at
can't
himself
believe
right
it.
now.
Yep. That's it. Knight f7. Immediate draw. And that was unaffordable for the Norway Gnomes, who will have force around 4 tie, but they will need a 4-0 victory to force a tie now. King takes c3. And the game is over. It's a draw.
Yeah, and you just sacrifice your knight, and Black has insufficient material, and that is it. Wow, Yiping survives that, and that means that Pavel Alyanov's victory against Juventus was so critical, but this round 3 ends in a tie, but that's too little too late for the Norway Gnomes.
Yeah, I mean, good job forcing round 4, stabilizing things, but once again, the Norway Gnomes are going to be kicking themselves because Pranav, he got mated by Wei Yi. That was a huge victory. That is why your top board always has to play for a win. Wei Yi with a huge victory. All they need, Tanya, is one draw. A single draw puts the Shanghai Tigers through to the next round.
This is not stability. This just feels like delaying the inevitable, extending the torture here. In the next one, Shanghai Tigers needs half a point. With Wei Yi, with Ju Wenjun, with Zhu Yi and Liu Yiping, where do the Norway Gnomes find a way to beat them 4-0? And also, we've seen Pavel struggle in this match so far. Nino Batsashvili with just half a point out of 3. Daniel Naroditsky, it's going to take more than a miracle for the Gnomes to come back.
It will take divine intervention, Tanya Sajdev. It will take it will take the craziest round in PCL history for the Norway Gnomes, and that only forces tie breaks. So if you're the Gnomes, listen, have fun. You got nothing to lose. Go crazy. Play your sharpest opening. Literally, you need to look at this positively as a fun experience, as hard as it is to do that. But again, let's call a spade a spade. This match is as close as it can be to being over. Only divine intervention will help the Norway Gnomes here.
Yeah, they need that fairy tale ending for this one, but I think it will probably be the end of the fairy tale for the Gnomes with the kind of performance that we have been seeing by the Shanghai Tigers. We are going to have a final round. There will be round 4 coming up, but the Tigers need only half a point on these 4 boards. We will be back with the action on the other side of this break.
So I first learned about Il Cafe through my buddy Aaron. He was like, hey, me and a group of fellas meet at this cafe downtown on Sundays, and we play chess there. It'd be really cool if you could stop by and hang out with us and, you know, just feel the vibe. And so I showed up, and it was a nice vibe. I was like, yo, Il Cafe is pretty ill.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
I do like positional styled games. I may try to keep it positional, but I can also change gears. And I think that's very important in terms of, anyone trying to develop their chess game. If you do find, style of play that you enjoy, that's good, but you could also try to sharpen it by implementing, another form of, into your bag, as we would call it, right?
Welcome back, everyone, to the quarterfinals of the Pro Chess League. We've had a fantastic season so far, and we've had some fantastic play by the very best in the world so far. Take a look at the highest win percentages that the players have shown, and there is a certain Wei Yi with 80%. He has been on fire today, but leading that at 90%. No surprises there. Hikaru Nakamura, but also let's point out that the biggest upset of the Pro Chess League season was in the first match of the Gotham Knights, with Josephine Heinemann taking down Hikaru Nakamura, but he has been unstoppable since then. Magnus Carlsen's team, the Chess Bros, have been knocked out, but look at that score that he had with an 87% win. Daniel, that has been a lot of decisive chess we've seen.
So many incredible individual performances. Tanya Hikaru losing to Heinemann and then winning 10 other games. He hasn't given up a single other draw. That is absolutely incredible. It cannot be overstated how much of an effect a good performance by Board 1 has on the success of your team. And obviously, Wei Yi is currently playing for the Shanghai Tigers. He is putting through another solid performance, not giving up a loss, refusing to lose that game against Delham. And that is really when things went from bad to worse for the Norway Gnomes, who need a 4-0 victory to force overtime.
We saw Hikaru there at the top of the table with the highest win percentage with just one loss in his very first game of the Pro Chess League. And once again, he's been on fire ever since, winning 10 games. And Wei Yi on that list as well with 12 wins out of 15 games. Phenomenal performance there. Fabi was on the list as well, and we're going to see a Fabi versus Hikaru matchup later today after this match. Right now, it is all about the Shanghai Tigers needing just half a point to get business done to make their way over to the semifinals. Norway Gnomes, it looks like they're staring at the end of the road, the end of the tunnel for them, but they need a miracle to come back on this one. And Daniel, if you take a look at the scores the players have had, you can see on the Norway Gnome side, on the right side of this, that nobody so far from the Gnomes has really managed to deliver on that team.
Nobody over 50%. That tells you all that you need to know. Pavel Ulyanov making it to 50% with that on-demand victory against Ju and June, but things have gone south for Pranav, who won his first game, and then losing two very disappointing games. That mouse slip in round 2, and of course Elham in his first PCL performance, playing great chess, right? He was defeating Wei Yi. He was winning his last game. That really was a game that he wants to have back, and he's got to push all of that aside. Right now, the Norway Gnomes have only one assignment, and that is to do their best in this final round to go all in. You don't even have to look at the board of your teammates, right? Because you know that no matter how they do, you need to win your game. Every single thing has to go right for them. Let's watch. This is going to be really, really fun.
It's going to be really fun. It's going to be really tough for the Norway Gnomes. And again, a 50% score is just not in at the top board, carrying the team, but Wei Yi has been such a great performer. Not just the result, not just the scoreline, but the kind of chess that we've been seeing by him. That last game for me was one of the best games that we've seen in the Pro Chess League so far. Against Pranav with the black pieces, finishing it off in under 25 moves with 2 minor piece sacrifices, just going for the king. Some amazing stuff there. And final evenly matched round where it will be Wei Yi against Pavel. That is a youth versus experience match there. And what are you expecting out of that one, Daniel?
Well, obviously, each and every player on the Gnomes has to play a sharp opening. So I'm expecting Pavel to play a Wei Yi-like opening, maybe a G6, you know, maybe some, even a Nimzo Indian, but anything but something overly symmetrical like a Queen's Gambit accepted. Obviously, avoid forced draw lines like the plague. Of course, there's only so much you can do because the players on the Tigers super well prepared. Wei Yi super well prepared. So first and foremost, you need a playable position out of the opening, but don't go d4, a5, right? You also don't want a lost position. You want to strike that balance between getting an unbalanced position, but still getting yourself concrete chances to win the game, because Wei Yi is not going to let you go if you play something overly offbeat.
It's such a clash of styles on this board one as well. We see Pavel Ulyanov. It hasn't been a great day so far for him, but he can turn it around if he manages to win this one against Wei Yi. But Wei Yi has been on fire. And we were talking about a clash of generations here. Wei Yi is just 23 years old, and it's easy to forget how young he is simply because of how impressive he's been in the early years of his career. Once again, Grandmaster at 13, broke the 2700 barrier when he was just 15, taking that record from Magnus Carlsen, becoming the youngest player ever to do that. And today, he has really delivered for his team.
I'm expecting a Caro-Kann. My coach would always say that 1e4 is the better move to play if you want a draw, because there are more forcing lines within e4 openings. Pavel is a Caro-Kann player, but he's also played the Sicilian. He played the Taimanov against me a couple of years ago. So let's see what he chooses. It is indeed a Caro-Kann, and the Caro-Kann is as good of an opening as any. It almost by force gets an unbalanced position, no matter how solidly you play. If you want to play the most solid line, Tanya, then you go d4 and you take on d5. Yeah, so Wei Yi is going to play a pawn-off attack, which does contain some forced draw variations, particularly if black brings the other knight out. So Pavel might want to play an early e6 here to get at least some play.
It's amazing. You've just been calling out. You just called out the Caro-Kann from happening in this board. Daniel, you need to go buy a lottery ticket today as soon as possible. That was an insane call. We did see a Caro-Kann on the board. Now, the thing is, right, given the Norway Gnome situation, I think for Ulyanov, it's great that he's playing a player like Wei Yi. Wei Yi in the regular season, out of 15 games, had no draws. He won 12 games and he lost 3. And that's just his style of play. We've seen that today as well. So we can definitely expect chaos, and that's exactly what Eliano wants with black to try and score.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're choosing between a hurricane, a tornado, and a tsunami, but you're absolutely right. If there is a super GM that you want to play, it's not someone like, I don't know, Anish Giri or someone on the solid side. Wei Yi is going to play for a win every game. That's just his style, and it's a well-known, very true cliche that the best way to secure a draw on demand is, in fact, to play for a win. So we have an IQP that is the most common structure, which arises out of the pawn-off attack. This is going to be a combative game, and Pavel, very experienced in this type of position. But Tanya, the bad news, even though these positions are sharp on the surface, there still are a lot of pathways to get a quick draw. If white pushes d5, there could be a lot of piece trades. So I'm a little bit pessimistic. Let's see if Pavel can at least get out to a combative position here in the next couple of moves. He might play b6 here.
You want to put your bishop on this long diagonal. You want to develop that to b7. The light squared bishop doesn't have so much of a future where it is right now. That makes a lot of sense. You've got to start putting pressure on the d4 pawn. Now, the move d5 that you mentioned, where Yi would play that if he was getting something out of it. But his style of play just seems to kind of hint at the fact that he wants to keep more pieces on the board. So after a move like b6, perhaps just take out that bishop on c1, continue with development either to f4 or to g5. And I would be surprised to see d5 on the board, but we might. If he just needs a draw for his team, why not just simplify, finish the match right here?
Definitely knight c6 could be met with d5. b6, d5, there's always the capture on c3, which you have to be careful about. That leads to what is called the hanging pawn structure. It's almost like rather than one isolated pawn, you have two of them on an island on c3 and d4. The downside of taking on c3, particularly if white's bishop gets to g5, is that you suffer on the dark squares. And Pavel sinking in a bunch of time here, trying to figure out the best setup to get himself winning chances. He does, in fact, play b6. Good call, us. And queen e2 instantly by Wei Yi, trying to get that time advantage.
And he puts the rook on d1 to defend d4. So that makes a lot of sense. The white knight can jump on e5. d5, when and if it comes on the board with this rook on d1, will be that much more powerful. Knight e5, bishop g5. You can see Wei Yi trying to get the kind of middle game that he likes.
Yeah, no, this is great decision-making by Wei Yi, not wasting unnecessary time. And Pavel, he normally, even in a classical game, would be thinking this long. He literally is fighting two enemies. He's fighting Wei Yi, and he's fighting the draw monster, trying to figure out, can white play d5 against my move? Maybe h6, maybe some bishop takes c3 just to get an imbalance. But again, Tanya, the problem is you're playing at 2700, so getting an unbalanced position is just the start of it. You actually have to win the game.
Absolutely. And even with the black pieces, it's so hard to imagine getting the kind of position where you've got chances. But again, where he will not go for lines that just simplify the position. It's just not his style of play. He's always hungry for the wins. So even given the math situation, I'm going to say this, Daniel, that Wei Yi is ambitious. He's going to play this out till the end. He's not going to try and trade off the pieces.
No.
That's just not what he does. And I'm expecting in this position, once black makes the move, for Wei Yi to either put that knight on e5 or develop that light squared bishop and just keep all the tension on the board. I am a little surprised with the amount of time that Pavel has taken to reach this moment.
Pavel has to wake up here. It's 11 moves, and he's got 6.5 minutes. I mean, this is already not looking great. I think the biggest decision that he's trying to make is between taking on c3 and developing the knight. The issue is that he's already 3 minutes behind on the clock. Wei Yi is so good in the opponent's time pressure. We saw what he did with Pranav. When Pranav dipped to 2 seconds, this is exactly what Wei Yi is going to do. Knight b7, ultimately, his decision. But Tanya, great call you. d5 is on the board. The moment he got the chance to do it, he plays it. And white's actually on the better side of what's going to be a very drawish position. This is already looking really bad.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with the rook on d1, d5 comes with so much more power because you'll end up pinning that knight on d7. There will be a lot of trades here. We'll see how this one develops. But of course, the other board's super important for the Norway Gnomes to create their chances. The Shanghai Tigers need half a point on any of these positions, and they're through to the semifinals. And looking all around, especially that top right board, Vengeance against Pranav. It looks like it's not going to be a tough task for the Tigers.
What is going on with Pranav? How did he get those ruined pawns on e6 and e5? He is already in mortal danger here. And a disaster. He made a big positional blunder just a couple of moves ago. Let's go to that game. Forget Pavel Ulyanov, who's got to win a completely dry position. Pranav is borderline lost here positionally. He's given up that bishop on e6. That bishop was replaced by a pawn, Tanya. His structure is ruined. His whole position is in shambles right now.
Absolutely. And I think for Pranav, it's been hard since round 2. Since that mouse slip moment, he started the day on such a high, winning a game, but then it all went down after that move King H2. Just a mouse slip that blundered the game has been hard for him. He's been fighting it mentally, psychologically, and it looks like these are the outcomes of that moment. Bishop e3 played, Queen c7. You've been pointing out the pawn structure. Activate that bishop, get the rook onto d1. It's white who's playing for everything. I love this idea of queen c4. How is black going to even try to defend e6? You have to fall back with the knight on f8, but that would only allow white to jump on with the knight to c5.
Exactly, and Pranav on a bit of tilt there. He missed a good opportunity to stabilize the game when Jun played c3. He had that intermezzo, knight c5. Could have at least tried to prevent white's bishop from coming out to e3 and restricting black's minor pieces even further. Very classic plan here is to play h4 and bishop h3. I think Jun is going to do that fast. First, she's going to put a rook in the center. White's position is so easy to play. The moves basically make themselves here. She's known h4, bishop h3 type plans since she was 3 years old. And I think we're going to see h3, maybe knight d2 to c4. White is in total luxury here.
Speaking of 3 years, she is also the 3 times reigning women world champion. Ju Wenjun is an absolute monster. She has been such a big player for the Shanghai Tigers. She beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the regular season. And that was a phenomenal performance. So far, she scored 8 out of a possible 50 today's game. So she's been a heavy hitter for the team. And today on board too, she's held her own. She's had a fantastic score, over 50%. And now here we see completely in control. She will be fighting in July to retain her world championship title, but she has been absolutely on fire in this format this season.
She has survived and thrived in the highest pressure situations, Tanya. Imagine that experience level and having someone like that on gym who has literally played and won a world championship match. It doesn't get any more nerve-wracking than that. This is cake compared to sitting in front of tens of thousands of fans and players and playing for the ultimate chess title. What a luxury for the Shanghai Tigers to have Ju Wenjun and Wei Yi and incredibly solid IMs and GMs to round off boards 3 and 4. This is just such a dreadful team to face.
Absolutely. And she's also a former world rapid champion. And that just goes on to show how strong she is in these formats. She's unstoppable in these shorter time controls. And that's the kind of chess, regardless of who she's playing, she's hungry for those wins. Knight d2 played. That knight is headed to c4 once again to try to vacate that square for that queen, so that from c4 you can target the e6 pawn. You were mentioning that ideas like h4, Wenjun sees them in her sleep, and that's exactly what we're seeing happening with the bishop arriving on h3. This is going to be a big trouble for Pranav. B5, desperation?
Yeah, desperation. It's not too early to say that word, Tanya, because his position is collapsing. Ju Wenjun's going to go bishop h3. And I think she will play pawn c4, saying, you want to dance on the queen side? Let's dance on the queen side because you don't have the firepower to keep things up here. c4 is going to cut into black's space advantage on the queen side. Then the pawn could drive up to c5. If you have a trade on a4, the a file is going to open. Black is worse everywhere. This is just, I mean, the eval bar is giving +3. That is not an exaggeration. It really is that bad for black.
Yeah, this looks like Wenjun will be the one who will take this point, but there's work to be done because there are still a lot of pieces and pawns on the board. It's still too early to call a result, but this is a dream position for the women world champion. We will zoom out from this because at least on one board, I can see that the gnomes have a dream position, and that is the bottom right board. And as I was saying it, I do see the eval bar come down. Now the last move, bishop e3 that was played, I think this just comes in the way of white building an attack on the H line and gives black time to actually consolidate the position, finish development. Meanwhile, bottom left board, we see Elham hasn't managed to create too much, although he does have a nice knight on d5, but it's perhaps not enough to try to push for a win.
Yeah, he's got a slight advantage. I would say he's got some chances there. But you hit the nail on the head. Nino does have exactly the kind of position you want in a must-win situation. Unfortunately, on the top left, the game is moving in the direction we predicted. It's a dead drawn endgame. For Pavel Ulyanov to win that position, I mean, a miracle would be understating it. But let's have a closer look at Nino Batsiashvili, who is in the midst of playing a really nice attacking game against Liu Yupeng, who is in big trouble here tactically. I mean, it's another IQP structure. And look at Nino's pieces and how well coordinated they are. There's knight takes f7, sacrifices in the air. Black is super passive. Liu Yupeng is walking on hot coals here.
And Black has an extra pawn, but White's the one with all the piece activity here, building that attack. And that's often the theme when you're playing with an isolated queen's pawn, that you kind of don't care about material, but you care about your opponent's king. And as you're pointing out, the queen has not only left the pin on the C line, but doubled up on the E line, threatening a sacrifice on f7, defending that, an important move, bishop f8. Now, White cannot trade these bishops because that would really take the fuel out of the attack. Bishop g5, as you were pointing out, has been played, pinning that knight, and now you can still imagine a lot of tactical ideas, continuing with rook f3, attacking that knight on f6 and building more pressure.
Yeah, and the queen can do something similar. Having done its job on e2, it can swing over to f4. There was a beautiful mating line a couple of moves ago. You pointed out that knight takes f7 was a threat. If we could pull up an analysis board just for the sake of entertainment, if Black had ignored the threats and played a random move such as a6, look at this line. Knight takes f7, king f7. Now, bishop e6 is made in 2. But why sack the bishop? That's not even a sacrifice. When you can sack the queen, look at this mating pattern. The 2 bishop crisscross mate would have been a very nice way to conclude this game. Unfortunately, Liu Yupeng was not born on May 10th, 2023. He knew it was coming, and that is why he dropped his bishop back to f8. He is not about to be on the receiving end of this brilliancy, Tanya. He's holding on.
I don't know how you do this. You just create all these mating ideas out of nowhere. Love to see it, but definitely Liu Yupeng was aware of all these threats and he keeps things under control. By the way, rook f3 on the board, and if Alvar did not exactly approve of that move, we were talking about this. White does put the pressure on f6, but this did allow the light squared bishop to get activated, and which means that the most important piece in the attack for White, the knight on e5, has been traded off for the bishop, and that definitely takes the poison out of the attack.
Absolutely. Good way to put it, Tanya. This is also looking bad for the Gnomes. Not only will they not go 4-0 here, it looks like they might actually get blown out in this round as well. And the Tigers aren't going to end this with a whimper. They will end this with a roar. Without the knight centralized on e5, White has no anchor. The pressure on f6 is annoying, but it's not working out tactically. Queen e5 will always run into, I was going to say, a move like knight g4, maybe even knight f6 to d5, centralizing that. Back to d7 is a very sloppy move.
Whoa,
She's just allowed queen f4. That was a really bad move by Liu Yupeng. Now queen f4 creates massive problems, forces f6, and rook takes e6, going to pick up a pawn there.
Wow, your queen is hanging, the pawn on f7 is hanging, f6 just weakens everything. Nino Batsiashvili is again better in this position, and now some direct threats. What is he thinking about? I actually don't see another move. Queen a5? Wait, queen f7?
Whoa,
what is that?
Queen f7, king h8. He's forking
the rook on
e1.
And
the bishop.
Okay, so that's actually very tricky. Queen f7, king h8, and you might not have a good way to defend both these pieces.
I think rook takes e6 might work out there. It's very important that your bishop on c4 can drop back to f1.
Can you go queen f7 and just take on e6?
Let's take a closer look with the analysis board. Queen f7, rook e6. Now, queen e1 check is a very pretty move, but it doesn't work. Bishop drops back later. If rook takes c6, Tanya, don't take with the bishop. Take with the queen. No, it's working out for White. Queen g5, queen d7, and White is simply 2 pawns up. And again, queen c1 always meets with bishop f1. Game is not over here after rook d8, but White's borderline winning, I think. Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for Black here. Queen a5 on the board. Nino is going to have to work out these complications. And queen takes f7 has to be played. She has to realize, first of all, that there is no back rank mate on e1. And second of all, that rook takes e6 hits the knight on d7. So Nino continuing to ponder her moves. All right, I think I'm back online here.
Yes.
Tanya, go ahead.
Yes. I hear you now, Daniel, and wow, Queen A5, so that's super tricky with what you were showing, and Queen F7, and Nino there, she slows down on that bottom right screen, she's taking her time. There are all these ideas of picking up on F7, picking up that pawn on E6, she needs to calculate her way, but this is brute calculation. This is the moment. Nino cannot slip this. She needs to do this for her team. Big moment for Norway Gnomes, and she finds it, Queen F7 on the board, she finds it.
It's over because Wei Yi has drawn his game against Pavel Ulyanov. Sorry to be the party pooper here, but the match is over. The match is over. And Wei Yi has held.
And rook E6 as well.
Has held his position against Pavel Ulyanov. That wasn't even close for the Ukrainian Grandmaster. And all the Shanghai Tigers needed was a draw, and they got it. Just a moment here.
And we do see that Pavel Ulyanov, where he has ended in a draw on that top left, which means that the Shanghai Tigers have won their match. They needed only half a point. And with that win, they go over to the semifinals. It is indeed the end of the road for the Norway Gnomes, and now it's just about fighting as much as they can on these three other boards. We see bottom right, Nino Batsashvili in driver's seat. She has found all the tactics. Brilliant blow there on the bottom left as well. Elham Abdulrauf again. Yi has the better position. Not only the space on the king side, but that bishop on c6 is an absolute monster. Pinning that knight on d7, all the pieces playing super actively there. And Wenjun holding her own against Pranav. But Pranav has, the worst is over for Pranav. But it just looks like for the Norway Gnomes, well, the worst has just started, because regardless of what happens on these three boards, they are out of the Pro Chess League.
Yeah, and obviously the match is over, Tanya, but the individual performances are not. You want to end on a strong note. This is great experience for these players, but we didn't invent a storyline where there was not a 4-0 victory against the Tigers. It's impossible. It's just not possible. I mean, Wei Yi is just such a solid player with white. Pavel did what he could. Ultimately, as I said before, when the board one scores 50% or under, we'll do a little statistical analysis before the next match, but I'm pretty sure that the success rate of those teams is almost at 0, and we can swing over to Shu Yi's game against Elham.
Yeah, wow. And it looks like white has got an extra pawn and all the compensation here as well. Your rooks are more active in this position. You've got this majority on the king side, can try and create more play. But once again, it's just too little and too late for the Gnomes, Daniel. And as you pointed out, with the kind of performance that we've been seeing by all the boards, every single board, top to bottom, where do you strike? How do you score a 4-0? Things started going wrong for Gnomes. From round 1, and it only got worse in round 2.
Yeah, it was a blowout victory, and that 3-1 victory in round 1. We always sometimes have the feeling that there's a certain determinism, in the way in which these matches go, but the reality is that there isn't, right? Things could have gone differently. It could have been 2-2 in round 1. Elham could have won that game against Wei Yi, Tanya. So it's important not to get into the habit of thinking that things were meant to be this way. One result could have caused this match to go down a very different road.
It was as well as what happened with Ulyanov. And now if we just take a look at what is happening on that bot right, it does look like Nino is really trying to create her chances. That D pawn will start marching down the board. But again, time is of the essence here, as a black will block that pawn from queen a3, keep everything under control. It is opposite color bishop, and white has an extra pawn. I do not think it will be enough with the material. White has to create chances against black's king. You have to try to deliver mate here. That's the only way to win the game. Put that bishop on c4, hit that queen, take control of the squares. Yeah. Wow. And the action continues. Bishop c4 on the board by Nino. She hits that queen, so she is trying to give a mate. She can now line up the battery on the a2 g8 diagonal. Queen d5, that's what she's eyeing. Things are getting super tricky for Lu Yiping there on the bottom right board. He's trying to run away with that king to h6, but it looks like white's the one in driver's seat right now. And this game as well is where the gnomes do indeed have their chances. And Daniel is facing some technical difficulties. We will be back with him shortly. But until then, Chad, it looks like Elham not happy with his position currently. Rook g1 played. He's defended that g4 pawn, but an extra pawn on the board. And it looks like this will be a difficult position for Black to defend. The good news for the Tiger fans is that Wei Yi has already drawn his game, which means that the Tigers do indeed go on into the semifinals. But let's bring up our bird's eye view and get an overall look while Daniel tries to fix up everything, and he will be joining us soon. And here we see on that top right board, Wenjun against Pranav. That looks like a queenless position. And this is when I miss Daniel the most, because I'm sure he would come up with some attack, with some mating ideas in this position. You're back.
We lost voice connection. I am back. And unfortunately, the Norway Gnomes, there's no coming back because they have already lost the match. But for Elham, this would be a meaningful win, right? There's always next season. And in these moments, that's what you have to tell yourself. You're making a statement to your team captain, to your team manager, that I belong on this team and I want to be in next year's roster. So Elham doing a great job here thus far of converting this rook endgame. He's a pawn ahead. He's got the king cut off, Tanya, along the e-file. And I think he should just bring his king up, maybe start advancing the queenside pawns. This should be winning with best play.
I'm still thinking about Wei Yi's performance today. Daniel, you know, when it mattered, he went for the attack. He kept things imbalanced. He gave all those sacrifices, all the brilliancies of the day. And then when he knew that the team needed only a draw to go into the semifinals, he had such a professional approach with the white pieces, kept things under control, gave no chances at all to Pavel, and then took his team to the finish line. Now the other players just play without any tension at all. They've done what needed to be done, and we do see the games continue. And I'm also very excited to look at the Nino board if we just zoom out for a moment. This is going to be a long grind by Elham. He's going to try to push for a full point. It is all about, well, doing the max you can given the math situation. So while Elham tries to push in that, with this extra pawn and play on the light squares, how much is that with the opposite color bishops?
Yeah, it's a funny narrative that's starting to unfold. Imagine if the Gnomes win on the rest of the three boards, Tanya. It would be a 3.5 victory. That would be particularly painful. Nino has an extra pawn here in an opposite colored bishop endgame, but I am pessimistic. About her winning chances, because how does she make progress, Tanya? What does she do here? There's no mate. There is queen takes h5 check.
You asked
queen
the question, she answers it.
It was a blunder by Yiping. He moved his king back. Now queen takes h5 is an unstoppable threat, because if you move your king back, there's bishop takes g6. It's
unbelievable. There's a big threat on the board. Queen h5 is coming in with that pin. The black king has to move, but where do you move? If you move the king, you lose the g6 pawn.
I can't hear time.
This is on, and he decides to go with a4, a check on h5. Nino Batsishvili is winning this game against Lu Yiping, but again, it might be too little, it might be too late. Bishop h6 was the only way to continue. He had to block that check, otherwise would end up losing the g6 pawn as well. Now all hopes for black are on this a4 pawn, but that queen is coming on to f7, queen f7, bishop g6. White doesn't care about that pawn queening. You're going for checkmate. I'm loving this action that's happening. Queen f7, and then finally the h4 pawn will join the attack with h5. Delivering a killer blow. And look at that little move, bishop b1, just making sure there's never any a2. I still think queen f7 had to be played.
Yeah, bishop b1 was good prophylaxis, because she does have a minute, but she still has to make progress without blundering this d5 pawn away. She plays queen e4, ganging up on the g6 pawn. Now she might be threatening h5, Tanya, but these opposite colored bishop endgames are so hard to win. Even when you're up a pawn, up 2 pawns, you need to deliver with accuracy. I think she should go g4, g5, and focus on creating a pass pawn on the king side.
Again, Daniel, she had that moment to put that queen on f7 in the same position. I wish we had seen that on the board, but it's still a difficult ask for black to hold this. She trades this, but she believes with the 4 versus 1, they should be winning on the king side. And as our chat is saying, Nino, you got this. It does look like this will be the silver lining for the gnomes on this board. 4 versus 1 and an opposite color bishop. The pawns can start advancing. The king can come onto the center of the board. It's too much. With just 2 extra pawns, it's easier. But with 3 extra pawns, I think this is an easy win for white. With 2 extra pawns,
It is.
black can still hold.
Yeah, king g4 now, and then h5, and you've got 3 extra pawns on the king side. Tanya, you're exactly right. With 2 pawns, black in a position his bishop such that you give the bishop away for white's 2 remaining pawns. Now the game is over. Elham has also won his game, so all of the games are ending here at the same time. Jun and Pranav have drawn their game. Not that that matters. It is likely to be a 3-1 victory once Nino wins her match. So silver lining is right. A great round for the gnomes. They did their best. It's just not going to be quite enough. The deficit was just too large.
Well, there's another silver lining for the gnomes, that they will walk away with $7,500 for their performance at the Pro Chess League. But winning 3-1, again, it's a big margin, Daniel, but it's too little. And it comes at a point when it doesn't matter. And we see bishop d2. This is not a holdable position. The pawns are marching down the board. You don't want to maybe make a move like 8-7, because then black can actually block with the bishop on b2, and that will end in a draw. So take it a bit slow with that. The king marching down to g8, and then the h-pawn will go down. She chooses another path with king h5, wants to get g6 in. Just defending that 8-6
That's a great
pawn.
winning plan too. Yeah, king g8 and h7 would have been winning as well, giving up the g-pawn. And a great point, Tanya, for newer players, particularly in opposite-colored bishop endgames. The way that you screw it up is you push 1 pawn too far forward and you give away control of the dark squares, which black occupies in uncontested fashion. So you want the pawns to be close together so that you can break the blockade with the pawns defending each other. g6 and g7 is going to work, even if black puts the bishop on c3. Yipping is going to resign, but he's undoubtedly been made aware that his team has won the match. So a great effort by the gnomes. Nino Batsiashvili doing her part, but it just wasn't quite enough. It's Wei Yi who was definitely the MVP of the match, along with Jun.
What a performance it's been for the Shanghai Tigers today. They pretty much had the match wrapped up after round 3, needing just half a point, and that's a miracle that you need. And there we have it. Nino ends the day on a high, but it's not enough for her team. She wins a brilliant game against Liu Yiping, but it is the end of the road for the Norway Gnomes. The Shanghai Tigers go through to the semifinals, and Daniel, they were clearly the better team today. There was no fight.
There was no fight. They were such a well-built team. As we look at the final score, it is 9-7. It is deceptively close, and the individual scores tell you all that you need to know. Wei Yi with 3 out of 4, Jun with 2.5 out of 4. She did her part, and wasn't the best day for Shu Yi, but he did what he needed to do. He made the draws at the right moment. I mean, they just have no weaknesses. Every board is incredible. They're going to be so hard to take down.
And that's the full story, as you point out, right? Every board has been such a big performer, including that last 4th board with international master Liu Yiping with an over 50% score, 2.5 out of 4, some big wins. And he lost the final game with Nino, but he had done all that needed to be done for his team so far. A brilliant day for Shanghai Tigers. Well, so far, they've only lost 1 match in the Pro Chess League, and it has been against the Gotham Knights. And while it is the end of the road for the Norway Gnomes, it's not end of the chess action, because we do have another super big match coming up. We see the Shanghai Tigers have made their way into the semifinals. One more team, in fact, will make their way into the semis, as the Bishops, the St. Louis Archbishops, headed by none other than Fabiano Caruana, take on the Gotham Knights, which is being headed by Hikaru Nakamura. What a fantastic match that's going to be, Daniel.
My goodness, Tanya. Hikaru Nakamura is already streaming. He is getting ready for his match. He will need to deliver once again. A very poor performance by Hikaru in the regular season of the PCL. He seems to be losing game after game after game. He merely has 10 wins and 1 loss. But Fabiano Caruana, he saved his best for the end of the Pro Chess League regular season. So did the St. Louis Archbishops in general. They were down 2-0. I can't keep repeating, Tanya, it's crazy. They were 0-2. They're in the playoffs, but they have their toughest trial yet as they face a Gotham Knights team that just seems to be unbeatable when Hikaru is playing well.
Just amazing stuff coming up. And as you mentioned, Hikaru's been playing well. He's been having a fantastic run the whole of last year. He won the Chessable Masters of the CCT. He's unstoppable in the title Tuesday. We saw his phenomenal performance in the American Cup, but Fabiano Caruana as well, right? With the performance of the World Rapid and also leading currently the Grand Chess Tour in Romania. He goes into the second half of the tournament with a half-point lead. He's looking unstoppable currently, and it's not just the top board, Daniel. We are also going to see Alice Lee in action today. I'm super excited about that.
Man, I'll be on the road watching that match, but I'll be keeping my eyes on the road, but also on the match. It's going to be unmissable action. Archbishops and Gotham Knights, unstoppable force, immovable object. However you want to describe it and compare it, Tanya, it's going to be an amazing match. But so was this one. It was a real pleasure to cover this first match. Amazing action and just such high-level chess by the Shanghai Tigers. It's a pleasure to watch such good chess being played. Wei Yi definitely is the MVP.
Undoubtedly, I think all the players have reasons to celebrate. And while this one, chat, was a one-sided affair, it was a blowout by the Tigers, completely knocking out the Gnomes. But for us, for now, this is all. Stick around, and after a short break, Daniel Ranch and James Canty will be here to bring you the next quarterfinal match. Big action as the Bishops take on the Knight. Hikaru will be there. Fabiano Caruana will be there. Alice Lee will be there. You don't want to miss this. Stay on course for now, and we leave you with the best moments from the Tigers win. See you soon. Nino resigns. This is game over. It is.
The Norway Gnomes need a miracle. They're not going to get one. Elham is unfortunately going to lose his first PCL game.
On the board.
Resigns. Pavel can resign here, and he will resign. He'll let his clock run out. That's it. It's 3-0, and Shanghai's board 4 has defeated Norway's board 1.
Elham looking super confident. I don't know if you saw, but he did a little dance there, a little bobbing of his head. He knows that this is so close.
Black could go bishop h3 here and trade. Oh, he now slipped! No way!
Woo! Unbelievable.
Oh, what a tactic! Bishop h3 and f3 ends the game. This is insane.
Is this one of the best games of the Pro Chess League?
And that's a point for the Shanghai Tigers. One step closer to winning this match in blowout fashion.
Whoa! Whoa!
What did he just do?
What just happened? Did he
Gave
just
up his
blunder
queenside
before?
pawns.
Speaking of 3 years, she is also the 3 times reigning women world champion. Ju Wenjun is an absolute monster.
It's over because Wei Yi has drawn his game against Pavel Ulyanov. Sorry to be the party pooper here, but the match is over.
This year saw the return of the Pro Chess League. And thank goodness, chat, so good to have you back, PCL.
The St. Louis Archbishops returning to the Pro Chess League playoffs.
Let's go! With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The quarterfinals of the Pro Chess League playoffs have finally arrived.
The Muslim wins it. We win. Oh my God.
The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion?
Yes! And Buddy game that he
We're
won.
going to the
and in the game
playoffs.
that he had.
And a tiebreaker.
We are live with the second Pro Chess League quarterfinal matchup of the day. If you've been with us, welcome back to our next set of games. With me, the one and only James Candy, International Master Danny Wrench. Canty, you pumped?
I'm pumped, bro. We here. It's Knights versus Bishops, chat. Knights versus Bishops, literally now, Dan. Literally.
It's an existential conversation we're going to have here with Gotham versus St. Louis, Knights versus Bishop. But let's quickly remind everybody of what just happened in the matchup that took place. All you need to know is that the gnomes have been sent back to their garden, Canty.
Wow, you know what? Sent back to the garden. That's a funny one. Danny didn't do that one in rehearsal, so that's a funny one. Okay, they got caught me off guard there. They're saying the Tigers definitely ate up those gnomes there, of course, as they gnawed all over the gnomes there in the garden, and they made it through. They're a very scary team among many.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I see the Tigers as the favorite, regardless of who moves on with the Blitz and the Yogis. Shout out to those teams who've worked very hard to get there. And of course, I could be wrong, but man, those Tigers looked ferocious, Canty, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens in that semifinal matchup. But we got another quarterfinal right here, right now. It's the Gotham Knights versus the St. Louis Archbishops. As you said, Canty, Knights versus Bishops. Pick your flavor, pick your matchup that you're most excited to see, too.
That's exactly right. Do you guys have Knights or you got Bishops? Chat, put it in the chat. Do you like Knights or do you like Bishops? Well, of course, one is going to be a winner, and if something is going to be decided today, Danny, that's for sure.
Yeah, you know, again, we're going to have a million Knights versus Bishops jokes. I think we all favored the Bishop here until Alpha Zero came along and threw things out the window. I see a lot of Gotham fans in the YouTube chat, if I'm honest. I wonder if that has anything to do with the man Levy Rosman. But Canty, you know, this is a matchup where you could pick your stars, right? You've got Hikaru Nakamura. You've got Fabiano Caruana on the other side, the top two Americans. Of course, St. Louis sticking on that side has Alice Lee. I don't even know what to say, but let's bring up the round by round lineups and the board pairings, because I think right at the top, Canny, want to get your thoughts. You have Hikaru versus Alice Lee, the rising star. Your thoughts on what she needs to do to maybe mix things up and pull an upset.
In fact, the first thing is she has to use a Hikaru here and go into the mind of your opponent here. And what I mean by that is literally don't care. What she's been doing already. She's been doing a very good job, actually just keeping the pressure off by just playing her game. And you can see whatever she's eating, whoever is coaching her, it's working. She beat the big GMs before. She's done it. She's been in the seat. Of course, Hikaru is half man, half everything else. And the other half we don't know yet. But at the same time, Alice needs to just do her thing, play her game, and hope for the best.
I like what you said, the Hikaru phrase, literally don't care. As we look at Alice Lee here, I'm not sure she literally doesn't care. We know that she feels the pressure because every win she gets, every opportunity she has against a top player, she tends to deliver, which makes her expect that she should be able to deliver in those moments. So, you know, even though it's a board 4 versus board 1 matchup, she gets the white pieces. We know that she's deeply prepared, working hard. I can't wait to see what happens there. I want to quickly draw attention to another matchup there. No, there we have Alice on camera, and we see her already leaning in, getting her game face on, Canty.
Yeah, that's scary.
Again, I think you made a good point, right? You gotta relax into the pressure. I know that's a weird thing. You know that you're facing Hikaru, so there really isn't any pressure on you, but who knows? This result you could pull off might be something that helps push your Bishops into the semifinals when all is said and done today. So we'll see what she's able to do. Quickly, I want to mention that another matchup in this first set of games we should be looking out for is the Big Fish versus Nicholas Theodoro. That matchup, I know we talk about this because the day goes on and all you tend to remember are the last set of games, Canny, but that matchup is one I circled. Whoever gets the better of Fedoseev versus Theodoro may end up being a result that we talk about at the end of the day.
Absolutely. I actually believe that too as well. I mean, that's a mix-up, a toss-up. In fact, Fedosey and Hikaru on the same team is very strong. It's scary because
Yeah.
both of them fighting each other is always a bloodbath there. Even in the last few Title Tuesdays, Fedosey was able to get the best of Hikaru. So it's very interesting. I mean, it's very strong there. But Theodoro having that rating anywhere between 3K to
Yep.
3,100. I mean, really hanging up there with Hikaru, right? So having him on board 2 or 3 actually is going to be very, very scary for everybody else too as well. That's a
I
wild
love
card.
that point because, dude, I love that point because even though it's Blitz, Theodoro getting 3,100, people say it's Blitz. Well, if it was that easy, you'd see more names than Carlson, Nakamura, Danya Naroditsky, Theodoro. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do, and it shows the talent of Nicholas Theodoro. But okay, we have a lot of talent on this board here. We have Hikaru Nakamura. Look at that camera too, the fair play cam. I love to see it. We get to see another view of the man because he's streaming.
That's right. And he played a Dutch here. Wow. Going for the Dutch.
Hikaru played a Dutch.
Playing quick.
Hikaru was actually black in this game, everyone. Just FYI. And he's playing a Dutch with Annie playing quickly, like she expects the Dutch.
I know,
Annie,
right?
Look at the C5 idea.
Yeah, this one now. Wow, he played Ricky, bro. He's just moving. It's just everything instant. Most of this is theory too, as well. B3 move. Actually, Hikaru had a game where he played actually 94. Believe it or not, I actually remember looking at this from Hikaru, just studying his games. 94 was the move he played, but he actually chose Rookie A here. So I'm actually very interested in what he does here. He actually won that game very cleanly with 94 and playing Bishop takes A1 and took the exchange. But it's different. Wow, he's just instantly moving. Can you breathe, bro? Breathe, Hikaru, for a second.
The game is moving fast here, which shows that both Alice Lee was prepared. So you got to love that storyline, right? She came ready to go against the man Nakamura. But Hikaru also, he blinks for nobody, right? He's like, you know what I'm going to play, and I'm going to play it, and I know it better than you, and I like my Dutch. Although I like this D5 idea for those looking for the more advanced chess ideas. White opens the light squares for that bishop on G2, right? Maybe you're going to gobble up that bishop on E6, Canny, and have some long-term light square advantages if you're Alice Lee. So again, Alice Lee is indeed white in this position. Go ahead, Canny.
Absolutely. Of course, I mean, after 96 is definitely a move here. You also have Bishop C8. This is something that you play in these situations, and you play 94. I mean, of course, one of the greatest players to play the Dutch is actually, of course, Hikaru Nakamura, if you guys don't know. So you can look at the Dutch. This is the Leningrad Dutch is what he's a fan of. Usually you have classical and other Dutches. But the Leningrad is more a positional one. You do have some aggression there and there, but Queen E7, stuff like that happens too as well. So
Well, we see as we bounced out to our bird's eye view, the second board is also getting underway. Nicholas Theodoro playing the white pieces versus Vladimir Fedoseev there. And we have an English, a ready, whatever you want to call it. Pick your nomenclature for that opening move order. And I think we'll head back to Alice Lee versus Hikaru at some point here. Well, we can go wherever you want. Candy, why don't you pick your flavor?
In fact, I'm actually checking. I'm just looking at the Theodoro game. Yeah, there's nothing going on yet. They're still in the starting point of that game. So I'm just going to go back to Hikaru's game. There is a trade on E6. So she does have the bishop pair, Queen B3. I mean, I like the confidence from Alice Lee here. Definitely Queen B3 happened. King H8 now from Hikaru, tucking the king and rolling in the corner there.
Yeah.
Give it 1 point.
But look at the eval bar.
I know, right?
I mean,
1 point advantage. What happened? What they about to do?
Look, I know it's Hikaru, and we will forever suffer from Hikaru bias-itis. It's not an affliction they make a remedy for, because when the guy wins so often, you just expect him to keep doing it. But there's a reason White has an edge there, Canny. It's because of the bishop pair. It's because of the long-term problems that the Dutch gives Black on the light square. So Hikaru is good at these positions, and he's playing quickly, but there's a reason the eval bar likes White, and Alice Lee not in a bad position there to start off for the bishops.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, those bishops, right? Nice versus bishops today, guys, right? So, of course, this is the bishops battle, and she has both the bishops here. It could be very, very annoying and very strong, obviously, if you open up the position. But Hikaru is just a resourceful player. It's very scary. Even when you have an advantage, you don't have it yet. You have to, beat these players, multiple times per game, sometimes 100 times a game. You have to beat Hikaru over and over and over. I mean, look at this advantage.
Well, Hikaru has played 94. If we want to head back to that game, we can pull it up a little bigger here in a moment. You see Alice Lee just traded on E4, and not a bad move. The eval bar still liking White, and here we see them in their element. A comfy couch there behind Alice, Hikaru Nakamura with the well-known neon pineapple sign for those who follow his stream. Okay, bishop h3 wasn't the favorite. Oh, wait a second. We have an exchange sack by Hikaru and Alice Lee. Alice Lee is in the driver's seat here, Canty.
Absolutely, but it takes some real precision. Maybe f4, believe it or not, but precision here because I understand knight f3, king g2. You go queen g4, knight h4 is in there. There are some huge possibilities for a nasty attack. Obviously, of course, the rooks need open files. So yes, this is the only open file you have, and maybe you can try to bully this pawn. But at the same time, you do risk your king being attacked from a ferocious attacker like Hikaru.
Man.
So it is something to it.
If watching your highlights is wrong, I don't want to be right. I love every idea you just pointed out. You got those unwanted in-laws invited for dinner, hopping in on the light squares, knight to f3, queen to h3. This is stuff that Hikaru Nakamura does that gives people nightmares. But I love what you said. The d6 pawn is really the biggest positional weakness for black. If white could somehow play f4, right? If you could take advantage of that knight's temporary pin, maybe you take care of some problems. But if I'm Alice Lee, I'm in one of those spots right now, Canny, where okay, I have a material advantage, but it does not feel safe against Nakamura at all.
Absolutely. In fact, I mean, what you have to do here from Alice is just breathe. Breathe first. Play the board. Don't look at the zoom. Don't look at the name you playing. Just play the position. Because if you start thinking I'm playing Hikaru, he sacked an exchange. Oh, is that a pawn? Wait, how does the knight move again? Right? You just forget all of everything. Right? Everything. So you have to just play your game here. And queen d4 was nice. After queen takes, whoa, what is he going to do after queen d6? Knight f3 or queen h3?
Queen d6. Well, you can't play queen h3 first because the knight hangs with check against the king. So it's got to be a pony move. Hikaru knows how to play with the knights, not just because he plays for the Gotham Knights. But let's say if queen takes d6.
Queen d6, knight f3.
Is there a knight f3 check? King g2?
And I'm chilling. And the engine's like, white's winning, right? Like, what is this?
Yeah, you know what it might be? Can he back up a move? Instead of knight f3 check, it might be the move rook to e8.
Oh, that's
you just
gross.
build up on the position. You defend the knight. Now you're threatening queen h3 with knight f3 coming in. Again, it's a bit of a gamble. And we see chat calling out Alice for being a beast. You are right. For those who, if you somehow didn't know, now you know Alice Beast is capable of great things. And I don't think this will be an aberration when her career is said and done. But still, it's very tricky. She's using her time for a reason.
Check this out, Danny. Like, Alice Lee is a very scary opponent, right? And the reason for it is because you look at her and she's just like the little sweet girl that's not going to do anything. She goes to school, she gets straight A's, like everything. She's the awesome golden child, but she's actually a ferocious killer, right? Ferocious. Yep. Be very scared of who you're looking at right there. That is the future of chess. Be very scared. Be very, very scared indeed.
I think she's really pausing to make sure she hasn't missed a trick. We obviously have the luxury of an analysis board and an eval bar that says white can indeed take d6, as you showed. I'm not the thing that's funny about the position though, Canny, is I'm not sure there's another move. Like you wouldn't play king h1 or king g2 for prophylaxis, right? Because queen comes to f3 with check. So the thing that's nice about her position, sometimes when you have those hands where you kind of have no choice but to play the best card, and that feels like her position here.
She plays king g2. Oh, wow. Really? I mean, I guess she really didn't like to check it, which is obvious. But queen d6, definitely you have to just test the waters there. Play the board, play the position. But okay, king g2. And then what does Hikaru do now? Maybe rook d8, rook e8, queen f3, knight g4. It's still not clear. I mean, white's definitely still for choice.
I know, but I'm liking Hikaru's chances much more. I feel like this is one of those Hikaru moments where the pressure was more, as they say, the threat was more powerful than the execution. And she took the bait, and maybe she'll take the draw, or will she take the pawn the second time around?
Oh no, draw is a win, Danny.
I mean, the draw is a win from a practical point of view.
Yeah, no, like in real life, like if you draw, it actually counts as a win against Hikaru. Only against Hikaru. Only.
So I didn't know that special rule of life.
Yeah, that's a new thing.
That's a new rule. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, what's funny is what will she do here? I'm sure there's a coach watching this or a manager for St. Louis. Shout out to Mike Cummer if he's still the manager of the St. Louis Archbishops. Been around for a while, been doing it. He's like, just take the draw, Alice. Don't mess with Hikaru. Just take the draw. Don't take the pawn.
Right.
You know
what I mean? Right. We win. We draw, we win. That's it. You know what I mean? Like you win, you like, we got the draw. Like, bro, you didn't win. No, we did. Like, that's exactly how it is against Hikaru every time. So, but it's king g2. Hikaru thinking about it. Want to draw?
He's thinking about it. He should. He should, because look, the eval bar is closer to equal, which means there is compensation. I think about rook d8 if I was him, and when your younger opponent is kind of saying that they want to draw, that means, you know what? That means you smell blood in the water. And Hikaru is a great white
Mm.
shark. He's been circling prey for years, and I don't know. I have a feeling we're going to see Rook D8. Hikaru is bantering away. I'm not sure we're going to go to another game, but I do feel like we should back up to the bird's eye view and at least take a
Absolutely.
sneak peek
See what's
at
going on around here.
at all the other games going on. Because let's not forget, Canny, you have another super GM, former challenger for the throne in Fabiano Caruana, taking on Alina over there, board 4 for the Knights. You've got Fedoseev and Theodoro. All these games seem very close to deadlock, and of course, we have Vakitov versus Boke over on the board 3, board 2 battle. So what are your thoughts here?
Well, the Volkigov game with Bach, that's very level. That's probably going to end. And maybe in the draw, I mean, White has the 2 bishops there. So with Gotham Knight. So Volkigov is actually having a great position. I mean, he could just play for whatever. That might be a draw. Peaceful there. Nicholas Theodoro with Fedoseev. That game actually is quite spicy. 3, 4, 5, 3, 6. So there's some pawn tension there. I mean, this is quite wild, but it is in-game wise. In-game wise. Fabi's game probably is the one that has the most life to it. In fact, actually, let's go over there where Alua here actually is playing. I mean, there's some aggression. There's some bishops, but this rook on a3 looks strange, like the knights. Look at Fabi's these knights, as Hikaru says. So the knights look really good over there. There's definitely something in this game here.
Similar to Alice Lee getting white against Hikaru Nakamura, the board 4 for the Knights. Alua Nurmanova gets white against Fabiano Caruana. Not sure how we got here, but we don't have time to back this up for the opening. You got this very, very big grip on the queen side for Fabi's Knights. You got the bishops staring each other down on the h4, d8 diagonal. Something's going to break there. Something's got to give. Shout out to Jack Nicholson's most underrated film. Sorry. Nicholson.
Oh, man. Nicholson, right. Nicholson. Yes, sir. In fact, in this position, whose move is it to? Is Fabi's move? Okay. Oh, is it? No, it's her. Okay, Lua's move. So Lua's move here. Well, what do we do? I want to get f6 in, but obviously he's going to take twice. That doesn't work. I want to. Okay, perfect. We got moves. Takes. And now what? Yeah, this is like.
I look at this funny move, knight d4. Canny, can we throw knight d4? Look at that little spicy action. Look at that. Headed for the c6 square. Taking advantage of the pin for the win.
That's very
nice. Forcing the
like
grip. I like it.
Everything. I know Danny always has some nifty moves, chat. Well, Danny's an aggressive player like myself here, but he plays them in I think he's a smooth aggressive. I'm just like a aggressive, just more aggressive, but it's very smooth. Knight d4 is a smooth move, but it's very aggressive at the same time. That's Danny's style there. Knight c6, very nice. f6, right? Wow.
Wait, was it played? Looks like it was played.
That was on the on the board, Danny.
And Fabi immediately takes a4. Look at those pawns on the a file, doubled but doing it, as I like to say. Look at that. They're holding down the b3 square.
Right.
The knight comes to c6, but I don't think Fabi cares. He just moves the queen and says, "What next?"
What next? Yeah, knight d4, and rook e3, rook g3. There we go. Okay, we got some potential, but it's definitely tough with this rook on a3. I mean, you basically down a piece. Here.
Agreed. And shout out to Gateway from chat calling it out right as Candy says it. The rook on a3 is a rook only a mother could love at this point. What's the future, Junior? You don't got one.
Man.
There is no future. I mean,
there is no future. You have to sack it. That's the only way. This is the way.
Yeah.
This is the only way. Rook takes b3 at some point. Maybe try to win the c4 pawn if possible, like queen e2 or f1.
Well,
take c4.
Candy, we're going to quickly go back to Hikaru because right as I was about to say it, I saw queen f3 check on the board, and it was an instant draw because king g1 was followed by the pre-move of queen f5. Hikaru pre-moves to a draw. The good news is this: even though that was our matchup of the day, we didn't really miss any action because the position we left it was the position the game ended on. But if we take a quick peek there, Alice Lee takes a breath. You got to be happy with the half point against Nakamura, even if she was white and up the exchange there, Canty.
I mean, it's a win. Like, I have some draws with Hikaru, and I have them all framed in my house. Every draw, I have the position just framed behind me, right? So I can see it. Yes, I drew him, right? That's, Alice Lee, absolutely. And that's a win every single time. Alice Lee is feeling like an absolute beast. You better watch out now because she didn't that's your first board? Who's next? Says Alice Lee.
Seriously, if you draw Hikaru, you just set up your day to feel great. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
there's not much better way to start a chess tournament than drawing Nakamura. We got a little
Look at the
instant
walk
replay
away.
there
You
just
know
to
what I
see
mean?
what that final position was. But yeah, this was where it ended. The king to
Beautiful.
G2. If you want to show the last couple moves, just because we're here. Well, we don't need to. It was king G2 and then king G1, and just like that, queen F5, and the final position was, as I said, right where we left it. So, okay, Hikaru kind of analyzing the game over there, must be thinking about where it went wrong. But let's back this thing up because we got some games in progress. We've been following the other board 1 versus board 4 battle in Nurmanova versus Caruana. But I want to go to the one I called out, if you don't mind, Canny. Theodoro with the white pieces versus Fedoseev. Eval bar says it's equal, but that's an evil eval bar because I think that position is a potential blunder away from an eval bar swing. So you see the rook take on c4. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, takes went out, double take on c4 now. Rook to d2. The engine immediately says that's not a move, big fella. Started a new game. It might be a4. Yeah, you actually called it too. Like, oh, but it was not. Yeah, he played bishop d7, which was wrong. I'm actually curious to see what the move was. The move was a4, but also bishop d7. So they both were correct. Weirdly enough, it was just like a quick eval jump that just calibrated after bishop d7. So now it is just an advantage. Somehow,
well, it's
a4,
funny because
which is what we want.
Yeah, it is going to be a position where Fedoseev is pushing for a win. Although time is favoring Theodoro, as we kind of called out. He is very fast, very experienced in these PCL rapid tie, fast formats. Excuse me. I was about to say rapid tie breaks, but we're not there yet. It's funny, Candy, because from a practical point of view, if we backed up, I would bet the best move for White was actually to take the pawn on a5 with the knight and allow after the trade. Instead of that, I bet the best move was to take, but that allows rook c2, and then you're feeling super nervous. And so it's one of those positions where a computer can say it's equal, but a human doesn't want to allow that idea. And this is going to be tricky for White to defend now. Rook and bishop coordinate better in this open board than the rook and knight.
Absolutely. Of course, as the knight is even short on squares. I mean, your only move really is knight a5 or knight a1, which is a move, strangely enough. Knight c2, knight e3. Like, you get this knight around here. It's very strange. And every time you move the knight here in classical games, you have to twist it. That's like rules. Like, you have to twist it. Anytime you put it in the corner, you have to twist
Gary
it.
Kasparov.
You have to, right? But because it's a strange move. But knight a5 also is a thing, and now he goes for the pawn, so he wants to swing around maybe the d2.
No, but it's slipping. Ooh, wait a second. He's trying to force. Is rook e4, knight c1, I guess, holds everything. Interesting. What a crafty move. By the way, if rook takes c5, knight takes c5, and it's White who picks up the a4 pawn. So this is a very crafty little trick from Theodoro. I'm guessing the big fellish. The big fellish. I combined big fella with big fish because I'm looking at the big fella. I got the big fella over here on whatever my dyslexic weatherman finger points to. I got the big fella, and then I got the big fish.
The big fish. Wow, the big fellish. That's very nice, Chad. As you see, both guys are in the zone here calculating what is the time situation. Fedoseev is down about 2 minutes here, and that way is going to count. But Black actually has the better, we should say, like activity to push for more. But he is a blunder away, as we saw, some type of eval swing in the last few moves here. So rook to c5,
I like
though.
some
Black
kind of line that's rook e4 forces knight to c1, and then the black king comes to d6 with tempo on the rook.
Yeah, and
you've got ideas like f5, f4. I mean, best play maybe a draw, but I feel like Fedoseev will. Ooh, he goes for g5 instead. In fact, Canny, look at that outside past h pawn. You're a wizard,
that's an outsider. Hold on. Hey, shout out to Uncle Devereski. Okay, right. We got some outside h pawns here. Pawn takes, and we're going to take this one, and we have a passer. We got a runner, and bishop c6 at some point is going to hold the squares. You have some weaknesses, a passive piece on c1. Black is for choice, definitely in practical chances. Of course, you can hold, but practically speaking, this is definitely some type of initiative for Black.
Yep. Wowzers. Well, if you're just tuning in, everybody, as you can see, the only game in the books was an upset for the Bishops. The draw for board 4, Alice Lee, the rising star she is. She scathes the half point from Hikaru Nakamura. Although, a draw with Black for Hikaru, he knows how dangerous she is. I'm sure he's feeling fresh and funky for the rest of the day. All right, but G5 makes me really like Fedoseev's chances. I think Black's chances are even bigger than the eval bar shows here, everyone. This is a very tough position for White to defend. If we want to head back out to the bird's eye view, though, Canty, because there are 2 other games also going. Yeah, Shout out to Sun Temple. That's right. We got an existential crisis. Everyone's looking at themselves in the mirror and asking, do I prefer knights or prefer bishops? I just don't know. And
right, but my favorite players on this team, but I don't like the bishop. And they
I
just
don't like
like, you know, they
bishops, but
don't understand.
I like Fabiano Caruana.
Oh man, people crying, calling their therapists. It's a real day. It's
But
definitely a
speaking
day.
of Fabiano Caruana, the reason I pulled it back is because that's the other game that looks like it could be close to a result with the top U.S. player and former challenger for the throne back when Carlsen was doing it, Fabiano Caruana in a great position. And look at Nurmanova; she's also way down on the clock.
Way down on the clock is a thing. Of course, you want to use time as a piece as well. Like you can have all the position, everything could be winning. You flag, okay, didn't matter. You got to have your time management, treat it as just as you do your other pieces here. Really, she makes some moves here, and it's already -3. Unfortunately, the time got to her there, was not able to calculate and find the right sequence. You are playing Fabi too as well. Fabi with a huge time edge. Looks like this is just going to be a GG soon.
Fabi with the time edge. Fabi up the exchange. Fabi looking fresh. Fabi needs a haircut. Shout out to Fabi. We're going to talk about that later, buddy. You know, when he had that short buzz going. But he's been letting his soul glow there. Soul grow.
Letting his soul glow, right.
All right. Well, I think Fabi's about to take this one. We can stay here if we want to see the handshake, the proverbial handshake. I don't see any huge. Oh nope! With the board just switched there to a different game.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, there we go. We bird's eye viewing it. We bird's eye doing it right now. We got Vakita. I said Boke. You said Bach. Potato.
Right. Potato. Tomato. Tomato.
Well, it's the only game we haven't looked at if we want to check in on it. Fabi is about to get things done as we see in the lower right. I think the big fish is going to continue to press. So let's just pay off one game we haven't checked off, and that's Vakitov. Oh my God, Rhyme Time taking over me right now versus Boke. No, there's a result in the book there. Fabi does indeed take down Nurmanova. So let's quickly head on over to Vakitov versus Benjamin Bach and see what that position has in store, because it's an interesting one. Eval bar says equal, but there's some potential chances for a blunder. This is a blunderable endgame.
Absolutely. I actually thought this would be a draw a long time ago here, but in fact, he's playing on box time, which is totally, you should play this all the way, especially for the team as well. Now there is a blunder away for really both sides. I mean, the bishop has to stay around both these pawns. You can't actually move it without hanging one of the other pawns. So it's actually interesting. Okay, well now he moves the knight here. It's the bishop. That's a nice move too. Forces bishop g6. Yeah. Wow. It's knights versus bishops. Like, what do you want? I don't know. I might take the knight here.
You got Gotham Knights versus Archbishops. You've got a lot of Knights versus Bishop battles on this one, and the Knight versus Bishop dynamic with the rooks in the Theodoro versus Fedoseev game if you're just tuning in. So lots of fun talking about the Knight versus Bishop dynamic on and off the board today.
Bach definitely getting dangerously low on time. The one thing about Bach is he's incredibly strong in all formats, but he does get low on time, and it's very frequent. That's why he doesn't play as much bullet. He does, but of course he does get in time trouble because he thinks he's a stronger master, absolutely. But he does not actually. He thinks a lot, right? As you can see, he has such a huge time deficit here, but he is holding. And we do get that 2-second increment.
Yeah, indeed, he's holding on. We can kind of see the fair play double camera there in the lower right corner viewing him. Shout out to the team working hard to always be proctoring closely what our peeps are up to. He needs to take some tips from you on that green screen, by the way. Yours is looking flat and fresh and nice. He's got a little wrinkles there. That's not good for the chroma key. I know.
For the chroma key, right, exactly. Yeah, of course, he just dropped a chessable course too as well. Shout out to Bach with his Nimzo Indian. Make sure you guys check that out. Nimzo Indian chessable course from Bach. That's why he's sitting where the green screen is. So yeah, you can just get one off that. This is the Amazon one. Very easy. That says Bach's hair. Yeah, Bach always has a different hairstyle in a way. He's
all right, well, we said this was blunderable, but I think we should go back to the one that did have a blunder. Theodoro and Fedoseev has completely changed, and it's exciting if we can get there because Theodoro is losing, but he's up on the clock. Okay, wait. Did a result happen right as we pull up the board? Indeed, Bishop D5.
Wow.
It's a skewer. And Theodoro goes down on time, man.
Yikes. Yeah, this was getting tough anyway with the rook checks and stuff coming in. I'm curious just what happened in the last few moves.
Yeah, let's see.
That was a tough game. Yeah, it happened right around here. G5, page G5.
He
This is
captured.
where
It's
we
not an
left it.
outside H. Yeah, F3 was just wrong. King D6. Okay. Let's make some moves here. Oh, that's
Wow.
spicy.
He took apart E2, but
Oh, that was a
okay,
little
Theodora
unfair.
was holding his own until that move Rook D3 check.
Yeah,
The
he had
rook,
5 seconds here too.
yeah, the rook has to vacate the third rank every one, and then the F3 pawn falls just to show why King C4 is winning. After you throw in a check for good measure, but the F3 pawn is falling there with the bishop. Actually, even more checks. I'm wrong. It's more than just for good measure. It's actually a really nice way to improve. So that's how the position fell apart. Wow, interesting
Right.
stuff. And this one, it's funny. What's going on here with the irony of it? Fedoseev, board 2 for the knights, dominates the knight dynamic in the bishop versus knight battle here. So I'm gonna question my very existence at the end of this match, but I do know we have a 2-2 tie heading into round 2, Canty.
Wow, 2-2. I mean, hey, the knights versus bishops are still the battle of today, guys. The knights versus the bishops. Who are you going to choose in real chess as well? Do you like the knight or do you like the bishop? You're going to have to show up today, chat. It's still even, 2 versus 2.
Yeah, and we called the upset for Alice Lee. It happened, or we said she was capable, right? We called the Fedoseev versus Theodora battle for being huge. That one goes the knight's way. But okay, Caruana getting it done on board 1 as well for the bishop. So we have a lot of things to get done here today, Canty. The show has only just begun. We are deadlocked. We don't know anything more about these teams than how we started, but we do know that we're going to take a very, very quick break before we head into the next set of games, everyone. So don't go anywhere. It's the Pro Chess League quarterfinals. Our second match of the day continues when we return.
Dude. It's impossible.
The Pro Chess League playoffs continue here. We are in our second matchup of the day. Thanks for being with us alongside James Canty, Danny Wrench right here, and a player named Alice Lee. Canty showed up and delivered as she's been doing all year for the Bishop. She gets the draw against the board one for the Gotham Knights, Hikaru Nakamura. But take us through a little bit of her bio here, Canty, and just talk about the rising star that is Alice Lee.
It says number 2 rated woman in the U.S. 3-time World Youth Gold medalist, right? 2021 FIDE Youth Rapid World Cup winner, second youngest player in PCL 13, right? 4, 5, and 11 in 2023 PCL regular season. And we need to add this, drew Hikaru Nakamura. Like, you put that on any resume for anything. Yeah, I drew Hikaru Nakamura. You did? Wow. Like, you get the job, whatever it is, you know, that you're looking for, you know. So that's amazing there. And of course, she's a force to be reckoned.
3-time gold medalist. That's 3 more than I have. And she's already sitting there ready to roll for the next game. She knows as board 4 that every time she plays, it's kind of out of the frying pan into the fryer, or fire, depending on how that phrase goes. I mess up those phrases from time to time. But the point is, she draws Hikaru, but she's ready for the next fight. Man, has she been impressive. And someone who's been absolutely key for the Bishops as they made it this far in the quarterfinals. Will she help carry them to the semifinals? We're going to find out at the end of the day. On that note, let's bring up the round-by-round lineups and talk about what board, what game 2, right? What boards shift as we head into the second round, Canty. We know how the PCL format works. They roll on. Hikaru Nakamura now takes on Nicholas Theodoro. He gets white. Fedoseev gets Lee. She plays the board 2 out of the frying pan into the fire. Bakidov versus Caruana. OMG, I can't wait for that matchup. And Nurmanova versus Boke. Canty, pick your flavor.
Oh, definitely. I'm following Alice Lee, you know, all day. Like, Alice Lee is just, has so much potential. She's so strong. She's young. And she's, you know, you can tell in the face. She's very stoic, wants to play the board, not the person, right? She just played Hikaru. Great game, got a draw. She didn't play Hikaru. She played the chessboard, 64 squares in front of her. So she's going to do that every single game. So it's very good to see how she does against Fedoseev, who is the number, 2 here. Like, she already drew the number 1. So, like, she's like, hey, let's, bring your best game, Fedoseev. I know you were a big fish, but I'm big Alice Lee.
But she gets black there, so that'll be tough. We're going to obviously follow that one, but we're also going to follow Hikaru Nakamura, as we always do, versus Nicholas Theodoro in this next game. Hikaru gets white, so he'll get a chance to kind of rebound a little bit aggressively. Theodoro, though, is a guy he's thrown down against a lot, right? You think of Title Tuesdays, you think of all the blitz battles. So this will be an interesting one. I think Hikaru is obviously the favorite. When is he not? But I expect Theodoro to make it spicy. It's a fun battle of aggressive styles at times, too, with these two.
Absolutely. Of course, aggressive styles, I'm always a fan to see, right? But Theodoro is, he's just in the element. He needs to bounce back, right? Okay, I have Hikaru, so that's really annoying. Like, I lose a game and then I get Hikaru the next round. Like, it's really hard to bounce back like that. But, of course, you do have to do it. You have to do it for the team here. And, again, try to play the board here. Hikaru is looking to win. He's like, I just had that draw. Honestly, yeah, very strong. And he's looking to get on the board today, too, as well. So, this is interesting.
No rest
we have
for the
games.
weary.
No
rest for the weary when it comes to the Pro Chess League, man. It is
That's
just
right.
like, insert one way to talk about it. Out of the frying pan into the fire. No rest for the weary. The action rolls on. Never a dull moment. And here we have a Nimzo. Will we get a shout out to Benjamin Boke's chessable course, the Nimzo Indian
Come on,
E3
baby.
and P6. Hikaru knows this stuff well. This will be a fun one to see the test and how deep the rabbit hole goes in terms of the theory.
Yeah, this is I remember this theory from a long time ago. Bishop a6, yeah, and you end up taking and you play d5, I think. And bishop takes f1, you allow king takes, you play g3, king g2, black plays c5. Like, it's all active play, very active. Yeah, takes, d5. Yeah, correct. Takes, bishop takes f1, takes, g3, king g2. Like, and then we just have an easy game or whatever. It's just gonna be a slow one. It might be a slow one here, but let's see what happens here. Definitely.
The only thing for Hikaru is you have to be. You're doing a great job highlighting how deep that theory goes, but also some of those lines lead to really direct force variations, which can get very drawish, right? So you have to be a little careful. Those Nimzo lines have been played. Okay, and we already see a more tensionful. Is tensionful a position?
I like that. That's new.
More tensionful position is going to develop
in the lessons.
With B3 and C5. Hanging pawns, here we come.
All right, hanging pawns, here we come. The hanging pawn structure. These are tough, too, because usually, they always say keep the tension. But, of course, that's sharp. That's sharp, baby boy. That is some sharp stuff. Wow.
Take c5, take
All right, over
c4.
here.
One of those moments where there's so many captures on the board, I'm glad I'm not playing. I just get to, you know, get to call out a
Ravioli.
featured chat if I ever get
There we
bored.
go.
Let's go Knights.
Let's go Knights, right? Let's go Knights. Chat, who do you have? We got the epic battle of the year, of the century. Knights versus Bishops. Which one do you choose? Put it in the chat, of course. We want to know. Who do you want? Knights
The
or
chess
Bishops?
universe, really. I mean,
The
it's
chess
funny. I
universe.
think if you poll people, more people prefer Knights as their favorite piece, quote unquote. But
Right.
push come to shove, you end up favoring the bishop in a lot of exchanges if you're real honest with yourself. I mean, let's be
That
real.
is.
So
Exactly. To be very honest, you got to understand when the board opens up, most times it does. When it does, it favors those
That's right.
bishops. So, of course, we do have two bishops here where bishop b2 is going to be a thing, but he's thinking about what he wants to do, and he takes on d8. Takes on d8. We have more of a quiet one.
yeah, there's so many
Great.
moves here. Okay, the eval bar slightly favors white. I admit I don't know the theory well enough to know the best move here. I mean, taking b6 is obviously an option. I don't think you really want to take back on c4. Is b4 an option? In a weird way, white has the bishop pair, so long term, dark square bishops will belong to white as long as it stays this way. But
Wow.
But
This is
Hikaru really
interesting.
taking his time. You know, this is not one that he wants to slip. Back to my point, Candy, that some of these Nimzos can get very forcing. And so
Yes.
before you know it, even if you're the stronger player, the position doesn't have enough to push. So Hikaru
Yeah.
taking his time here for good reason, everybody. He wants to get a position where he has the potential to keep playing.
And that is, he's trying to figure out the best way through, obviously, calculating variations. Okay, so he takes here. I thought this one was cool too, but I mean, you had other options: b4, b5. Like, how do you want to do it? If he takes c5, he could actually take on b3. Weirdly enough, and this is what I didn't like. Maybe he takes on ace. No, but then this is weird. This pawn is very annoying on b3. He could take on b3. Very possible. I was trying to get some b7 in there, but that really doesn't work. He just takes. Bishop takes a6,
exactly.
b7, rook b8. So like, there's nothing.
Yeah, no big deal.
Nothing.
MBD, which is French for not going to matter. I mean, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's.
Exactly.
All right. Well, this game does matter. It definitely will matter, but let's back up because there are three others that matter as well. You see, as we said, Fedoseev with the white pieces against Alice Lee. She just got that draw against Hikaru Nakamura. If you're tuning in, where have you been? Caruana Vakitov over there as well in the lower left, and then Benjamin Bach versus Alua Nurmanova. You know, we love checking in with some Alice Lee over there.
Man,
Probably,
you know, hey, you gotta tell me twice. You gotta tell me twice.
Don't tell me twice. Although sometimes I look at these positions and I don't know the theory, and you know,
I'm actually trying to figure out what was this opening. Let's actually just start from the beginning real quick. What was it? Petrov. Wow. Okay. All right. Petrov. Hey, very solid. She's with the solid route. Very solid. C4 all theory.
In the position we can see on the board, the knight is on e4 here in our bird's eye view, and as Kenny said, that was a Petrov that got them there. We'll pull it up big time here for you in just a minute. But as we're looking at it there, it's still just almost deadlocked. And yeah, it's nothing has changed. As I said, something's got to give. Shout out to Greg Kinnear and Helen Hunt.
And here she plays queen d7, allowing queen takes b7 to happen. But if you do that, you might as well hit the button when you do it. That's the resign button. After rook e to b8, the queen is absolutely trapped, believe it or not. Craziness. This is actually pretty. I mean, I like it for both sides. Bishop h3 actually might be a real thing if she really feeling aggressive here. And you got the queen coming in and queen h2 at some point. Rook e6 to g6. Woof. Heat. Yeah, he felt the heat there. Bishop f1. Definitely understand that. It's like, yeah, you don't have to do this to me on national television. All of us watching. That would have got bad very fast. Very fast.
He backs up, and she's once again in a great position out of the start. We will say that regardless of where the results may go, she came well prepared against Hikaru. For those of you who missed it, she blitzed out that prep against Hikaru's Dutch. Was no thing for her. And once again, in a very equal and playable position with the black pieces against Fedoseev. Just amazing. Amazing chess right now from Alice Lee. Yeah, that b7 pawn is poison. We can show the kids at home that a rook goes to b8, and yeah, you can't take right now because white played bishop f1, but if that queen takes, a rook goes to b8, and Bob's your uncle there.
Bobby's your uncle. You want Bob to be your uncle.
Queen has no squares, so
that's it. Run it back. Your live position.
What is Alice going to do now? Ooh, she plays
a5. Is a5. The a4. That's what she wants. You got to develop this knight. Like, have to develop.
Dude, she just knows these positions so well.
Yes, it's very impressive.
She plays chess strongly here against these top GMs with no fear.
No fear. That's
I
why
dig
it's
it.
scary. Like you can look at it, and there's no fear in her face whatsoever. She's just reading the
Yep.
board. Calculate, make a move. Read
Yep.
the board, calculate, make a move.
I wish there was someone who really understood how important calculation was on this caster
I wonder
duo.
calculation. Wow,
Yeah.
I had never had.
I
Just
wonder if
learned
you
that
should
one.
favor calculation over, anything else.
Maybe it's over everything. It could be a thing. Maybe it could be calculation over everything. Chat.
That's right.
Over
Have you checked out Canny's merch? Shout out to Canny's merch. Go check it out. Get
Put it in the
yourself a
chat right
hat
now.
that he's wearing right there.
Yeah, put it in the
Flex
chat right
the
now.
swag at your next
I
tournament.
mean, let's decide. Ooh, we. Of course,
Okay,
we got
knight to
thousands of orders
c3
across the globe.
played.
Shout out to y'all. Okay, knight c3. Knight takes, pawn takes, b. Yeah, we got bishop
Yeah, and
takes,
that bishop
pawn takes, and c4.
has. It's interesting because it almost feels like she overextended a teeny bit because after knight c3, now you've got this this tension coming to d5. White's going to play like rook e to c1 next, and if you take on c3, as you said, the pawn will take, the bishop has to retreat, and then that b7 pawn is backward on that open file, whether the queen can take it right away or not. So a little bit of an edge now. It happens, as we always joke, pawns can't go backward, right? And so they're
That's
the
right.
one thing at a high level you can really start to focus on as what is dictating the plan. And that b7 pawn, even if it was poisoned at first, watch out for it to be a weakness in Alice Lee's camp as this game goes on.
e7 pawn. Gotta be very, very careful about this. We have rook a to c8. I mean, I still like her position. It's very solid. It's like, okay, white has some trumps, but also black. You have a nice knight on e4. We have the pinning of the knight here. You have an isolated pawn. I have an isolated pawn. We have an isolated a. I have an isolated a. Like, it's just even. It's very even, very strong, very impressive, right? And of course, they say, at the high level, they say win with the white pieces and draw with black right now. Of course, so what did Bobby say? He was like, yeah, it changed for me when I was, I could play for a win with black. It's when he started playing like King's India and stuff. But it is good to understand, like, you don't always have to just go aggressive here. That's one thing I had to learn. You don't always have to like try to crush them every game. Because these guys, are especially as good as Fedoseev is, you won't be able to do that. So you have to play some chess here, in fact. H6, very nice improving move. Some love for the king, maybe bishop h7.
Agreed, Town. Population us. But let's back up to the bird's eye view. Our population goes from 1 game to 4 games when we do so. And I want to check on that Bach game versus Nurmanova because somehow a pawn fell on h3 for white, but the computer says it's good. It's good for the man competing for the bishops. White has an interesting edge there with the knight on e4 because the f pawn is also gone for black. So interesting one. Yeah, let's head on over to Bach versus Nurmanova and see how we got here, Canty. What a weird position. d6 pawn is weak. Another Dutch. Hikaru's he's spreading the Dutch love over there for his teammates. Everyone's in on the Leningrad now.
All right, like the Leningrad, man. Look, I'm not gonna lie, Leningrad does not serve me well, but it is definitely a aggressive opening, and it is risky because you do have these weaknesses. But if it works very, very well here. This bishop g5, very nice move. d6 is very weak, giving up d6, but knight takes e4 is the move. That's a strong move. It's a very strong move. Tactics.
Scary stuff. It's also one of those positions that's funny because you know how like our human bias is we don't look at pawns hanging on the edge, but queen takes a2 is a threat, right? The a2 pawn is going to fall, and computers have taught us to be a little more greedy than we were comfortable being. So you got to watch out for that. The edge seems to belong to white with an accurate move here, according to the computer. I think you could even defend a2. I wonder if it is a forcing line on capturing.
I think takes d6, but then there's bishop e5 there. That's the only thing I didn't like.
But then the queen comes back to d2, and am I defending the a2 pawn?
Oh, and defending. You're right. You're right, bro. Yeah,
right?
Just defend it. Maybe even queen d7 too. Yeah, takes. I have.
By the way,
on the board.
It looks like it's happening.
And queen d6 is it's just a
yeah.
pawn.
If we want to show the line, well, over here, there's queen takes d6 with temp. Oh, it's happening. And the point is, the reason this stops queen takes a2, everyone, is because now in this move order you have knight takes f6 check as a threat, and if you save that bishop either with tempo or not, then there's queen d2. Ooh, so rook b2 comes from Nurmanova, but now you wait.
Oh, I guess they can take the pawn. I guess. I mean, that's risky. Like 5 is
Yeah,
your
what else
like.
was white supposed to do, by the way? Because if you played rook c2, queen takes e1 check.
You actually right.
I,
Wait
I
a
don't.
second. Hold on, bro.
What?
That's kind of strange. Maybe rook b1.
Rook
That
b1,
doesn't do
yeah.
it. Oh, rook b1 and queen d2. Yep. After queen
Let's
a2.
look at rook b1, yeah. I think rook
rook
b1,
b1.
if queen takes a2, queen d2 pins the
Queen
bishop.
d2. Yep.
It's
Wow.
funny.
What a little subtlety there.
Man, I love calculating with no hands and you're in control. The less commentary I've done, they take the
Yeah.
pressure off of me. I just get to show
Yeah.
up, make some bad jokes, and get out of town. You know, this is awesome. I'm like,
Say some moves, you
I'm
know.
no hands in here. I
Man,
went on a bike
he's
ride the other day and I rode with no
uh,
hands. You ever do that? It feels like you're flying.
yeah.
I felt like
You know, I
Kate
done this
Winslet,
right.
Leonardo DiCaprio was holding me. I was looking out over. It was amazing.
Wind in your hair, you know,
Wind
and then
in
you
my
hit
hair.
a rock and then fly off the bike. Not do that at home, chat. Make sure you put your hands inside of the vehicle at all times, chat.
Yeah, I wasn't endorsing riding a bike with no hands unless you're very experienced. By the way, can black just take a2? What if I just take that pawn?
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Queen a2. Yeah, so if queen a2, I was gonna play knight g5. I mean, this is an aggressive move. I might no, I don't have bishop d, but knight g5 like seems right. Knight g5 or queen c7. Now you have rook f7. So definitely a knight g5. Make you move the bishop. I don't have a follow up yet. I'm just figuring out. It seems like knight g5 should be right. Maybe bishop e4. I mean, queen takes a2 is possible. I just feel like
I got a funny idea. I got a funny idea lurking. Something I feel like I can say because I'm not in control of the mouse. Okay,
Yeah.
rook e8 prevents it, but I was looking at something like g4 at some point for white. You trap that
trap
bishop
the
on
bishop.
h3. Now knight
Yeah.
g5 is brutal,
Knight g5, yeah.
right?
Beautiful.
So
That's beautiful.
it doesn't work here now if g4 black can take the pawn with the bishop and e4 falls, but it's a spice, you know?
Oh, it's
You gotta
winning
watch out.
somehow.
Oh wait, even here bishop e6.
Check and king g7 and queen,
Queen e7. Get some. Get some.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough to defend. If you can play g4 in this position, this is a very tough position for black to defend practically. Engine obviously can do anything, but this is practically very hard to defend for the black pieces. But it is white to move now. What is black point? I mean, shoot, that g4 idea actually is nice. But let's see. It's not very obvious to play this. You have to really calculate here, which of course black is very good at doing. G4 or B4 is also a possibility. Yeah, I don't really have many moves. In fact, G4 does play now. Knight G5 can't be played because the queen takes G5. And I'm not trying to trade the queens. What else? What other moves do we actually have?
But you could play queen d2 because white's up a pawn. Last time I did my math good, and again, you know how I feel about math. Let's be honest.
Right.
But I think you could play queen d2 and head to an endgame with the pawn. But all right,
he does it too. It's like
he does it. I think so. Yeah, I'm feeling fresh today. Feeling funky,
fresh,
and
you know what I mean?
with no hands. Again, shout out to my boy Hutchie. Right. Speaking of feeling funky. All right, let's head back to the bird's eye view. Bird's eye view. And see, because some other games are also rolling along, including Nakamura's battle versus Theodora. We have a king on d4, and he knows how to use it, ladies and gentlemen. Also, another bishop versus knight battle. The other games are closer. Fedoseev, although starting to hit the gas down against Alice Lee. So I could be either way. Canty, you're in charge. Fedoseev versus Alice Lee, or Nakamura versus Theodora.
That one. We definitely got to go to Fedoseev because it's more action here. In the Theodora game, I think white actually is pushing. I mean, he has his king. He has the king activity, right, which is huge in the end game. It's either going to be like white wins or a draw there, unless there's some type of huge blunder from Hikaru.
I'm with you.
But, yeah, let's
it's
go here.
It's not very often we're choosing games that aren't Hikaru's, but let's go to Fedoseev Alice Lee. She's a star.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone likes to follow her games.
We're like, Hikaru, who's that? Yeah. Like, who? Alice? Yeah, we know.
Well, no, I think you suffer from a little Hikaru fatigue at a certain point because you're like, Hikaru's going to win. We'll talk about it at the end of the day. But Fedoseev is trying to slow down the train that is off the tracks, known as Alice Lee.
Like he looks like he's about
to do it.
Yeah, after c4, she didn't take, and then takes, allowing this. This is wow, look at these pawns. He's a very ferocious player with tactics. Some of the tactics I've seen that he puts on people are pretty wicked. It was really gross.
Dude.
I mean, this is crazy. Look at
You're talking dirty to me with those pawns. Look at that piece sack. I mean, by the way, did you see that piece sack by Wei Yi in the first match? That is the way you do it. Pun intended. Man, that guy was a monster. Okay, we're not talking about that match, but this position right here, you got those pawns in the center. You're down a piece, but who cares? Owie.
Yeah, this is this is definitely hard to face. The knight on c7 here. It was a good Petrov too. It just kind of went wrong somewhere.
Yeah. But
Very
again,
good
it
game
started.
from Alice.
We talked about this a5 bishop b4 earlier. It's a very common kind of thing to do. You want to extend and bind, but it's very mature. You know, the old school Soviet school of chess, Fedoseev is like, yeah, keep pushing, and then as soon as I rebound, you've got positional weaknesses. And it felt like Alice Lee kind of overplayed her hand a little bit there, and now she might be paying the price.
d5. Okay, we got some tactics. I think we just take on c8 first, though. Probably correct.
Yeah, so
Correct.
many moves here. You take c8. You have to take back as the queen's hanging.
Right. And we have this bishop c4 is next. There's also a g4 here.
Yeah, there's a g4 coming. By the way, that's a great move. G4, then bishop c4. That rook will fall with gusto.
With gusto.
Gusto.
Mucho
gusto.
Mucho gusto. Oh, actually, g4, bishop g6 is probably bishop c4, bishop f7. She somehow is still surviving there. So he goes bishop e5, understandable.
Look at that. Threatens bishop d7. Queen c1 check. Who cares? King h2. And yeah, this is the consequences of moving your f-pawn somewhere in the world. If you listen closely, you can hear Ben Feingold saying, always listen to Ben. You know, yelling at people. You move the f-pawn, you get punished. And right now, Alice Lee adds the clock to her many problems. She gets down on time. It's not looking great.
But she also loses very strong too as well. Like, and it's even crazy to say that. Like, she loses very strong. Like, she's gonna play, still find some resources. So like, she's definitely a force to be reckoned with here. Of course, not looking good this game here, but I mean, she is a star. We all know this.
For
Extremely
sure.
strong. It's not the game for her, and obviously Fedoseev is able to take this game, or at least he's looking to close it out. But Alice Lee, still a beast, Chad. Still an absolute beast.
Well, and remember, if you asked her to start the day, would you take half a point versus the top two boards for the Knights? They'd say, good job, youngster. So I think, again, I think this one's going to go Fedoseev's way. Hard to find a move for Alice Lee. I'm spying those other boards. Hikaru's edge has slipped. At some point, we'll check in with that. Fabiano Caruana, we also haven't looked at the whole time, but Kitov holding his own against the top American player. But okay. Although, wait, Hikaru, who's higher rated in classical right now? Hikaru just continues to be like, oh, yeah, I'm not a streamer. Remember how I almost won the candidates?
Exactly. I'm about to play for the World Championship, but I'm a streamer first.
Okay. Fedoseev does take this one down. We see the big fish gets a big dub for his Knights. Right now, the Knights proving a little bit better than the Bishops. Shout out to Alpha Zero and the Google DeepMind team. Okay, let's back up. Let's take a look at the other games remaining. I kind of want to check out Caruana's game versus Vakitov because it is it's a big matchup where but there's a pass pawn on e7, yet somehow black is better.
What is going on?
What is going on over there?
You gotta be kidding me, man! Put this on the screen right now. Everybody got to see
what
this
is
game.
that?
Look at this game.
What is that?
This is nonsense, and it's like almost equal. It's almost. They prefer black by a little bit. That's how you know the conversation is real, because they only prefer black by a little bit. This is black. Let me just. How do we get? We gotta see how we got.
Black is we got to bring up an analysis board. Black is up 2 pieces, and only a little better.
Only a little better. So even here, he's down a piece.
Yeah,
right.
Fabi was all in for the win here.
I mean, he sacked one. Wow. Fabi just didn't care about nothing. Queen takes. Bring d5 first. Bring the queen back. Okay, brought the knight in.
It's funny. The computer kind of liked the sack, by the way, just didn't like d5. But continue.
They did. Yeah, correct. They didn't like d5 right here. e7. Then he said, give me those. And then queen
sacks
check.
Another piece.
He sacks another piece. Like, I mean, come on, bro. You playing a GM, you know that, right, Fabi? Relax.
But
and then here, queen
you know what
takes.
Fabi's doing with that second sack. Now that we're here, we have full clarity. Hindsight is 2020. I think Fabi's trying to bail. I think he actually knows the sack didn't work, and he's looking for a perpetual. As we see in the live position,
this is the live.
Vakitov wants more. He's trying to run the king out, but Vakitov wants the whole thing, not just a piece, Bob Barker. I'll take king e6 and raise you one.
Rook c3, bro. This is crazy. You can't take it, but you can take it with the queen. But then, oh my goodness, this is crazy, Danny. What is going on, Dan, the man? Talk to me, baby.
Dude, I'm right there with you. I wish we had a super grandmaster. I don't know, maybe a former world champion. Twist ending. He might be joining us in a bit. That's right.
Wow.
Stay tuned. because I don't know how to answer this. Rook to e3 is a check, but the king would run. So Fabi plays the sort of confusing move, right? Add some smoke and mirrors to your problems.
Rook
Rook
to
to
c3.
C.
This is a wicked game, boy, because Rook e3 is a nasty check. That's a nasty check, and he really has to figure out what to do. Rook e3 is nasty. Then I get the piece back, and then I'm cool. I'm only down one piece. All these pawns,
Yes,
I'm probably winning.
But you can't get back rank mated in the process, right? I mean,
That's
that's you got to do something about that
Yeah,
king.
yeah. Okay, Rook check, Queen
Wow.
d7, King d7. That's a like very calm move. Wow, it's very
He laughs
calm.
in the face of danger of b4. You know why? Because he has Queen e4. No, Queen e4, Rook e3, and the queen falls. So
plays
no, yeah,
b4
Fabi says,
Yeah.
what you doing? Here comes b4,
Right,
Queen
you get a
e4.
piece
There's
back.
Rook e3.
Wow, this is crazy. And Fabi, I mean, this is they only give it 1 point advantage now to black, and actually, as it thinks, wow, that's crazy. I'm up 2 pieces, and it's like, yeah, it's close to equal.
Well,
I'm
and
up
don't
2 of
underestimate
them,
how
boy.
huge this moment is. Regardless of who wins the match, the early games count for just as many points as the games at the end. And so Vakitov getting an upset against Caruana would not be how the Bishop scripted it. This is a huge moment for St. Louis. Fabi has got to come up with something. He freezes back rank, keeps the pressure
G3,
on.
full left. That check
I don't know,
to
man.
sit here and just not play this check is very stoic. Like, yo, this check would have been played so fast in many cases. But King to d7, and you got the back rank problems. He's so annoyed by that, so he plays the g3 move to stop it.
It's a super good lesson in discipline, right? Because when you're panicked, you play the check that feels like the obvious move. When strong players really understand, Candy, like the best way to solve a problem is often to make it bigger, right? And when you have an opponent who's feeling the pressure, you have to create more opportunities for them to go wrong. And when you play the forcing move, don't be surprised when the fish kind of slips off the hook, right? So obviously with best play, black is okay here, but G3 is just like, right? Screw it into the square so he knows you meant it. I meant to play that move, right? Boom.
Twist it for 360 motion all the way around and then hit the clock. Like, sir, why did you
like I'm still twisting motion as I'm hitting the clock with my elbow. That's how much I mean it.
G3, right? Hit the clock with the elbow, chat. You know what I mean? It's one of those. And he takes on E7.
He's giving back a piece.
They gave it back, but this is equal. This got to be at least a draw. At least a draw.
You got to like how Fabi kept with it. By the way, speaking of draws, it looks like Theodoro is not only going to hold against Hikaru, but he's the one pushing. We back to the bird's eye view because we got to. Look at all the games and all the pressure here.
Yeah, that's
a lot of red.
Very important. Very, very important. That game, and that's down to seconds. That may end in a draw. That may end in a draw because of the seconds.
It should end in a draw. Remember, the rook and knight do not actually beat the rook, theoretically, for those wondering. Rook and knight is not a forced win against the rook, and it's also even less of a practical win than the rook and bishop. But okay, that's still a big game for Theodore to draw Hikaru with black.
That's true.
Caruana.
Hikaru with 2 draws in a row. Wow.
Yep. The one game that seems to be going clearly the bishop's way is Benjamin Bach over Alua Nurmanova.
Yeah, that's
where do you want to go.
Oh man,
dude, we got red everywhere. I see red. Right, I see red people. See red. Thank you, Haley Joel Osmond. What happened to your career? I see red people.
Yeah, and the bot game actually looks like it's a little haywire, but it's really, I gotta say, this Fabi game because there's just the moves are flying in.
Let's stay with the Fabi. Let's stay with the Fabi Vakitov. Again, it's all good. Remember, you can follow games at chess.com/events. You see that URL in the right corner. It's not just for looks. You can head over to there and follow the games if you ever don't like the adventure as we choose it. But we're going to stay right here with Caruana Vakitov. A king on d5. Wowzers.
Oh, he's holding. Oh, -11. Whoa, he's
losing. He blundered.
Oh, Bishop F2.
Bishop takes F2. Oh, my goodness. Queen can't take. Oh, my gosh. What a game for the Knights. And Vakitov takes down Fabi Caruana with the black pieces, no less. Canny highlighting it well. GM Hess in the chat. This is one of the craziest games I've ever seen. You can't spell chess without Hess. That's one of the craziest comments I've ever seen from you, Hess. Not insulting me. What's wrong with you? Okay, we got to quickly back up. We have another game going because, and by the way, obviously it should be a draw, but whenever there's time pressure involved, blunders do happen. Nakamura still has to hold against Theodoro. It's not over yet. Yep, let's do it. Hikaru versus Theodoro. Theodoro trying to get a dub. What a huge win that would be for the Bishops.
That's so crazy because, like, I rarely ever see this as a win. I mean, it's like you really have to try hard to lose this game. You have to try to lose it. You know what I mean? And this one is always like a draw.
It should be, but just stranger things have happened, right? I mean, you
Stranger
got
things,
time
for
pressure. You never know. We see a nice little rundown of the current performance for the Archbishops, and finally it does indeed end in a draw. And if you're wondering why the auto draw was claimed by the server, that's because 50 moves was reached. So Hikaru held this endgame for enough time to reach the theoretical 50 move draw as the rules of chess dictate, Canty.
Yeah, that is 50 moves, and of course nothing crazy happening. Usually you'll see more in the bishop and rook versus rook, king and king. Where kings will, you'll see like the bishop prevail, but the knight one's just much harder to do, right? So
well,
as we see here, the knights are out.
Hikaru gives up the draw with white against Theodoro, but it doesn't matter because his knights got the job done in that second set of games. Look at that double picket fence there with Fedoseev and Bakidov board 2 and 3 respectively taken down Alice Lee and Fabiano Caruana. That was enough for the Knights to jump out and take the lead in this match with a 3-1 score in the round 2 set of games, Canty.
Yeah, those tricky ponies is what they say, right? The octopus, and you put it in the middle of the board, and it can just hit all 8 areas. You get 2 of them, but then you forgot about these other 2 points that they let slip in this last round here. It's very tough. It's very hard. Of course, and there's a lot of chess left. First 8.5 wins the match. So they are behind now by 2, but there's still a lot of chess left for sure.
Well, you mentioned it's first 8.5, so let's remind everybody of where the overall match score sits. As we said, the Knights took down that round by a score of 3-1. That gives them a 2-point lead in the overall match score, 5-3. Wow. Again, we're going to be talking about that Bakidov victory with the black pieces over the Bishops if they do ultimately go home. If Knights prove superior, Deep Mind Project wins, Canty.
Right, Deep Mind Project wins. Of course, Knights versus Bishop chat, as we are still about it because it is the match of the year. In fact, Knights versus Bishops, of course. You're just getting here. Put that in the chat. Who do you prefer? What do you prefer, Knights or Bishops?
I love it. I love it. And again, you prefer no castles chess. Shout out to Kromnik and that whole report. But all right, we got to give a shout out right now to a big event that's coming up. If you watched it last year, you know it and you love it. It's the Chess Kid Stars versus Streamers, and it is back. In the first event, Chess Kid Stars took down their streamer opponents. Now Anna Kramling and Eric Rosen are back with a vengeance. Joining them are Levi Rosman and Arturs Nixons, the Stars. It's an impressive lineup, but the Chess Kid team is insanely strong. PCL star Alice Lee, Brewington Hardaway Tani, Aduwami, Megan Paragua. This is going to be a thriller. Mark your calendars now and don't miss the Chess Kid Stars versus Streamers rematch. It's Sunday, May 14th at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And that is Vladimir Fedoseev, the big fish, as he gets set for the next set of games. We get set for our break. He's going to sit there feeling good about his victory, and we are going to come right back and see you in just a few.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
And thank goodness, chat. So good to have you back, PCL.
The St. Louis Archbishops returning to the Pro Chess League playoffs.
Let's go. With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The quarterfinals of the Pro Chess League playoffs have finally arrived.
The Muslim wins it. We win. Oh my God.
The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion?
Yes! And Buddy, game that he won,
going to the
and in the game
playoffs!
that he had, and a tiebreaker.
We are back, and there is a man who's looking to bounce back while his team is leading. He started off with a couple of slow draws. You recognize that face? That's Hikaru Nakamura. #1 streamer, #1 player in many ways and many time controls, and he wants to right the ship today, but Candy, he's got quite the pedigree, so we expect him to do it. Take us through a little bit of those career highlights of the 5-time and reigning Speed Chess champion.
Well, first thing it says up there is half man, half unidentified object, because we don't understand sometimes how he does things in this chess game. And then number 2 is reigning 5-time speed chess champion, 5-time US champion, world official random champion. He's a world champion, right? You have to put that on his name, of course. Number 5 FIDE world ranking, streamer first, he says. 10-0-1 here in the 2023 PCL regular season, only losing 1 game, which was actually the first game that he played, which is interesting enough. Only 1 person was able to take him down. That was, I think, Jaime there is her name. But she won. Of course, he won. He lost the game, right? So amazing for me, Hikaru. Big stuff, of course, as he leads the Gotham Knights trying to win and close this thing out.
Honestly, you said it well. You know, his mindset, we joke about the literally don't care comment, but he's relaxed. He's enjoyed chess more than ever over the last couple of years. He said so himself with the streaming. It's just incredible to see him do what he does all the time. And right now, he needs to do some of that, right, to help his team maintain the lead. Let's talk about it. They're up 5-3 currently in the match score, or maybe he doesn't. Maybe sometimes you show up and your teammates carry you, but I'm going to guess Hikaru is going to need to be Hikaru before all is said and done if the Knights are going to hold on to their lead over the Bishops, Canty.
Absolutely. Of course, Hikaru is going to just keep playing, right? You know, of course, what he just says, literally don't care, or just like play chess. I'm a streamer first, right? You know, all of this stuff. So that pressure is off, but also the pressure is still on, as you do have to perform here, right? So if we have Hikaru does what he usually does, he wins the next 2 games. That'll be great for the Knights. But I mean, he didn't beat Alice, right? He didn't beat Theodoru here. So and then he got Fabi and Bach still. So these aren't like, you know, oh, these will be easier. These aren't easy at all. So of course, if Fabi and Bach can hold there and also do something on the other boards, I mean, this is definitely still in the works for the Bishops too as well, even being down.
Well, you mentioned he's got Fabi and Bach left. Let's take that cue and peek at our lineups as we head into the 3rd set of games. Bach goes first. Of those 2 players you listed, it's reverse order with Hikaru taking on the black pieces there. And then you have Caruana getting white against Fedoseev. We get closer and closer to even rating matchups as the Pro Chess League format rolls on. You know it, you love it. And so these matchups just continue to get even tighter, even bigger. Let's also point out that the Knights are a big round away from actually winning. 3.5 points gets it done. Now, we don't necessarily expect 3.5 out of 4. That guy would have something to say about that. He's not going to let the Knights walk all over him in this next game, Canty.
Absolutely. I mean, he's ready to go. You know, Bach is in the zone there, and he's very serious because, guys, he don't have the microwave with him. We know him for the microwave always behind him, and it's nowhere to be found right now. It seems like he's like, yo, somebody at the door right now. I'm trying to play chess. Like, he's actually absolute beast.
I think he's checking on his fair play cam. Maybe he got a message from the team that says, hey, make sure we can see everything. They're always working hard, not hardly working. Shout out to everybody behind the scenes who makes these things possible. Our broadcast crew, our game ops crew, our fair play crew. We love you guys so much. Everybody is crushing it. And on that note, I think we're about to crush ourselves another round here because it is game time. Benjamin Bach with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. That's coming up. Serve us well, Canty. What opening you think we're going to see?
You know, I think he likes to play Catalan. He's definitely a Catalan player, so let's see what he plays. And he went D4, okay. It still can be Catalan-like, so then he went Queen's Gambit.
He wants his Nimzo course, man. This is just Chessable promo right here. He's just like, hey, in case you missed it, I
Yeah.
released a course on the Nimzo on Chessable. Now Danny and Canty have no choice but to talk about it.
Wow.
And there you go.
Listen these moves out too. Hey, I mean, bro. Hey, relax, guys. Hey,
Dude,
hey. We trying to do
this
some
is-
commentary here.
This is theory we have seen Hikaru play so well. I feel like I've seen him play this position for both sides against so many people. Battles against Jeffrey Zhang come to mind. Vladislav Artemiev. There's so many games I can't even name it all. But I know this is theory Hikaru knows well. But Bach not afraid of jumping into the fray.
Absolutely not. In fact, I'm a fan of it. I mean, this is a strange move, but H4. I'm just a big fan of this type of creativity. H4, H5, Rook H3, Rook G3. You develop this way. Of course, we can figure out what to do with the bishop later too. But I mean, hey, king side is damaged, so why not attack on that side? Obviously, Bach is very principled, but he's also very strong with tactics, but very principled. I like the D5 move here. He takes, hits C5. Look at this theory, bro. Like,
just
queen was hanging. Like, man,
instant chess. This is. I swear we saw a game in the CGC quarterfinals in Toronto in this line where Hikaru was black, and I, again, often rely on others to jog my memory. I'm getting old, Canty, but I know I've seen this position recently. Last time I commentated for Hikaru, but okay, maybe not this exact line, but something close to it. And you see, the blitz is on. This is the blitz are throwing down against the Yogis Manana, but this is blitz chess for both these guys right here.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, they start thinking now. This is move 16 already. Like, now they're going to start thinking. And of course, maybe not even now, because after rook takes, you have to do that. King takes. Took with the rook here. King's in the center. What a game. This is definitely dynamic for sure. Like, what do I do with my king? Like, I'm not going to sit here forever, bro. We going to play king e2? Hikaru offered a draw. Oh, wow.
Hikaru offered a draw?
And Bach was like, all right, cool. It is what it is. That's a win. It's a win in my book. You know what I mean? Like,
they just took a draw?
They took a draw. They out of there. You want to draw, bro? Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Now, go get my frames, go to Kinko's and get my little, about to frame it. That's how you do it. Every time you get a draw, Hikaru. But, that is interesting.
I'm surprised by how quickly the game ended. I was pulling up YouTube or Twitch chat here, thought I had a moment to breathe. Turns out I don't. Apologies for that. But I guess I'm both surprised and I'm kind of impressed by Hikaru, who's had a slow day. He's had a couple of draws against low-rate opponents, but he doesn't let that make him feel frazzled that he needs to overpush. And he's like, look, I'm on the black side of a Nimzo here. I know Bach knows these positions well. I'm going to accept that it's a half point. It's just strange to me. I mean, is that good match strategy? Because he's protecting his lead. So part of me is like, wow, his team is leading. I'm going to play for the mature result where even though I'm frustrated with my first two games, I'm not going to let it get the better of me. Or maybe he has to push. I don't know what we're going to end up looking at the end of this match.
I think that was actually a good team player method there from Hikaru. Yeah. He just took the draw. I mean, I'm up. We up. I'm going to let you guys do your work. I trust the team is what he says. I trust the team. We're up here. It's very strong. Okay, cool. You know what? We'll take the draw. And we'll go into it. And maybe I'll push if I get the chances with the white pieces in the last round. So, yeah. Very, very nice. I think that was good. Bach is absolutely strong. So, take the draw. It is what it is. Get out of there. We still a half point. We're still 2 points up.
Yep. Well, and we're going to move on, and I think we'll head over to Alice Lee, the star of the day, Vakitov with the white pieces against Alice Lee. One of the stars of the day. We should give equal credit there. But I'm sitting here. I mean, the initial instinct you have as a commentator when a top player takes a draw is to kind of be critical. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of what you do. Sure. You're like, like what's going on? But then I'm sitting here like recognizing the frustration Hikaru probably feels after the first two games, but knowing his team is leading, there's a maturity to that draw because you get yourself that much closer. It's a team game in the PCL and all you need is 8.5 points. He didn't want to overpress and maybe blow the lead by losing to Bach with black.
100%.
So,
I mean, of course,
I don't know.
It is very interesting. No, you're correct. To focus a lot of times emotions in chess, not even in chess, but in life, like you make emotional based decisions. It could be good. It could be bad. Right. So emotions, he probably, hey, you know what? I drew the first two. I want to really crush Bach, which is just not a thing. You can just crush Bach. Right. So you want to go in here and play and okay, we got to draw. It is what it is. It favors us. It's a team game. And we're going to, see what chances we get in the last round with white. So I think that was a very smart decision from Hikaru there. And hopefully it doesn't backfire because if his team loses, then he's like, I shouldn't have took the draw. But I mean, it was a smart decision, I think, overall. But he still has to place Fabi with white in the last round.
I tend to agree. This is Vakitov playing white against Alice Lee. For those wondering, it's not a camera issue. He just loves playing in the dark. Just kidding. All right, let's back up and look at the bird's eye view. Vakitov is like, I prefer the lights off. He's like, you have approached the darkness. I was born in it. Batman. Okay, which do you prefer? Knights before bishops.
Ooh, Chad, what you got?
Anyway, so Vakidov preferring the darkness over there, like his man Bane. We've got another game we need to prefer right now, and I think that's Caruana Fedoseev,
That's
the
a big
other
match.
board 1 versus board 2 battle, if you don't mind.
If you don't mind. All right. Yeah, that's a great game. Let's see what this was. This was in English reversed. Okay. Oh, it says reverse Sicilian. Oh, that's what this was. Okay. So, yeah, we have an English. Which move is it? It is Fabi's move. It's just Bishop B2 is a natural move. I'm a fan of the Knight F3 B3 setup. So, always
Yep.
like putting the Bishop on B2. I mean, it's definitely a move. Think Kettle the Bishop. That's what we want it for. But he is in a think tank, so I'm curious to see what else he's thinking about. Maybe a C5, lock it up. Maybe Bishop B2. We'll see.
I like the big center, and I like the big queen side for Fabi, but super solid for Black. You know, you've got these pieces kind of spying a chance to bust out, right? For a track to explode on. The bishop on A7, the queen on F6. Watch out for a sneaky A file to open up, right, with those pawns and the tension on A5 and B4. So close to equal for a reason. Thanks, Captain Obvious. We appreciate you, Eval Bar.
Yeah, thanks, right? Exactly. Oh man, these guys. Eval bars. Queen C2, interesting. Okay, what is the plan? What are we gonna do next? Yeah, just move the queen out the back rank, right? Bishop D2 or B2. Try to see what you're doing here. This is gonna be a level. They're gonna be here a while, I think. They're gonna be here a while. Right. So maybe we look at the bird's eye view, see if there's anything else out there. This
let's
is
do
going
it. You're
to
right.
be a while here. It's gonna be a longer
we paid
game.
Off the, we paid
Sure,
off
anything
the 1
wild?
versus 2 battle, but you're
That's
right. I think
definitely
there's
wild.
others.
That Nicholas Theodoro game. Look at that. That's a pawn on G5. What is that? What is going
I'm
on?
with you. Let's do it.
What are they doing over there?
Nurmanova versus Theodoro. Who's better and why? The pawn on A5 is holding back the backward B7 pawn, but Black has space advantage on the king side, but those are pawns that can't back up. I'm not going to lie. I look at this position and feel like there's something I'm missing because material is equal. Yet the computer likes Black by almost a full point, despite Black having overextended the kingside pawns.
Right.
There's something that does not compute about this position for me.
Yeah, it's more, I guess, some calculation work. I think also overall, okay, D5 is weak, A5 is weak. But I mean, we have G5, but G5 isn't that weak. We can't just play H6 really strongly. I mean, C4, okay, these pawns are weak for sure. But I also have my own fair share, like of weak pawns too as well. I mean, this is definitely not as much of an advantage that I think that the engine has. Oh, now it says 0.9 after Bishop D3. This is annoying. Like, Bishop takes Queen G7, G4 at some point. Sveshnikov positions when you do have this type of space is nice, but it also is risky.
It's
risky.
Agreed.
Coming to as
Bishop
well.
D3 is a little bit of an offer for an obscure bishop position if the trade on D4 is followed by bishop takes F5.
Whoa,
and
here we go.
Okay.
And it's happening, right?
Instead, we have a rook ending.
I mean, I think it's equal practically. Like, you have weaknesses, I have weaknesses, right? So, yeah, and engine thinks too as well. Now it's about level.
But the further this game goes on, that trade, I agree with the eval bar, and I'll add my own human weak understanding, right? Forgive me for translating the engine. But to me, as the pieces are traded, you regret those pawns extended in front of your king a little bit, because now it's just kind of open, left, and air, and you're not really going to launch a checkmate attack. Every pawn you push from here on out for Black, you're making your king just as weak. Whereas White has a very safe majority to advance over there on the queen side. 4 versus 3 with D5, C4, B2, A5. And in this kind of pawn majority, yes, exactly, as Candy's highlighting, eventually you get C5. Okay, wow, but F3. Holy bejesus snaps. Theodore's all in.
Oh, man. It is. He's all in.
I like White. I like just play G3. It's a bit of a bluff, I think. I think you play G3. That F pawn could wander too far. And again, I feel like that majority. Wow, she takes it. The majority on the queen side is going to favor White, but now the king is open. I'm not sure I like that move for Nurmanova.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where to move. Oh, Rook G1, just attack the weak pawn that is there that we highlighted earlier. It is a weak pawn. Now, of course, H6 defends it. I mean, now both kings are weak. There are tactics here.
Yep.
Guys, there are some real tactics. Rook F2 actually threatens Queen F3 and mating. To be very careful. There's also the Rook H2 and some possibilities. We get the other Rook to the file. Who's actually winning? We don't know. There's a lot going on. This is a double-edged position for sure.
Agreed, Town Man. If I'm White, I don't know whether I want to play moves like rook e1 or even like rook g2 and kind of beta trade just to like get my pieces over there to defend, or if I laugh in the face of danger somehow and play b4 c5. Part of me feels like that's too dangerous.
Man, just like not caring, literally don't care. Bishop b4 and c5 is like crazy. Rook g2.
Yeah, rook g2. So you invite this rook f1. Don't play rook g1 after rook f1. LOL. If you want to show that. Lol. LOL translates to laughing out loud for those who don't, know that.
You're like, lol, excuse me, what did you say?
LOL.
LOL, right?
Yeah, so you give it rook g1, you have to, okay. Yeah, this is the line we thought. Queen takes c4. Am I crazy, or is rook takes g5 a perpetual check?
Perpetual, correct.
Is that the plan?
Correct. Check, and if you don't take, check. Okay, I was thinking because the king gets all the way over
I have no
here,
idea.
Right? Exactly right. Queen takes c4, rook takes, rook g5 takes, king f6, queen check, king e8, check there, check, king c8.
Let's show it. We got an analysis board. We might as well do it, or we might as well show. I mean, queen takes c4, rook takes g5,
check,
hg. Yeah, it is a draw. You check. The king can run to c8.
Oh, this is winning.
Okay,
wow.
then it's too
Okay,
far.
so now
By the way, the key we should show. The key is you can't check on f8 and take the rook because queen f1 is checkmate for black at the end of that line.
Exactly.
That's the reason.
That's the way. This is why we're not doing it, right? Check and here,
So
and obviously takes.
No, but then they get
out.
out.
You're just showing the make.
Yeah. Queen to f1. So what is the draw?
Right, where's the draw? That's what I'm trying to figure out here too. So this is all 0. So is it here? I don't know. It's not here either.
What is
tough.
The draw?
Oh man, that's tough.
Okay, hold on.
That's tough. Queen e6? No.
Queen e6. I think queen e6 is still a draw. And after king d8, you just can't take d6. You have to go back to f6.
Oh my goodness.
And then if king c7, queen e7, and you stay on the dark squares, this is the idea.
Wow. This is not human. This is not human. What a draw, bro. Block.
And if king a7, you have queen to b6 check. What in the world? And you
How
have
is this
queen.
A draw? Oh, queen.
Know.
Get out of here. Queen f2, bro.
B6.
Nobody finding this. Nobody finding this. B6?
Dude, if b6 you take and queen f7, what the? Oh my god. Okay. This is like, dude, you know what's crazy? You want to know what's crazy? Is that whole thing was a ton of fun for us, and that is ultimately what it's about, commentators having fun. But there's a legit chance this happens. Like, there's a reason Theodora was thinking. You see that head in hand, everybody? Look at the live position below us. They're looking at this line. Theodora was like, can I take that pawn? He's legit asking.
Yeah, can I take
Can I take c4 with the queen?
I have never seen that type of draw in my life. And he goes
He does.
I have never seen that draw in my entire life. Wow.
What's funny, everyone, is as wild as that is, Nurmanova has to go for that or she's just down a pawn. Like, correct. And d5 is falling.
Yeah, and d5 is falling, exactly. So you have to go rook g5 and trust that it's a draw. But the problem is, I mean, queen d6 is such a move that a human would play. Oh my goodness.
You can't take it. You got to play queen f6.
Yeah. You have to use your time.
Okay.
You got to use your time here. How much time? She got 6 minutes. So she's calculating it. Whew. Man, that's some spice, baby. That's some spice right there.
If that happens, this will be the game of the match that might ultimately prove to be why the knights eliminate the bishops. I'm not kidding. I mean, this is like, if she finds this draw, knowing that they are up right now, 5.5, 3.5. You can see the score below the board, everybody. Wow. Looking at the other games, Vakitov looks like he's going to get the job done against young Alice Lee. So if she finds this draw, this literally puts the bishops up against the wall. Again, as you see there, Vakitov pressing that bishop on f6 is not something Alice Lee is happy about. And okay, Caruana, Fedoseev still have a lot to go, but if she finds that draw, Canny, I might just walk out. We just
get up. We're just gonna get up. We're gonna walk away, and then we'll keep producers can click and switch the scenes, and then they can go to the games, right? So there'll be no commentators for the rest of the day.
Man, will she find it? I see Rove Garage talking about it in Twitch chat. Shout out to everyone who's playing along with us, featuring you throughout the day. We're having fun. I hope you are too. We got a long weekend ahead, Canny. We got Pro Chess League playoffs all weekend, boys and girls.
Right. Up to the finals, baby. right? Playoffs and some stuff working, chat. Hope y'all having a good day. Knights versus Bishop. Who do you have? If you're new here, welcome, guys. Who do you have? We got Knights versus Bishops. Who do you choose? And what piece do you choose? Knight or Bishop?
We had a poll earlier. I think it was Knights, by the way, that got the edge from chat.
Nice.
It was
Knights
66% Knights, 34% Bishops.
Dang, wow.
Yeah, we
it's like I don't care nothing about Knight Bishops. I love all the Knights.
Yeah,
wow.
so thank you for chat who played along.
Nice chat. Nice.
737 votes, 66% for the Knights, and right now they're both favoring the Knights on the board and off the board apparently.
Right. This is a sick draw.
I'm sitting here on the edge of my seat, dude. Is she gonna find Rook takes G5?
Great. Oh yeah, she's definitely looking. She's like Rook G5 takes, but she's trying to find that draw. And Queen D6. If she plays Queen D6, we understand. Like it's hard to see. Luckily, I mean, that was our first choice, and it didn't work. And we found why. Then we went back and worked it. But you don't have that luxury of going back after Queen D6. It's over if you take. So she has to find Queen F6, which is, I mean, literally puzzle rush like it's study like in a way. Queen F6 is the only way to draw when you reach that position. It's insane. Rook takes G5 on the board. Come on, girl. What you got? He's got to take it, and Theodoro is definitely going to take it. I mean, does he have King H8? Wait a second here. Might be considering it. King H8. Is that a move? Let's just put it on the board.
She finds it. Oh my god, the height.
Yeah, it is a move. King H8 is a move. This is a move I might choose.
King H8?
Yeah, because I was like, I was trying to see. I was like, I don't see a follow up that is that strong for white. I mean, you have this. Then maybe King 8. Oh, that loses immediately.
Then Queen
check.
E4.
Right,
Queen
check.
E4.
Right. So this was my idea. Was trying to stay around this pawn. Right. So this immediately wins. So he might go for this because it gives chances. Taking, but you do have to trust that she will find Queen F6, or she won't find Queen F6. We'll take on D6. Like the psychology here is crazy.
He's raising his eyebrows because it wouldn't be held against him if he calculated. Let's show the line because we've got the analysis board up. Show it again in case anyone just tuned in. If HG5, Queen G5, King F8, Queen F6, King E8, Queen E6, it's possible he went for this and also just kind of looked at Queen takes D6. It seems natural.
Yeah.
And King C8, go ahead and do it. And just like that, Black is winning. And the reason is you get out of the perpetual and you can't take the Rook on A8 at the end because Black checkmates White on F1. So this is...
Get away. This one's actually a draw here. I'm supposed to play King D7. Is winning, bro.
King D7. Yeah, it wouldn't be held against Theodoro if he kind of like thought, that you can't go for this. Rook takes G5. Right. But now show the line why it's a draw, right? If HG Queen G5, in the end of that line, instead of taking on D6, you go back to F6 and play a little tickle on the dark squares. King C7, Queen E7. Or if you go there, we're on the light squares. And if you go to C7, we go to E7. And how insane is this? I want to show King B8, Queen D8. Or this way. Or this way first. You go Queen F8.
Queen F8.
And then at the end, even B6 isn't a win. Like I've never seen anything like this, man. Like
we have to do it the other way, which was the first way we looked at it, which was King B8, right?
Even that way works because Black can just play King A7 instead of Queen C8. So after Queen there, Queen takes D6.
Queen takes D6.
Queen C7, Queen F8.
Queen F8, King here. And this is a draw. This is how we reached here. And then B6. Takes, and this is still a draw. This is the craziest thing ever. Still a draw, bro. You see that jump there?
Draw, yeah.
You see that jump?
Yeah, the eval isn't even sure. Like Engine doesn't even know who he is.
They're like, oh wait, no, it is a draw. My bad. And then here you just check on anything
he
does. Anything that he does. That is the sickest draw I've ever seen. I've never seen a perpetual in this way. And let's see what he plays. In fact, he plays King H8. He didn't want to go for it. He plays King H8 and Rook back to G2. Wow. That was the sickest thing ever, bro. What a draw that was. But King H8 was played, and now Rook back to G2. So don't we just take the second pawn? Or like, we just take this.
Wow.
Theodoro on the move.
Okay, I'm not surprised, and no judgments there. King H8 taking G5 was too spicy. Let's go back to the bird's eye view.
By the way, something happened. Who won? We had a game.
We were so focused on this, but Vakitov does indeed take down Alice Lee. This incredible draw held our attention for good reason, but with that win, the Knights get even closer. Now you see it's 6.5, 3.5 in favor of Gotham right now.
That's right. Yeah, only 2 more, and they are punching their ticket and sending the bishops home, and the debate
Oh,
will
wait.
be settled.
Uh-oh. Speaking of only 2 more,
What we got?
an eval bar slippage. Black has taken over in the game between Caruana and Fedoseev. We have to go to there.
Okay.
Let's just go to there. What is going on? A blunder from Fabi on just the last move, actually.
Let's actually see what that was. Everything was smooth here. He plays. Okay, so the move was knight a4, and bishop a1 is apparently just a huge blunder. But why? Oh, bishop. Okay. And then we move the queen, and what's so bad about this right now? Yeah, that's wow. That's actually interesting. What is so bad about this? Maybe bishop f3, something like that. There's something wrong. Something wrong.
Yeah, what is going on? He's up. No, materials equal, but the queen has no squares to continue guarding the f3 knight.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing. After queen e1, bishop f3, and I guess I'm just literally better. Like, I'm just better. I guess I get queen g5 in and annoy you forever.
Let's back up a move and see, where did Fabi blunder? This position was
I guess he was supposed to
tension.
take this knight, maybe. It's just not a move that's appealing. But you might just have to take it.
It shows you, I mean...
Yeah, that's crazy.
Look, class is permanent, form is temporary, but of the form between these two guys, Fedoseev seems to be playing a slightly sharper brand of chess today, right? He took down Alice Lee this game before, here in a great spot with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. This happens, right? Even to the best of them. And if Fabi doesn't have his best chess, the bishops lean so hard on him all season, their run might be about to come to a close. Which, by the way, we haven't talked too much about how impressive it's been. For those who followed the whole season, the bishops started out 0-2 before winning every match since. So you really have to give the bishops credit for being here. But right now, they are up against the wall, and their Pro Chess League title hopes might be about to come to a close if Fabiano goes down here.
Yeah, there is it's a lot of pressure, and in fact, that's exactly what happened here after this queen e1. If we go back here, queen e1 did happen. Bishop f3 damaged the structure. This is why it's just not the greatest for white.
Yeah, this
Knight's
is
back to c5, right? King h2. He stepped out the way. Knight to b3. I want the bishop here. A3 on tap. Very ugly in a way.
Is that a d4 square? Right. I'm gonna put my pony on it, man. Look at that d4 square. I want my pony on it. Also, talk about f4. Oh man,
yeah,
if you like it, you better put a pony on it. I'm loving it for black.
If you like it, then you better put a pony on it, right? Hey, thanks for the prime there. Plumber wins. Appreciate you, Prime. Yeah, bishop d4 is very strong, obviously, and after takes, I mean, you got knight d4, knight f3. I mean, look at this fork. Like, yeah, this is why we like knights. Good knights.
Yeah.
Flexing for the knights, right? Everything knights. Well, also, have a good night.
You're saying having a good night? You know, there's a lot of good things happening for the Knights, and another thing to add to it is Fabiano's time. It's also indicative of when usually someone is off form. You can just see them under time pressure, not feeling comfortable with their own calculation, and this does not look good for Mr. Caruana.
Absolutely not. After bishop d4 takes, say we have a trade, and look at the knight. These knights, my goodness. But of course, it is not attacking f3 anymore, so he's able to move away. Still winning, definitely for black. I mean, all the dark squares are gross for white. Wait, oh man, it almost works.
This is
yucky. That one.
Yucky dark square problems.
Right.
Takes a5. Knight takes f3 check looks tasty, indeed.
Yeah,
by the way, rook to c. I was about to say rook c8 looks so good. Just pin the bishop. Rook to a4. This stinks for Caruana.
Before wait, I'm
good.
Wait.
Why did he do that?
I'm good.
Now everything's
defended.
defended.
He's blundering.
Oh my god!
It's the time. He ain't got no time. F5 and we live. You got to, right?
But dude, the turnaround. Rook b4.
There it is. Yeah, rook b4, and I guess he just missed that. Queen g3, and we defending.
Queen takes e4. Queen takes e4.
Queen takes e4.
Oh my gosh.
F6, what a move. Oh, it blunders. Knight f3 is GG. Get him off the board.
Oh, knight f3 check.
Knight f3, knight e1.
Knight d2 grabs the bit.
Oh, you're right. But 91.
Okay, but g7's mate. G7's mate, so don't blunder that.
Yeah, I saw king f1 here, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Queen h1, but ooh,
king e2.
Yes, Nugget made it. Check. King e2. You want a perpetual draw? I'll take a draw. Maybe queen e3. Oh, he plays it. He's playing for a win. He's playing for a win.
Yeah, and the knight's
right
hanging at the end of the line. The knight has no defense.
I take the knights. Hold on, this is getting crazy. Takes, and shake hands.
Wow.
And shake hands.
If Fabi Dude, if Fabi holds this draw, what a win metaphorically it is for the
Queen
bishop.
D3. Oh, he missed
Queen
it. Oh
D3
my
check. He
goodness,
missed
Queen
it.
D3 is winning.
Yeah, Queen D3 check.
Oh my
God, White
goodness.
was winning. White was winning on Queen D3 check.
Queen D3 was GG, bro.
Fedor Saev misses it.
Wow, that was a win. Queen D3 takes and push Devoretsky, get him off the board.
Yeah, the A pawn would have ran. What a huge moment for the Knights.
Sheesh. On the edge of their seats here. Wow.
Edge of the seat. By the way, Nurmanova and Theodoro are also still playing, also under mutual time pressure, but we have to focus right here.
No, what's about to happen? Queen F. No, this is. I think it's settled now. I think it's probably a draw now.
I think we're going to see.
Calm down.
We're going to see holding.
Yeah, everybody calm down and breathe. Everybody calm down.
Calm down and breathe. God, you sound like my therapist right now.
Calm
wait a
down.
second. Speaking of therapy, Queen B3 check, Queen G3, and A pawn runs. Fabi's going to need therapy. Oh my gosh. No. The A pawn runs.
Wow.
It's over.
Chats?
This is an easy win.
Oh man, he was holding for the save. Oh,
dude, just don't play F3.
Oh,
he plays A4 first, and that's enough. Now King F5, and it's Rover, Red Rover, Red Rover. Send Fabiano Caruana right over, and the Knights, the Knights.
Oh my goodness, guys.
Oh man, King
That's
F4, and you can resign, or A7 actually.
Yeah, or A7. Yeah, that was a sick game.
Dude,
wow, topsy-turvy. Breathe.
What a
Smile
heartbreaking moment.
Wow.
Bro, what a heartbreaking moment for Fabiano Caruana. He doesn't even want to sit down. He doesn't even want to sit down and be on camera. Oh my gosh, we still have the other game. I thought it would have ended in a draw by now. But, dude, with that win, the Knights are in striking distance to finish this thing in regulation.
Right.
Before regulation. Let's head over to Nurmanova's game with Theodoro.
Let's see the last one. Yeah, where he's at. There we go. Got it.
Yeah, as much as I want to sit here and just feel the heartbreak for Caruana, this is we don't have time to do that.
Yeah, this
look at the pressure.
It takes.
Yeah, the score is 7.5, 4.5 now in favor of the Knights, I believe, after that victory.
No, Fabi won.
But the
Fabi won that. Fabi was white.
But the rook ending is likely going to be a draw. So, okay, I think no matter what, we're gonna have action in round 4. I don't think Nurmanova gets a dub here as white.
Yeah, at all. Here it's definitely difficult. Yeah, this is 3 seconds too. I mean, this is very holdable. You just shuffle the rook back and forth. Wait a second, you going for more? They want to make it interesting. Yep. Okay, all right. Oh, hey, okay, yeah, draw. Definitely.
Yeah, it's a rook. Oh, check was kind of an odd choice. Rook B6 was definitely the better choice. Here comes A5. I mean, this is still a draw, but you know, got a little spicier there.
And with the king around, yeah, this is I mean,
yeah.
Hopefully, there's nothing crazy that happens. H5, interesting. Okay, I mean, it doesn't matter how you do it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Check. Okay. I mean, it's a draw. Sorry. B5 takes. Wait, hold on. Okay, nice. There you go. Yeah, don't do nothing crazy here. Nothing crazy. Great job. I mean, she drew Theodoro. Like, Theodoro is an absolute beast.
Yeah. Drawtown. Knights moving closer to Victory Town. It's a good place to live, I hear. With that draw, Theodoro knows that his bishops are up against the wall. Not the result he hoped for, given that he was favored the last time he actually will be favored in this particular matchup, his next game, going straight up against Vakitov. But okay, I got to catch my breath, man. Just absolutely crazy.
Man.
Yeah. And let's bring up the scores from that round 3 in the books. It is a 2-2 tie, despite lots of decisive results, lots of drama. Fedor Saev actually beat Fabiano Caruana, so we'll get that thing flipped around. And it was actually a 3-1 victory for the Gotham Knights in that round. The result, no. Fedoseev did win that game. And okay, we'll come back to that, but yeah, it's a big opportunity right now for the Gotham Knights. They are this close, Canty, to punching their ticket to the semifinals.
They are very close, chat. In fact, wow, I mean, it's very close matches, right? 2-2 in this last matchup here, but of course, look, they real close, guys. So Knights versus Bishops is not over for the Bishops yet. So of course, we're gonna keep talking about
it's
that.
Not over yet.
It's not over. Not over, chat.
Wait. Fabiano won that game on time? Wait, what happened in that?
Fabi played white.
Why am I so confused right now?
Fabi was white, and he won the game. That was Fabi.
I am so sorry. I lost my mind on that. I thought the swindle was the other way. I am out of my mind right now. 100% my fault. I was so confused by that scramble there.
Oh yeah, in fact, it's very confusing because of what was going on and the energy and the game was wild. It was blunders everywhere. Of course, it was so much blundering, like, and the eval bar repping itself up and down that we got confused. Chat. We all did. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you know, Fabi was under pressure the whole time, and Fedoseev was winning, and then I lost my hat. I should have had a calculation over everything hat on, and everything would have been okay.
That to you right now. That's right.
But there you go. The score is indeed correct, as you saw, 7-5, in favor of the Knights. So the Bishops are still within striking distance. What do they have to do in round 4 to get this done?
Yeah, they have to. This is everything. Everything's on the line right now. Of course, just honestly play. Like, if you think about that, this is the last round. You're already in the wrong direction. You got to say, hey, I got to come out here. I got to play. We'll play our best game, and we'll see what happens. We learned that from Hikaru, of course, one of the best to say it. But just come out here and play and see what happens. And hopefully,
yeah. And by the way, we've seen bigger comebacks than 2 games. Like, not even close, right? We've seen bigger comebacks. Canty, you should have yelled at me when I was saying Fabi lost, man. I don't even know what you got to say, Danny. What are you doing, man? I was out of it. All right, well, we've got a round 4, and we've got an epic matchup ahead. Omega Lol it is. Hopefully, someone clipped every moment of Danny's gaffe there. That was fun. And we're gonna take a break. When we come back, it is going to be the last set of games, round 4 in our second quarterfinal matchup of the day. Can Nicholas Theodoro help the Bishops get it done? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. Well, you see this guy. Any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Rob.
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah. Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at chess.com. We'll get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Is this a London?
He playing a
Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
Full on London.
Howd it go?
I won.
You won the game.
You won. Okay.
You won. That's great.
Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQ pod. What is the URL? Just YouTube?
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod. Hikaru Nakamura will get the white pieces versus Fabiano Caruana in this last round battle between the Gotham Knights and the Archbishops. What will he do? What's he capable of here in this scenario? Will he go for the win? Chat thinks so. 64% say so. 36% say easy draw. Candy, let's pull up Hikaru Nakamura and the Gotham Knights. Get a quick look at their lineup and ask ourselves whether Hikaru Nakamura's undefeated streak will continue. We know that he's got a big matchup here against Fabiano Caruana. That's a guy who can take him down. And your thoughts on what Hikaru's thinking right now?
Yeah, of course. With Hikaru, he just going to play his game. You know, he also is a team player, as we saw in that last round. He took that quick draw. So because he took that quick draw, he's a team player. If I take another quick draw, cool. We're like at 7.5. We need actually one more point, and that's game over. Out of 3, games here, right? So this is the most evenly matchup here. So of course, if we got the Knights do 2 more games, that's it. 1.5. That's all we need. So he's playing the match. That's right. At this point, I think. Even 2 results.
Yeah, as you said, they're up 7-5. A half a point would get them to 7.5. But let's bring up the head-to-head matchup here and just compare these two absolute superstars. 35-30 as far as the age goes. FIDE ranking. I knew I caught myself earlier for a reason. Fabi has been higher rated than Hikaru for the last several years, but not so much in the last year when Hikaru's just absolute dominance has kind of shocked the world. But maybe it shouldn't have. He almost won the candidates. He's number 5 now over Fabi, who's number 6. And look at their rapid scores there with the Hikaru leading.
Yeah, it's actually, believe it or not, Hikaru's working honestly harder than really everybody. He streams and plays chess all day long, right? So, especially on Title Tuesdays, he streams the entire event, 8 hours of streaming and playing high-level chess and winning the Title Tuesdays, right? So he's playing thousands of games, like so much, right? So if you're not getting the same practice, right, it's going to be difficult, of course. But Fabi is now getting that practice. He is playing a lot more, and he almost beat him in the Champions Chess Tour, the CCT that just passed. So Fabi's been working on it.
No, Fabi has really come into his own as far as, competing in the online events. It wasn't something he did as well as Hikaru for a while, but now we've got this matchup, and of course we have the overall matchup between the Knights and the Bishops. Let's look at where we sit. It is 7-5 in favor of the Knights, and where do we go from here, right? The Knights are close. They only need 1.5. They can even lose this last set of 4 games, 2.5, 1.5. So the Bishops are in must-win territory here, Kenny.
Absolutely, must-win territory here, and you have to take some risk. You have to say, and I don't even know if it's at the top boards. Where are we going to try to get these points? Right, it's very tough. And even with the white pieces, like Hikaru having white, like he can steer it to something very boring, right? And Fabi may have to take some risks, which may result in a loss there. So you have to play a strategic tool as well. 5-7. It is very close, but it also is very far away at the same time. So it is difficult for the Archbishop.
You asked the question, where are they going to get the points? So let's take a look at the matchups, because it's so hard to expect Caruana to play for a win as black, but if he doesn't, that means where are they getting? Bach with black against Fedoseev. Theodoro and Alice Lee have got to win. So I'll just start right there. With white on those bottom 2 boards, the comeback actually needs to be led from the bottom in terms of this last round, Canty.
And then 2 draws at the top, which will make it 8-8. 8-8, and then we will have ourselves a playoff or Armageddon there, which would be very nice to see. Of course, Chad, more chess for us. We always want to see that stuff. So it's going to be amazing to see as we have games about to kick off, guys. Who do you got? Knights or Bishops, Chad? Are the Bishops going to take it, or are the Knights going to finish this out and hop around like they always do in our games and be tricky Knights and take our pieces and be annoying? So what's going to happen, Chad? E4.
I saw Fabi doing the neck roll. I figured we were all taking a big stretch before the last round there, especially after my gaff, where I'm going to need therapy, given how much I publicly embarrassed myself thinking Fabi lost that last game. I said Fabi needs therapy. I need therapy. I lost track of what was going on there. And hey, but you know what? Content is king.
Content is king. Hey, we got you there.
Danny made me second guess reality. Hey man, I'm second guessing a lot more than that in my life these days. If you want to talk real, okay. Reality is like just at the start of the list of what I'm questioning.
Right, Chad.
All right.
We got Danny's back, Chad. You know what? We guys got Dan the man. A6 and C4.
Look at this. I like the opening to start as far as avoiding a quick draw, right? There's flexibility in this Rossalimo Sicilian, which is bishop to b5 check, rather than some of the open Sicilian forcing lines. So, again, who knows? These guys all have forced draw lines in their back pocket, Canty, to bust out. But I already get the feeling this is not going to be an easy one, which makes the fans super excited.
which is exactly why Fabi went for Sicilian. And I do like the fact that Hikaru went with the bishop b5 check stuff. Number one, this is the most annoying Sicilian ever. If you're a Sicilian player, you want to see every Sicilian except c3 and bishop b5. These are the ones that are super annoying. And so, when bishop b5 check happens, I mean, it can steer to really complicated positions, but also white, got the bind in the center here. I mean, black definitely has some counterplay. This is what you want. You want a game, actually, with black.
Well, I was going to say, I agree with you as far as how irritating those Sicilians are, but if you're in Fabi's chair right now, you are much happier to have this position on the board than any other sort of forced, variation, right? Because you need to win. Even with the black pieces, your team needs you to get a dub against Hikaru, or the bishops are probably going home. So
this is,
you have to love the tension.
That's right. It's also one game, too, as well. It's also one game, and, we've seen in the Champions Chess Tour where Fabi has beaten Hikaru. So, I mean, it was in that they actually played twice, 2 different matches where Hikaru was just able to actually win there in both matches. But there were some games that Fabi had that was just decisive wins. Especially, actually, it was a Sicilian game where Hikaru played queen takes b7. It was a disgusting move, and Fabi just trampled him after that. So, it's very possible Sicilians give you those chances, and maybe Fabi will get some chances in this game.
Yeah, Sicilians give you the double-edged play, and, at this point, I'm already liking the double-edged chances Fabi's getting. He puts a bishop on d7 simply to free the c8 square for the rook, which, by the way, how do you deal with the threat of rook c8 and c4's hanging? You already have to consider moves like f4, can't you, to kick the knight from e5, but if you do that, knight to g4, and now you got dark square problems. And, again, Hikaru will come up with something resourceful because that's what he does, but I'm already liking black's chances. This is a simple move. Rook to c8 coming. Okay, you played bishop g5. Is that? Okay,
that was I was clicking away.
Mouse slip.
Yeah, mouse slip. Exactly. Mouse slip. Please don't do that, guys. So rook c8 is very annoying. You see this in like Maroczy bind setups. What this is, but weirdly enough, the bishop is misplaced. Like the bishop needs to be on
exactly,
and the queen on d2, and you play pawn b3. But because this is here, he definitely put himself in a strange situation where this is a Maroczy bind, where the bishop is just the worst piece on the board. I mean, it's already worse anyway on e2, but it's better on e2 than it is on b3. If rook c1, I mean, we might have to go like rook c1, and you can't even move the knight. e4 is hanging. Yeah, he's definitely in something. He's definitely in some hot water here. This is where Fabi wants to be. Fabi's feeling good. Rook c1, all right, rook c8, and then what? I don't know. Rook c8, play quickly. Here we are.
The one thing Hikaru has going for him here is it's hard to take that c4 pawn because it can get explosive based on the pin on the c file there. So we'll come back to that c4 dynamite pun in just a minute. But before we do, let's check out the bird's eye view. Every one of these games counts toward the total score just as much as the super heavyweight battle Nakamura-Caruana. Which game to go to next? You've got Fedor versus Volk. You've got Theodoro Vakitov. And you've got Alice Lee against Nurmanova. Canny, give us a quick thought on these positions.
That's good. That's a good one. Let me actually see. Let's go around the horn here. Benjamin Bach and Vlad there. It's like a Maroczy bind on 3 positions. Like that's insane. 3 positions have the e4 c4 setup. Like that's insane there. So really the only game that is not the same as these other ones is the Theodoro game versus Vakitov here, where that seems pretty level. That looks like some type of Sicilian as well. No, there's a bishop on g2. But I mean, maybe it was a Sicilian.
So wild.
Something strange. Still wild, correct. That's probably where most of the action will be right now, is in that game with Nicholas Theodoro and Vakitov. The plans in the other 3 games are quite simple as well, with e4 and c4 pawns and etc. So maybe we'll go over there. Theodoro game.
Yeah. Let's. You're saying Theodoro Vakitov?
Absolutely.
It's the only game that's different than the other structures. It's like they're the only guys that miss the memo, right? we were supposed to play Maroczy bind on all 4 boards in the last round, but Theodoro and Vakitov didn't get that memo.
Ooh,
here's their game, but we'll come back right to that. Knight a5 has now been played after that d5 pawn push, and I like White's chances. So that's good news for the bishops who need that comeback. I like that pawn center for White. It's a little bit of space, but I think Theodoro knows how to use it.
Yeah, I think it's very good. I mean, he has rook e1, right? His possibilities. The dark square is maybe a little weak on the queen side for black. I don't really want to trade because the knight is this was my first move. Because, I mean, I don't want to trade this knight. It also hits e4. Your queen gets off the back rank. I was definitely a fan of knight d2. Yes, is a block,
Yeah.
whatever. But I mean, b4. I hit the knight. I can play rook b1 afterwards and finish out on my bishop as well. Like this is fine. This is nice. I did like this knight d2 retreat. It restricts your knight as well. b4 is on top.
It's interesting, yeah, because it's not very every day you want to retreat pieces like that. Maybe rook e1 was another option because now white is wishing you could put a knight on d4. How are you developing that bishop on c1 when you've got that g7 ninja of a bishop lurking in the shadows on that long diagonal over there? So I'm sitting here like Vakitov, who likes to play in the shadows. Apparently, again, you were born in the darkness. I was born in the darkness. Sorry, every time I think of the shadows, I think of Bane. And shout out to Tom Hardy, right? I mean, that is a guy that I'd like to spend some time with. Tom Hardy. All right. He's a great actor. He always great roles. You know, Tom Hardy. Okay, here we go. Queen to b6, and I'm having trouble figuring out how white undoes the queenside bind.
I think rook b1 is a good start. You just go rook b1 and try to play b4. But rook b1 is queen b4. Interesting. He's going to put a piece there and say, you can't play b4. Wow. That is actually really annoying. So
no, I was feeling your knight d2 at first. And the more I think about it, though, man, the more I'm like, I don't know, man. Here, I think you called queen b4. I don't think Vakitov is going to have to be asked twice. I love that move. And the bind on the queen side is a little tricky.
That is quite annoying.
By the way,
how do I get out of that?
I know we've been talking about the you talk about Hikaru Nakamura leading the Knights, you talk about the big fish, but this guy here, Vakitov, right? He's the one who got the dub over Caruana. This guy has been the unsung hero for the Gotham Knights today in many ways, and if they do continue to dance here in the Pro Chess League playoffs, look no further than that guy right there, even if you have a hard time seeing him in the darkness.
Oh, very strong. You can see him in the darkness there. Yeah, but he also he was with the strong Uzbekistan team, right? Over there with Norderbeck. I mean, these kids are really, really strong. So absolutely, I'm going to see him play some strong moves here. As we saw, queen b4, he plays bishop g4 to provoke an f3, makes the dark squares a little bit more weaker. I can always play queen b6 with check, and it just provokes a weakness. And these pieces are fighting over the f3 square. So it's a very nice move. Queen c2, you get hit with a rook c8. So I mean, what a move! Bishop g4 was nice. You see this a lot in these king's Indian type positions. f3 and maybe d7, knight d3, queen b6, back, bishop f3.
Yeah,
trade the bad bishop.
Well, I was going to say, Nicholas Theodora agrees with you so much. He's willing to part ways with that light square bishop, and that definitely improves black's chances. I want to play knight d7 before thinking too hard on it, and just open up that bishop on g7. Prepare to put a knight on e5. Although, by the way, is a4 hanging, or are you just happy to see me?
You know what? A little bit of both, in fact. But a4 actually is.
I know. I should have even had to ask. I know you're happy to see me. That a4, that a4 pawn. That's a free pawn, bro.
That boy is free. That is free, and that's for me. If it's free, it's for me. A4 definitely is a pawn, buddy. I don't see a follow up. I mean, look at the pieces on the back rank. So if you say, "Oh, I got compensation," where with what? For what are you talking about? Right, you don't have any conversation. A4 is a thing. He put knight c4 though. It's an interesting move. Knight off the rim. Yeah. So.
But it's still good because if the trade on c4 happens, then e4 is also hanging. All right, Vakitov, he's playing like a monster, Candy, but we're going to back up and take a look at the other games because another person has been playing like a monster in her young career, and that's Alice Lee. And today is no different. She's already got an edge against Alua Nurmanova. This pawn c5 move making me happy about white's space advantage over there in that board 4 battle. I'd love to check that thing out a little bit closer. c5 also makes sure those doubled c pawns are stuck, Canty. Look at that move.
Wow. c5, and after d takes c5, you get triple pawns. The trips. The triple pawns. That'd be something.
The trips.
The trips.
Is that what they called you in high school? James Canty? The trips.
James Canty, the trips. I mean, the third. I mean, trips. Yeah, trips.
James Canty, the trips.
Yeah,
I just made up that nickname. Trip. I think from now on, we shall call you henceforth with the trips.
James Canty, the trips. Yeah, I like that. Of course, you like that, Chad?
Well, I say we should head into the Alice Lee game versus Nurmanova and take a look. Because, look, if Alice Lee gets the dub there, don't count out the bishops just yet. And I'm liking the pressure that she has.
Okay,
in that game.
Looking for her game here. I'm not able to see it. In fact, we have 3 games, and we're working on that. We will get it on the back end here. We'll get that coming up in a second, guys.
Well, we can keep looking at the mini board while we're getting that figured out, because you see she takes on d6, undoubling the c pawns, but opening up the b6 square. And as you look at that, fans, the knight comes to a4. That's a fork town, right? That's a forking problem. Black has a lot of forking stuff to figure out.
Right.
How many times can I dance on the line
Knight b6
of this of the forking pressure that White has on the queen side?
Yeah, that's looking nice. I mean, definitely an advantage for Alice Lee here. As you can see, weakness on d6, b6, c6, everything 6 has some weaknesses there, a6 too as well. It's just not looking the greatest, to say the least. But Alice Lee is trying to close that one out and put the bishops on the board.
You got to do it. They got us to get some dubs. I said to start, if the bottom boards don't lead, which unfortunately doesn't look like it's happening. You look at the game to the left, or as we just left it, the e4 pawn falls. Vakitov is just rolling. Dude takes down Fabiano Caruana, NBD. Better with black against Nicholas Theodoro. Maybe we should just head back over there, honestly.
Yeah.
We've already got the board pulled up, and you've got Theodoro just on the ropes right now. This might be the... Dude, this is the match if Vakitov can get the dub against Theodoro.
Yeah, this is ugly for White here. 3-4-5, 3-6. I'm down a pawn. It's not terrible. Okay, it's bad, but it's not terrible. Like d6 is weak. It's a weak pawn. I have some chances. I mean, one pawn doesn't say the game, but it is hard to win this, to say the least. You know, Black is definitely playing for 2 results. Unless there's some type of blunder somewhere. Look at this menacing bishop. A lot of times I started realizing, a lot of times in this reverse, these are like almost reverse Catalans, where like the bishop is extremely strong. And you have to be very careful, like you would see in the Catalans with the bishop on g2. So Black definitely is for choice, up the pawn as well. Good game for Bokido.
Yeah. The one tough thing for Black is, despite the extra pawn, it's a d6 pawn that has a long way to go before it can inflict any real damage on White's position. That's why the eval bar is close to equal there, because despite the extra Peshka, yeah, look at that. Bishop f4, Theodoro feeling better. Unfortunately for him, the bishops are so down that he really needed to come in here and get the win, but at least he's not losing. Has got to be his mindset right now.
Exactly. At least he's not losing, right? You know, you want to play as much as you can, and just, right, it may not go your way, but you just play a great game here. Don't worry about the emotions. Don't worry about anything else. Just play the game. Hopefully you get rewarded for it.
Well, speaking of playing great games, we now have someone joining us who's played a few of those in his career.
Oh, really?
And lucky for us, we still got all 4 battles remaining. Magnus Carlsen enters the arena. Magnus, thanks for being here, man. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
What's up, Magnus?
Well, we've got all 4 games going, man. We'd love to get your quick thoughts and let you drive. Let's head to the bird's eye view, and as we take a look at this, the Knights are up by 2 games headed into this last round, man. Your thoughts on the Bishop's chance to make a comeback based on the positions you're seeing on the board?
So I've been like on the broadcast here waiting for a couple minutes, and I think that the Bishop's chances have improved quite immensely just during those 2 minutes. So I think Lee is absolutely winning. Bach is probably a bit better. Fabi is slightly better. And Theodora, I think, was completely lost and is now, I would say, favored to make a draw in this one. So I think it's far from over.
Okay, well, that's awesome, exciting. Let's maybe go back to the top game between Nakamura and Caruana. I want to get your thoughts on that position. Obviously, you've played those guys a few times in your career. Your thoughts on 2 things: one, the current position, but also Hikaru's Rossalimo against the Sicilian in a position there. Like, what would you do in that scenario? You play in the Pro Chess League. You know your team's leading. Was the Rossalimo a good choice to give Fabi some flexibility out of the opening, or would you have done something different?
Yeah, I think Rossalimo generally suits both players. I mean, first of all, it's an objectively good opening where Black generally struggles quite a bit to equalize. So I think in that sense, Hikaru is happy to play it, and there are also lines that can be pretty double-edged if you're well prepared. So I think it suits both. I don't love the last few moves for Fabi though. I think he's put his pieces on some pretty awkward squares. So now I don't see him winning this one.
Okay, knight to g6. When you say the pieces on awkward squares, there's no real way to kind of go after that weak b pawn, right? So Hikaru's holding on, and what would be your, give us some quick analysis in the brain of Magnus Carlsen here?
Yeah, so the normal move here would be to play knight e5, I think. But probably that's not gonna, suit the match situation. So he has to do something, something else. Generally, Black would like to trade off the dark squared bishops at the very least. So I could actually see bishop b4 happening here, unless that runs into knight. Unless that runs into knight d4, but it
bishop b4.
Yeah. Now bishop d4 could be met by e5.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that Hikaru's last couple of moves have been particularly accurate. Well, knight d5. I don't like it as much now. It doesn't come with tempo, and I think White would be quite happy to trade off a pair of rooks with rook a8. And the trade of knights doesn't particularly help Black. He really needs to trade the bishops.
If we're looking into the future here, Magnus, and let's say the knights come off, knight takes e5, bishop e5, and rook a8 is played, or bishop e5 first. What are the chances of winning this endgame, Magnus, for Black, given the weak pawns?
I think like the last few moves have improved his chances immensely. So here, White doesn't have a clear way. If it goes king f3, then rook b5, and he's either going to have to give up the pawn, and really this, with the isolated e pawns, that's one of the more difficult 4 against 3s to hold. And if he just passively hangs on to the pawn, then that's not so easy. So I think Hikaru's done it in a much better way. He's traded off the rooks. He's traded up both pairs of rooks, and now he's not even remotely worse.
Maybe this outside b pawn, crazy.
Yeah, the importance of his outside pass pawn has increased quite a bit with these with the exchanges of rooks.
So it's just a draw here, right, Magnus? Just 50%.
Yeah. Frankly, I think we're pretty close to entering a two results area here, but where Fabi is not on the right side. So,
all right. Well,
this is draw here.
If that's the case, let's back up to the bird's eye view then and head over, because it'll mean that other players have got to get the job done for the bishops. As we said coming in, a 2.5, 1.5 win in this round is actually not even enough. They need more than that. They need 3-1. Why don't we head over and see the final moments if Alice Lee is about to take down Nurmanova? Magnus, I'd love to get your thoughts on Alice Lee real quick as a player. She's impressed so many people. She drew Hikaru to start the day. When you look at a rising star like that, what do you see when you look at Alice Lee and her talent?
Yeah, I think like from the games I saw of her in the US Women's Championship, I mean, frankly, I haven't seen other games, so I don't know. But she seemed really, really sharp tactically, and obviously, like other areas have to improve over time. But she seems to have a lot of promise.
Yeah. We got the bird's eye view look at it. We see she's got the queen for the rook and knight dynamic. I guess that one is actually kind of simple, right? Not too many chances remain for Nurmanova there. So St. Louis should get one dub.
Yeah, and now Vokhidov got in a big shot with bishop h4.
Bishop h4,
which
yeah.
is kind of sloppy to allow because Theodora had made a lot of progress. Like, obviously the position was still not better for him, but only he was improving his position, and now he either has to play on 2 pawns down, which is a pretty hopeless prospect, or he has to take the draw with gh4 and perpetual check. So yeah,
Maybe we should head over there then. That looks crazy. The Theodora game. What do you think? You want to check out that one?
Now also Fabi has to repeat, otherwise he's massively
Yeah,
worse.
there's a draw.
So,
Yep, and there's a draw. You're right.
Fedoseev is not
7.5.
worse anymore, so looking pretty hopeless right now.
Okay, well, there's
Draw,
the final
boys.
position. Yeah, it was a draw. Final position. We should probably head back to one of the other games. Still in progress. Why don't we head over to Fedoseev Bach? We said Bach has some chances, and there's real time pressure. We see red on the clock. Let's get Magnus's thoughts on that one. We're about to hit a scramble.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to say a lot about this position in a few seconds because it's so complicated, but it seems intuitively that White has gotten some counterplay, but maybe now the idea maybe is the black, maybe it was better to go rook f8 to keep some more control, and then if bishop e6, it was a little trap, bishop e6, probably king g8, he would have been winning.
Nice.
But
Yeah.
now, yeah, d5 is hanging. It's really complicated. So, this is a nice trap from Fedoseev. He's hoping for bishop d5 exactly, and now bishop e4.
f8.
Oh, bishop e4. Queen f8. 4 seconds.
Oh, bishop e4, maybe rook e4, king g8. I don't know. But
oh, that's gross.
I mean, since the engine was showing something, I assume it was bishop e8. But now they're so short on time that
anything can happen.
It's going. Strange things are probably going to happen.
I wonder if it was queen h5.
And
Go ahead,
I like knight e4. Trading up some
H4. Whoa, hold on. Knight f6. Yikes.
No,
knight
takes
f6
g5.
was queen g3. There was queen g3 back after knight f6. This
By the
seems
way,
reasonable. Oh, bishop
Alice Lee
h7,
wins her
nice.
game.
That's a draw.
Alice Lee
it's
wins her game, by the way, guys, and the Theodora game drew. So this is for everything. Bach has to win, and he's unable to do it. And the knights eliminate the bishops, just like that.
Wow. It's over. Knights versus
That was
bishops has
pretty
been
close.
answered. Yeah, it was. Right? 1 point.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
Bach had a real chance, but bishop h7 was a really nice shot from Fedoseev with so little time. That's
Let's show that.
easy to miss.
Bishop h7, perpetual check draw. Very nice, yeah. As Magnus said, and there was no way out.
Also, queen h5 would have been like an even funnier way to make a draw, with the idea of bishop g8 and then bishop h7. But
yeah. Very, very fun. Okay, well, let's quickly pay off the result. So we see, we're going to keep Magnus here and recap real quick this match while we have him. But there it is, everybody. The Gotham Knights do indeed get the job done. They send home the bishops. The existential question, which piece is better, knights versus bishops, has been answered. The Gotham Knights remain alive in the Pro Chess League playoffs. They move on to the semifinals. What a big day for Bakidov there, board 3. Look at that 3 out of 4 score. Look no further than that guy as far as why the Knights got the job done. And well, Magnus, let's get your thoughts on it. You said you tuned in. You saw a couple minutes there of that big round. Your thoughts overall on what you thought coming into this match. Did you see the Knights as maybe being the slight favorite, or are you surprised by this result?
to be honest, I had no idea who was playing, so that's hard.
Okay.
hard for me to say. But not having seen the games, the most surprising thing for me is the result of the board ones. like generally, like scoring +1 or 50% as board one should doom your chances, but in this case, it seemed to be like very even. Nobody scored less than 1 point, and
yeah,
seems like anything could happen. But I saw in the preliminaries that Gotham Knights are very, very strong, so they're probably going to be hard to beat.
Okay, well, your team coming in, Magnus, while we have you, because we may not have any more thoughts on the 2023 PCL by you, might as well ask, how did you feel about the Chess Bra season this year, right? Obviously, it didn't end the way you guys wanted, but did you have a good time? And your thoughts overall on competing for Canada and maybe what could have gone better for you guys?
Yeah, it was a bit frustrating. I thought, my play overall was okay. I don't think like I particularly influenced the results at all in any of our losses. So even when I messed up, it didn't really matter. I like the format a lot, since it means that basically every match is going to be pretty close, at least on paper. So I think that's that's very good, and for the future as well. I'd love to try again. Obviously failing to qualify for the knockouts is to paraphrase Giannis, that is a failure. But nevertheless, it was a fun experience. So hope to be back.
All right. I have a question, feature chat question for you, Magnus. Actually, what are some similarities that you find between poker and chess?
I think, like, wasn't it Grishuk who said that poker tournaments is like hours of boredom followed by seconds of agony or something?
I've never heard that. Actually.
And then
That's funny.
Chess is fun, so that's the difference.
I was
Similarities.
going to say, is it the opposite for chess? Hours of boredom for seconds of victory. Who knows?
That's
no,
Magnus,
chess is just great in comparison.
Bringing it back to the PCL, the question was asked again from feature chat of all the bottom boards, but I'm going to kind of ask of all the boards of people you saw performing in the PCL, who impressed you most this year? Anybody you took note of as just kind of turning your head and had a great season?
That's a good question. I think Prague's Sister by Charlie, she did pretty well in a few matches, like also against us. Otherwise I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great pick, great call. She played well. Yep.
And for us, for the Brass, I think Rasu and Prioto did pretty well in like a couple of matches. There was a little bit up and down, but he saved us in one match at least, so he did well. He wasn't bottom board, but he was board 3, I think.
Yeah. Well, we brought it back to the PCL. Before we let you go, Magnus, we got to ask, who do you have winning the Pro Chess League? Let's call it out while you're here. Make your predictions. We're taking a look at the bracket. Tigers won today, so did the Knights. But who do you have winning the full thing here on out?
Well, I think I gotta hope for the Gnomes.
But they got eliminated today.
Well, that shows you how much I know.
Okay, then I'm going to ask you a better question. Who you got winning the NBA finals?
Show me the bracket again.
Okay, let's do the bracket again.
I want to give a serious answer based on. Oh, okay. Now I see. Obviously, the Tigers, the Knights. I think Yeah, I think the Yogis are very good. They beat us pretty comfortably as well. I think the Knights and the Yogis are going to. Oh, we have the Wizards. Yeah, they're also very strong.
Yeah.
I mean, who the hell knows? But I'm still going to go for the Knights and the Yogis in the finals, and the Yogis winning it all.
Wow. Yogis,
Wow.
who eliminated the Bras. So there you go. Go with Yogis. I'm sorry, I got to get one more question.
Yeah, I just got to say, like, picking the top 2 seeds to end up in a final, extremely controversial. That's what people pay the big bucks for.
That's right.
Magnus, speaking of big bets, you quoted Giannis, so I got to ask. We've talked basketball. Who do you got at this point? The Celtics? Are they going to come back against the Sixers? Who's winning the NBA Finals?
I think the Denver Nuggets are winning the NBA Finals. Beating the Sixers in the final.
Wow. Nuggets.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it pains me to agree with you, but I think it's a good take. Magnus.
Finals are going to be the Jokic revenge tour. You know.
Okay. Well, there you go.
That's my hot take.
You heard it here first, chat.
All right, Magnus. Thanks so much for joining us, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
See ya.
Yeah, bro.
And that was Magnus Carlsen, the greatest chess player of all time, highest rated player ever. Had a pretty good PCL season himself, although the Bras went down to the Yogis. And you heard that pick, Canny. He's taken the Yogis, the team that beat him, to go all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something in that Indian water. Did you know that the Yogis actually have 2 teams? I mean, India has 2 teams in the playoffs, MDG1 and the Yogis. No one, I mean, okay, we have the American teams, obviously, but hey, whatever the Indian water is going on, whatever they're doing over there, we know it. We got people over 2,700 kids, teenagers, right? Multiple. Really important to understand that. Those Yogis are strong.
It's crazy, and I don't think it's a bad pick, even if he was kind of joking and picking them because they eliminated the Bras. I don't think he was. I mean, that was an incredible match they had to take down the world champion led Chess Bras, and the Yogis are dangerous. They will be playing tomorrow, of course, versus the Blitz. So, recapping the day real quick, Canny, let's remind everybody of what we saw. We saw the Shanghai Tigers move on to the semifinals, send the Gnomes back to the Garden, and then we saw the Gotham Knights answer the existential question, which do you prefer? It's Knights over Bishops, boys and girls. They move on to the semifinals as well. Canny, I had a great time today. You?
Oh, absolutely. I had a great time here, of course, as we saw the Knights versus Bishops. We get to see it. The Knights won. We chilled with the chat. We saw some great chess. Alice Sweet beat Hikaru. It was a draw, but a draw is a win always when you draw Hikaru. So it was great. It was also, great chess here. I mean, they didn't make it. Bishops didn't make it through, but at the end of the day, very strong team, and especially coming from 0-2 in the start there. So good to see the Knights advance. It was great chess today.
Yeah. Well, and I want to give one last shout out, of course, thanking the now former world champion. God, that feels weird to say because he's still the best chess player on the planet and of all time. But Magnus Carlsen, also thank you for joining us. That was fun to have him there for those final moments. And once again, congratulations to the Knights for taking down the Bishops. But that's all for today, everybody. We're going to see you tomorrow. That is Friday for 2 more quarterfinal matches. If you didn't know that, the PCL playoffs continue. But for now, we're going to leave you with some of the best live moments from the Knights' victory over the Bishops. Canty, they make it to the semifinals. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you tomorrow, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. We have an exchange sack by Hikaru and Alice Lee. Alice Lee is in the driver's seat here, Canty. Alice Lee takes a breath. Gotta be happy with the half point against Nakamura, even it was white and up the exchange there. Black is up 2 pieces and only a little better.
Only a little better. He's holding. Oh, minus 11. Whoa, he's losing.
He blundered.
Bishop
takes it too. Oh, my goodness. Queen can't take. Oh my gosh. GM Hess in the chat. This is one of the craziest games I've ever seen. Dude, if Fabi holds this draw, what a win, metaphorically, it is for the
Queen
Bishop.
D3! Oh, he missed
Queen
it!
D3 check, he missed it!
He's winning!
Yeah, Queen D3 check!
Oh my
God, White was winning! King
That's a
F4,
crazy
and you
game.
can resign. Or A7, actually.
Yeah, or A7. That was a sick game.
Alice Lee wins her game, by the way, guys, and the Theodoro game drew. So this is for everything. Bach
That's
has
it.
to win, and he's unable to do it. And the Knights eliminate the Bishops. Just like that.